You, who ventured into the realm of the Grim Reaper, found yourself unexpectedly cast into the world of Ultraman, specifically in the Land of Light over 200,000 years ago. You bore witness to the birth of plasma sparks, and alongside the ancestors of the Light Clan, accomplished a remarkable evolutionary leap. Thus, a harbinger of death emerged within the Ultraman universe, a whimsical notion indeed. In a world where stars explode with alarming frequency, wielding a Soul Reaper's blade raises the question of madness. Are you the one who has lost your senses, or is it I? The Soul Reaper's blade is an extension of the soul, and astonishingly, the essence of Ultraman can elevate this blade to new heights. The remnant flame sword, the ashes of heaven and earth evaporating amidst the cosmic river, and the fully unleashed concept of the great crimson lotus ice wield. These manifestations of power resonate throughout the annals of galactic history. You are a figure intertwined with legends, a titan whose prophecies once graced the earth, heralding miracles yet to unfold. You are the oldest of the Ultramen, a name forever etched in the minds of cosmic sovereigns, a shadow that remains indelible. Journeying from ancient times, you have witnessed the rise and fall of the Light Clan, solidifying your status as an enduring symbol within the Ultraman universe. Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted from outside your window, piquing your curiosity. What could be the cause of such jubilation? However, on the other end of the communicator, the excited voice of Tars echoed, "Wonderful news, my lord. Our scientists have succeeded. We can finally break free from the curse of darkness. After generations of accumulation and centuries of effort, we have developed an artificial sun, a source of boundless energy, which we have named the plasma spark. The darkness here will be completely dispelled under its radiance. The long-awaited light is about to dawn." You paused, a frown creasing your brow. Something felt amiss, something felt profoundly wrong. The plasma spark was more than just a familiar term, it was a name of great renown. Yet, before you could fully comprehend the implications, Tars continued, "Your Excellency, I must caution you. Your genetic makeup is remarkably primitive, and exposure to this light may be premature. That it is advisable to refrain from contact and keep a safe distance from the window." You inquired about the potential consequences of ignoring this warning. However, before you could finish your question, you were greeted by a blinding, searing white light rising from the horizon. That it was light, an infinite radiance enveloping the entire planet. This was the luminescence of the artificial sun, the plasma spark. The scientists of the Peaceful Nation had developed this artificial sun with the noble intention of restoring brilliance to their realm. The Peaceful Nation boasted an extraordinarily advanced civilization, capable of interstellar exploration. Throughout this journey, their formidable technological prowess facilitated multiple evolutionary advancements. Although they had yet to transcend the limitations of carbon-based life, their skin had begun to exhibit certain resistance to high temperatures and radiation. For them, the brilliance was within tolerable limits. Yet you remained merely a fragile earthling. The intense heat and radiation accompanying this brilliance were far too overwhelming for you, and as you stood in direct exposure, a searing pain enveloped your skin, accompanied by a crackling sound. Smoke begins to rise from your body, and the charring of your flesh becomes visibly apparent. A cry of anguish escapes your lips as you feel as though you are ablaze. A chilling thought crosses your mind. You may be the most short-lived traveler of this realm, unwittingly brought here by some divine entity. What an epic pitfall this is. Memories of your life flash before your mind's eye, and ultimately, you find yourself at peace, bracing for the impending embrace of death. Beyond the cosmos, a radiant light descends from the universe, gradually coalescing into a towering figure, several meters high, hovering above the planet. This entity, adorned in hues of gold and purple, possesses eyes of crimson that seem to harbor boundless wisdom. Is a new ultra species about to be born? A smile of satisfaction graces its visage. It has long awaited this moment. The power of justice is steadily expanding. Suddenly, it perceives something. Its piercing red gaze penetrates the atmosphere, revealing your dire predicament within the confines of a modest refuge. A hint of surprise flickers across its ethereal features. How remarkable that a primitive being still exists on such a civilized planet. This brilliance seems premature for it. Your life force flickers dimly, teetering on the brink of extinction. After a moment of contemplation, the figure extends its hand. Radiant feathers of light cascade from its palm, enveloping your refuge in a mystical glow. The merging brilliance of the celestial light and the plasma sparks calms the previously volatile energy, transforming it into a gentle force that no longer wreaks havoc upon your form. Instead, it seeps into every cell of your being. Under the influence of this revitalizing energy, your body undergoes a remarkable metamorphosis. The wounds inflicted by the searing torment begin to mend rapidly. Your once dulled consciousness suddenly awakens, and you open your eyes wide, a golden glimmer flashing within them. You sense an invigorating power coursing through your entire being. With a sudden exertion, you thrust your arms outward, seeking to channel this overwhelming energy. Yet in the next instant, before your astonished gaze, your body swells in a radiant golden luminescence, causing the refuge to explode outward. Your form fluctuates wildly before stabilizing at a staggering 60 meters in height. What is happening? You regain your senses and hastily rise from the ground, only to find the earth shatter beneath the rapid expansion of your newfound physique. Surveying your current state, you notice a striking amalgamation of gold, silver, red, and gray adorning your form. Antiquity, the center of your chest. A blue, luminous device pulses with energy. This visage undeniably resembles that of Ultraman. You have traversed into the realm of Ultraman, a world imbued with artificial suns and plasma sparks. Could it be that this so-called land of peace is, in fact, the ancestral homeland of the land of light? Is it not a tad premature for me to traverse this realm? After all, it is over 200,000 years before the narrative commences. Even if I were to evolve into an Ultraman, would I truly survive until the onset of the story? The uncertainty of death looms, yet I suspect age would inevitably catch up with me. For instance, an Ultraman reputedly lives for 4,000 years, eventually sporting a grand beard, among other signs of age. Yet, I find myself perplexed by the nature of my evolution. Consider the inhabitants of the land of light upon their initial encounter with the radiant energy of plasma sparks. They underwent a profound superevolution, emerging as the towering forms we recognize in subsequent generations. Yet I am merely a fragile earthling. As Tar said, it seems that my exposure to this light is premature. Initially, I sense my life nearing its conclusion. However, in a fleeting moment, a new power coursed through me, counterbalancing the tumultuous energy of the plasma spark, thereby facilitating my successful evolution. The origin of this power seemed to arise as I slightly lifted my gaze. The overwhelming vision granted by my superevolution allowed me to pierce through the atmosphere, beholding the wonders beyond that I in that instant. A title reverberated within me, the King of Ultra. No wonder this figure is capable of single-handedly mending the cosmos in later times. It appears that I was able to navigate this superevolution unscathed, thanks to the intervention of this esteemed being. I am utterly astonished that the King of Ultra made contact with the Land of Light so early on. It is no surprise that he is revered by the Light Clan of future generations as the legendary superhero. The King of Ultra, although not a warrior of the Land of Light, possesses an age that far exceeds the history of that realm, the specifics of which remain shrouded in mystery. He was likely drawn here by the phenomena that followed the birth of the plasma sparks in the Land of Light. That it seems he has also sensed my gaze, casting a gentle nod in my direction. Suddenly, a tremor reverberates through the ground, and I turn to discover that the citizens of the Nation of Peace have also achieved superevolution. Their bodies swell dramatically with a mere shift of their feet. The earth beneath them fractures like tofu. Observing the transformed natives of the Nation of Peace, now members of the Light Clan, I find myself in deep contemplation. These beings bear an uncanny resemblance to my memories. They can be categorized by their hues into 4 types: red, blue, white, and silver. According to the foundational lore of the Ultraverse regarding the Land of Light and the Light Clan, the red faction comprises innate warriors, renowned for their exceptional physical prowess. The blue faction consists of natural scientists, burdened by the curse of knowledge. The white faction serves as inherent leaders, ideally suited for high-level decision-making, while the silver faction predominantly consists of born mages, skilled in wielding powerful or intricate light techniques. I guess it due to my lineage that my own hue diverges from that of the native inhabitants. I silently ponder, acknowledging that I am indeed an anomaly on this planet. The only super-evolved human on the planet stands in stark contrast to the indigenous inhabitants, which is entirely understandable. After all, this universe encompasses far more than just this singular ultra star, with others such as L77, U40, and Z95 among them. Each ultra star hosts its own unique species, each characterized by distinctive traits. Perhaps this is the essence of what it means to be a human from Earth, expressing the posture of one's own race following superevolution. As boundless energy flows into the very ground beneath your feet, you begin to perceive a significant transformation occurring in the Earth itself. The ground, once feeling as fragile as tofu after your superevolution, gradually crystallizes under the radiant glow of the artificial sun. Consequently, the density of this planet is increasing at an alarming rate. It is well known that the greater the density of a celestial body, the more formidable its gravity becomes. And so, it is now as the entire planet undergoes crystallization, the gravitational force surges dramatically tenfold, then 20-fold. This star region, ravaged by a prior stellar explosion, has left all but one planet, home to a peaceful nation, in ruins. With the intensifying gravity of the planet, fragments from other celestial bodies are forcibly drawn towards it, merging with the ground beneath. Massive meteorites crash down, causing those who have yet to fully acclimate to the power bestowed by their super-evolution to panic and seek refuge in disarray. Fortunately, the density of this planet has reached extraordinary levels otherwise. The sheer volume of falling celestial debris might spell doom for the planet, regardless of the safety of its inhabitants. As the meteorites continue to accumulate, the size of the planet expands rapidly. With the aid of light energy, the newly captured meteorites also undergo crystallization, maintaining the planet's density at a consistent level. The gravitational force undergoes yet another increase 50-fold, then 60-fold. Ultimately, the planet size reaches approximately 60 times that of Earth, with gravity exceeding 120 times that of Earth. You sense a profound heaviness enveloping you, reminiscent of the arduous struggle you faced prior. It dawns on you. Even after evolution, the constraints of gravity still bind you. How futile, you ponder, to have undergone such transformation only to be confined once more. You find yourself momentarily speechless. For one who is super-evolved, gravity increased by several multiples is entirely manageable, yet this sudden escalation to 120 times exceeds your capacity. Fortunately, this time you do not experience the excruciating sensation of your organs being crushed. Turning your gaze towards others, you observe that they too are merely adjusting, with little impact on their mobility. In fact, during their initial super-evolution, they felt somewhat buoyant. Even the slightest vigorous movement could wreak havoc upon the surface. With a gentle leap, one can soar to heights exceeding 100 meters. This signifies a return to normalcy. It seems that due to the diversity of races, the effects of super-evolution vary profoundly. The inhabitants of the peaceful nation lived on a planet with gravity several times that of Earth before their evolution, resulting in a bodily density far surpassing that of humans from Earth. Consequently, upon achieving super-evolution, this became their advantage. However, as a fragile human from Earth, my innate physical condition pales in comparison to theirs, and I find myself somewhat lacking post-evolution. You experience a moment of clarity and sigh inwardly, uncertain if these deficiencies can be compensated for later. The ZZ Supreme Death God system has completed its reboot and commenced environmental detection. Upon completion, it reveals anomalies. The results indicate that this is not the intended destination of the Death God world. A faint interference sound suddenly resonates in your ears, capturing your attention. It is the system indeed. I possess a system. The intended destination was the Death God world. Yet for reasons unknown, I have traversed into the Ultraman world. I find myself both amused and bewildered. Is this the level of professionalism in modern systems? Nevertheless, having a system is better than having none. I can only wait and see what transformations it may bring. I hope it won't abandon me outright. The system begins its reset, completing the detection of the host soul and initiating the process of Death God transformation. A gentle hum resonates within you as a subtle power begins to stimulate your soul. Gradually, it seems your soul undergoes a certain change, with surrounding light energy swiftly being absorbed into your essence. In mere moments, the strength of your soul has doubled, and a new kind of power, distinct from what you previously sensed, emerges within you. This power is peculiar, though birthed from your soul. It harmoniously merges with light energy and has the capacity to absorb it to amplify its own strength. With the completion of the Death God transformation, the system customizes a set of initial combat techniques and basic skills tailored to your current state. It establishes a classification system based on your existing strength, which currently aligns with that of a Death God. However, the system's energy is critically low and faces imminent shutdown. It will only reboot once sufficient energy is accumulated or the host strength meets the requisite standards. Having just emerged, the system is on the verge of shutting down again. As I gaze at the newly manifested blade, known as the initial strike, I am plunged into contemplation. Suddenly, my mind is flooded with various sword techniques and martial arts skills. These must pertain to the Death God's combat style. Transforming into a Death God, I perceive the changes within me. The light energy has fully integrated into what is termed spiritual pressure, evolving into a unique form of energy. The super-evolution within the Ultraman universe transcends mere physical advancement. The soul itself undergoes evolution. Throughout the annals of the Ultraman universe, formidable soul entities have continually emerged in the realm perceived as the greatest adversary by the Kingdom of Light, a curse. transforms into a vengeful spirit of time and space upon its demise. This entity, nearly indestructible, distorts the very fabric of time, existing within its convolutions. It is capable of resurrection every 50,000 years, each revival granting it augmented power. The warped continuum cannot be eradicated, it can merely be sealed away. Subsequently, the colossal beings known as the ultra-wave people exhibit similar indomitable traits, resurrecting repeatedly in alternate dimensions, relentlessly pursuing Ace. Across various universes, the malevolent factions within the Ultra race possess analogous soul powers. As protagonists of the Ultra universe, the Ultra race's spiritual fortitude is inherently formidable. Upon achieving ultimate evolution, one undergoes a profound metamorphosis from within. The transformation of one's soul power is radically altered, and even without invoking the Death God's transformation, one's soul strength post-evolution could easily surpass that of the captains in the realm of the dead, far exceeding them by numerous streets. Though the world of the dead possesses certain flawed constructs, it is merely confined within planetary bounds. In stark contrast to supernatural beings capable of forcibly distorting the cosmic continuum and remaining indelible, the former seems trivial. Following the transition into a death god, one's soul strength becomes even more formidable, far transcending the typical parameters of a death god. Subsequently, you attempt to project your faint spiritual essence outward, and with a resounding bang, crystalline formations emanating from your being create fissures in the ground. The oppressive force of spiritual pressure, which typically affects only the soul, seems to have an impact on the physical realm, perhaps due to the fusion with light energy. You begin to grasp the underlying principles, realizing that there exists a fundamental difference between yourself and the so-called death gods. This power may be referred to as spiritual pressure, and its presence alleviates some of your inherent physical limitations. For the Ultra race, the body serves merely as a vessel for energy. The integration of spiritual pressure increases your bodily density to some extent. Perhaps, with the continued growth of this pressure, the notion of inherent deficiency will cease to be an issue as the citizens of the Kingdom of Peace embark upon their own transformations, curiously exploring their newfound forms. A figure interwoven with golden and violet hues gradually descends from beyond the atmosphere. With a mere wave of your hand, you unleash boundless radiance, instantly mending the chaos wrought by meteorites upon the ground. Your voice resonates forth. Newly reborn Ultra beings, this power is a gift from the grand cosmos that I hope you will wield it to safeguard the justice that resides within your hearts. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your growth. This moment leaves all who witness it in awe, an indelible memory etched in their minds. This scene left everyone in shock, unforgettable for a long time. Chapter 4. The Birth of the Land of Light. The Ultra Star. From the day the Ultra King descended, this planet was officially renamed the Ultra Star. It was because the original Ultra King referred to them as the Ultra race, and the Ultra Star symbolizes the planet where this Ultra race lives. As for the original Land of Peace, it was also renamed the Land of Light. This is a realm where light eternally exists. The people living in a land of light began to refer to themselves as the Clan of Light to distinguish themselves from other Ultra races. The Clan of Light, having completed their super evolution, felt a sense of novelty about everything, especially the various superpowers they gained after the evolution. They could unleash tens of thousands of tons of power with a wave of their hand, and could perform anti-gravity flight. They also possessed formidable mental strength, capable of projecting their consciousness outside their bodies, manifesting as an invisible but impactful psychic force on the material world. They referred to this as ultra telekinesis. The light energy within them also had various miraculous effects, but at this stage, they had yet to master specific application methods. They could only simply emit light energy outward. Of course, due to individual talent differences, the specific expressiveness varied. Lord Rain, what are you doing? Tars, Rain's only friend, looked at Rain vigorously swinging his shallow sword and striking at the air in an open space in the land of light, feeling puzzled. Consider it training. Rain replied without looking back, softly uttering a few words. After completing his super evolution, his brain had been pushed to its limits, and his learning ability reached an astonishing level. In just a few minutes, he had mastered the language system of this planet and could communicate with the people of the land of light without barriers. Training? What interesting concept. Is that sword your companion weapon? Just like my head spear? Tars took off the head spear on his head, tossed it into the sky, and the spear, as if it had its own consciousness, circled in the air before returning to his hand. He could be considered a rare genius among the Clan of Light. After his evolution, his genetic expression was red, a natural warrior. His body was filled with streamlined muscle lines, capable of unleashing terrifying power of 15 or 16 tons with a wave of his hand, and he could even lift over 20 tons with both hands. Naturally, he also possessed the characteristics common among the red race. On top of his head was a head spear that could be taken off at any time to be used as a weapon. His appearance resembled that of Seven to some extent, with a breastplate and no timer, and something similar to Seven's emitter organ on his forehead. However, the head spear was quite different. It was much more exaggerated than Seven's. The head spear was elongated, approximately 20 to 30 meters long, occupying about half of Tar's height. When worn on his head, the tail could even droop down to his hips. Holding it in his hand, it resembled a long knife. Moreover, since the head spear grew from the top of his head, it could be controlled by the frequency of his brain waves and manipulated with his mind after being detached. Just like now. Consider it so. Rain remained taciturn, but his movements were meticulous. Although he had learned the techniques of the Grim Reaper and the art of striking, that was merely in his mind. His hands had yet to master it. Therefore, he still required rigorous training to fully grasp it. After integrating spiritual pressure, his innate deficiencies were somewhat compensated. While he could not unleash the terrifying power of tens of thousands of tons like Tar's, he could still manage 1 or 2 tons. This was close to the ordinary standard of the blue race, which was not particularly skilled in combat. Thus, he could familiarize himself with the sword techniques and striking techniques that had been instilled in him on this planet. With the continuous growth of his spiritual pressure and ongoing rigorous training, it was not a vain hope to catch up with Tar's. However, Tar's were a puzzled expression, but we live in the peaceful land of light. What use is there for such rigorous techniques? Rain paused momentarily in his movements and finally stopped. Peace is not permanent. It is always temporary. Tar's, I know you, like others, have adapted to the peace here, but I hope you do not waste your talent. Strive to become stronger. Only then can you protect what you cherish when the time comes. Seeing Rain so serious, Tar seemed to fall into contemplation. After a long while, he spoke, a profound thought, but our clan seeks peace, and fighting goes against the idea of peace. Besides, the universe is currently protected by the Andrew Super Warriors. I believe they can maintain this peace. Is that so? Rain nodded lightly and did not persuade further. He understood that deeply ingrained beliefs could not be changed with just a few words. It was normal for those who had lived on a peaceful planet for a long time to lack a desire for power. After all, not everyone was as familiar with the plot as he was. They were not aware of what the future held for the Land of Light. The resurrection of the Cosmic Emperor Zoda every 50,000 years. The Ultra War ignited by the Ampila people. The invasion of Belial. The War of the Absolute Exchange. And so on. The Land of Light was destined to be the protagonist of the next era, and protagonists often faced various troubles. Rain's only goal now was to hope to gain some self-defense power in this chaotic universe. Isn't your wish, Lord Rain, to return to that planet called Earth? Recently, the turmoil in the universe has eased a bit. Perhaps there's a chance to look for your hometown, but it seems you no longer have a desire to return. Tar seemed to have completely disregarded Rain's words and instead concerned himself with other matters. Earth, remembering that familiar hometown. Rain couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. That Earth cannot be found in this universe. Tars nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. Puzzled. Can't be found in this universe? Is it in another parallel space? Rain did not linger on this topic, but began to shift the conversation. By the way, what exactly is the empire you have been mentioning? When this topic came up, Tars became somewhat serious. Of course, it is the ancient Asan Empire established jointly by the ancient Asan siblings. The ancient Asan Empire? Zoda? Rain's expression immediately stiffened. What pure energy! It is merely a level 4 civilization, yet they can develop such pure, eternal energy. It is truly incredible. Although it is the annoying power of light. If we could harness this energy body in our ancient Asan Empire, it would be enough to support the Empire's massive energy consumption for basic operations. The eldest of the 3 giants of the ancient Asan Empire, Mold, watched the shining planet before him through monitoring equipment, his eyes glimmering with light. The various races in the universe have fought back and forth, ultimately for the sake of resources. Whether for technological development or basic consumption, it all amounts to astronomical figures. The powerful ancient Asan Empire's sphere of influence spans the entire universe, and the resources consumed daily are unimaginable. Plasma sparks are the ideal type of energy. Almost endless high-purity energy, which even the 3 Zoda cannot fully comprehend. The only woman among the siblings, Gina, shook her head. No, that's within the control of the Andrew clan. Zoda sneered. Don't worry, I'll take care of those Andrew guys. Besides, I've had a plan to deal with them for a long time. This time, I will completely destroy the Andrews. Chapter 5. The Land of Light Under Fire. On this day, the universe was once again in turmoil. The already truce-bound Gwadi Empire and the Andro people ignited a new war. Moreover, it was an unprecedented total war. The battlefield spread across the entire universe, with most of the cosmic races participating in this conflict. Compared to the scale of this war, previous conflicts seemed like minor skirmishes. As Ryan had said, a momentary peace seemed to have vanished without a trace. What is that? Another meteor? Is the gravitational storm not over yet? The super eyesight of the Light Clan, evolved to a higher level, could easily capture images in space. As some people gazed at the sky, they vaguely noticed that deep in space, there seemed to be countless black dots approaching rapidly. Without a sense of crisis, they stopped to look and began to discuss. Tars was among them. Having learned from the previous experience of dealing with a meteor shower, they were no longer as panicked as before. Suddenly, Tar's gaze hardened. He noticed that on those tiny black dots, dazzling lights were flickering. At the same time, as the black dots continuously enlarged in his view, he seemed to realize something, and his mouth went dry. With a trembling voice, he shouted, "Not good. Those aren't meteors. They are fleets, the Gwadi Empire's fleet. Quickly, take cover." Before he could finish his words, those dazzling lights had already surged into the atmosphere, transforming into massive light columns with diameters of over 100 meters, crashing violently into the crowd. This was the standard laser railgun of the Gwadi Empire fleet. Once, the Gwadi army had used this destructive weapon to obliterate one planet after another, becoming infamous in this universe. Countless warships fired their laser railguns simultaneously, raining down like raindrops, directly cleansing the surface of this planet. Where the artillery fire passed, not a single inch of ground remained intact. Only countless craters and the faintly breathing Light Clan members were left behind. The Light Clan members were semi-energy beings. Ordinary skin injuries could be self-repaired by consuming their own energy. However, severe injuries were beyond repair. Fortunately, although countless were injured after the first round of bombardment, so far, no one had lost their life. Semi-energy beings were quite resilient. But this was just the first round. Soon, a new round of bombardment fell again, and this time, most of those attacked lost their combat effectiveness, with even some fatalities occurring. Following that came the third round of cleansing, the fourth round of cleansing. Until after the fifth round of cleansing, the sky finally began to calm down. In the ruins, Tars was fortunate not to have died under the bombardment, perhaps related to his red race physique. However, although he had survived, he sustained considerable injuries. He felt a burning pain all over, with no part of him comfortable. He crawled out from a deep pit and looked around, only to see his previously chatty kin now lying motionless on the ground. Their eyes had lost their luster, and their colorful timers had already extinguished. During this time, after research by the scientists of the Land of Light, it was discovered that the colorful timers were their energy cores, as well as the source of life. Once the glow was lost, it signified death. Damn it, bastards! He cursed loudly, raising his head to glare at the fleet of the Gwadi Empire in the sky. But he noticed that among the fleet, dozens of figures were descending. These were the monstrous weapons of the Gwadi Empire. Thud, thud, thud. They landed on the ground and began to attack the surroundings with claws and teeth. They spewed flames, cold air, and beams of light from their mouths, bellies, and eyes. Wherever they passed, buildings burned, everything froze, and everything shattered. Stop it! He charged at one of the monsters, trying to halt its destruction. But with no skill or combat experience, he appeared clumsy. Just as he got close, the monster noticed him and swiftly turned, knocking him down with its thick tail. The simple-minded monster, angered by someone interrupting its game, stomped its foot directly on Tar's chest. Bang! Crack, crack! The terrifying force seemed to crush Tar's chest slightly. Tar struggled to pry the monster's paw off, and with a sudden surge of strength, he surprisingly lifted the monster's paw. The monster, caught off guard, was flipped over, crashing to the ground. Tars felt a surge of joy, gaining a clear understanding of his own strength. Just as he was about to press the advantage, the commotion attracted the attention of other monsters. Two more monsters began to approach him. One of them casually shot a beam of light, knocking him down in pain, leaving him unable to fight back. The other monsters continued their rampage towards the depths of the Land of Light. Due to the earlier bombardment, most of the Light Clan had lost their combat effectiveness, and thus faced little resistance along the way. One monster was already extremely difficult for Tars to handle. How could he possibly face three monsters now? Tars was like a ball being kicked back and forth by the three monsters. In no time, he was left dazed. This invasion was commanded by Mold. He had been closely monitoring the battlefield of the Land of Light and had witnessed the changes occurring. After detecting the presence of high-purity energy on this planet, he directly formulated a combat plan. However, he did not expect that under the stimulation of this energy, the beings on this planet had completed super evolution. Fortunately, they seem to have not fully grasped this newfound power. They had no combat effectiveness at all. Otherwise, this plan might have failed. The combat plan did not take this factor into account and treated it as a normal invasion war. Mold sneered, using his mind to project his voice across the entire Aot star. How pathetic. Clearly possessing such power, yet completely unable to utilize it. I am Mold of the Gwadi Empire, the foolish people of the so-called Land of Peace. Hurry up and hand over that high-purity energy. Only the great Gwadi Empire deserves to possess such treasure. So, was it for the plasma spark that they came? Tars, enduring the pain in his body, felt as if a fire was burning in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to understand what Ryan had referred to as something worth cherishing. Unfortunately, he did not have the strength to protect it. Now he finally realized that it seemed to be too late. Glancing at the three monsters kicking him like a ball, he understood that his life might very well end today. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange wave quietly spread within a radius of several kilometers. The monster's playful kicking ceased abruptly. However, Tars did not feel relieved, as an immense pressure descended upon him. Bang! Crack, crack! The ground was violently cracked under this pressure. Wrapped in such force, the world in Tarsus's eyes seemed to have changed drastically. The sky, originally illuminated by the white-green glow of plasma sparks, appeared to have been stained with a layer of red. His ears seemed to no longer hear any sound. The entire world had become eerily silent. He glanced at the three-headed monster, only to find that the once fearsome beasts were now filled with terror, their bodies trembling slightly. They no longer resembled bioweapons, but looked more like frightened pets. What is this? What happened? Tarsus was horrified. It was as if something far more terrifying than the three-headed monsters before him was quietly brewing something. Step, step, step. The auditory organs, which seemed to hear nothing, finally detected some vibrations. It was a heavy sound of footsteps, gradually approaching from afar. Chapter 6, Spiritual Pressure. Soul Suppression. Tars turned his head stiffly, wanted to check the situation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of white blade light passed by, and he felt a blur in front of his eyes. A figure had swiftly dashed past him. The three monsters surrounding him shuddered slightly, swayed for a moment, and then fell heavily to the ground. Their grotesque heads separated from their necks and rolled to the side. Tars was astonished, but he finally saw the appearance of a newcomer. Lord Rain? Rain slowly sheathed his sword and turned to him with a gentle nod. Are you all right? And no, I'm fine. Tars stammered in response. Who was that just now? Zulfast. So strong. Is this the result of Lord Rain's training? If he could have such power. Rain shook his head slightly. Spiritual pressure is my innate ability. I was just lucky this time, using spiritual pressure to scare these monsters. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to handle. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have ended so easily. This is not modesty, but a fact. Of course, the most important thing is that I overestimated these monsters' resistance to spiritual pressure. Earlier, he was training his swordsmanship in the usual place, but had to stop due to the bombardment of countless railguns and came to check the situation. Coincidentally, he saw Tars in danger, which forced him to intervene. Although his swordsmanship technique had been continuously improving during this time, his physical strength still had limitations. Thus, he had always assessed his combat power conservatively. He was prepared to retreat at any moment. His main goal was still to save Tars. However, he underestimated the suppressive power of his spiritual pressure and overestimated the capacity of life forms in this universe to withstand it. The sudden outburst of spiritual pressure unexpectedly achieved such an effect. He examined the corpses of the three monsters in front of him and fell into thought. The physical characteristics still show some resemblance to well-known monsters from later generations, but they are still quite different from the monsters of the later generations. Their estimated strength should be considerably weaker than those monsters from later generations. Are they primitive versions? For example, one resembles a two-headed monster bird, but only has one head. Another resembles the bodyguard monster Black King, but appears much weaker compared to Black King, and can emit beams. The last one resembles the cosmic monster Bermuda, but has stout forelimbs. Thinking of the ago.He, which revives every 50,000 years, growing stronger each time, but being sealed every time. Rain pondered. It seems that cosmic civilizations will face natural selection, adhering to the law of the jungle. Monsters are the same and will continue to evolve. Therefore, the cosmic monsters of this stage are much weaker than their later generations. This scene was fully observed by Mold, who was secretly watching. He was astonished. What a strange energy reaction. It seems different from others. Is it a mutated individual? Moreover, compared to the other powerless citizens of the peaceful nation, this guy seems more like a battle-hardened warrior, possessing such impeccable swordsmanship. Truly a rarity. But then he smiled. Finally, there is someone interesting on this planet. He then issued an order to a nearby alien. I must have a plasma spark. I can't let this guy become a variable. Go. Send the Goer soldiers to encircle him. The alien asked curiously. King Mold, why don't you take action yourself? Mold's gaze turned fierce as he grabbed the alien's neck and lifted him up to his face. Are you suggesting that I use my great power to bully the weak? The alien was terrified. No. Just a guy with somewhat interesting swordsmanship. He is not worth my effort. Mold swung the axe in his hand. My strength is only used to strike at the strong. The alien was left speechless. It was truly surprising to see such steadfastness. Clearly a king of the dark faction, yet he possesses such noble moral qualities. It is unbelievable. But the alien also felt puzzled. ISNT commanding an army to invade other civilizations considered bullying the weak? However, he did not dare to ask and could only grit his teeth and reluctantly give orders. In the Kingdom of Light, Tar struggled to hold himself up. Lord Rain, hurry, the plasma spark tower is in danger. The target of the Goer Empire is the plasma spark. Rain looked at him, paused for a moment. All right, unexpectedly transported to this world. He has received too many benefits from the Kingdom of Light. His unreliable system is indeed too unreliable. Perhaps he can never return to his original world. Maybe in the years to come, this will be his second home. Out of emotion and reason, he would not stand by and do nothing. He turned and headed towards the plasma spark tower. The plasma spark tower was built to harness and spread the energy of the plasma spark throughout the planet during the process of creating the plasma spark. The plasma spark is located inside this tall tower. Just as Rain was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. His gaze alertly turned towards the sky. The Grim Reaper possesses the ability to sense others' spiritual pressure, allowing him to gauge the strength of enemies through the intensity of their spiritual pressure. Although this is the Ultra universe, there are still some commonalities. The higher the life form's level, the more powerful its soul naturally is. Previously, Rain had sensed that among the fleet in space, there was a life form whose spiritual pressure made him feel tremendous pressure even from a distance. And now, in that direction, several not weak spiritual pressures were approaching him. Suddenly, strange cries rang out. 10 or so figures descended. These figures had horns on their heads and held crescent-shaped blades in their hands. Goer soldiers, averaging 53 meters tall and weighing 40,000 tons. They're the most basic giant soldiers of the Goer Legion, skilled in close combat, serving as cannon fodder on the battlefield. These soldiers are products of mass production through technology. They are rapidly grown by cultivating certain cosmic cells. They often rely on numbers to win against enemies. It seems I have attracted significant attention. Rain thought to himself, but he was undaunted, even in battles of the same level. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Moreover, dealing with these cannon fodder, the power system that Rain mastered is completely foreign in this universe. And anyone who does not understand his information might suffer a great loss. Dozens of cannon fodder jumped towards him. Rain did not hesitate to unleash his spiritual pressure and immediately leaped into the air, delivering a flying kick directly at one of the cannon fodder. Many cannon fodder saw this and threw their crescent blades into the sky. Rain coldly snorted at the sight, and in the next moment, his descending body suddenly halted, actually stopping midair. Then he pushed off the ground. Under the astonished gazes of the cannon fodder, Rain unexpectedly performed a double jump, making a sharp turn in the air, landing on the ground and cleaving one cannon fodder in half with a single stroke. Tars was left dumbfounded. Even Mold was astonished. This guy was definitely not flying just now. He can actually run in the air, even jump. This is absolutely something simple flying cannot achieve. It's like joking with the gravity of this planet. This completely goes against the laws of physics. Chapter 7. The Destruction of Andrew's Star. Mold was astonished and said, "What an unexpected fighting style. Could this be a capability inherent to this race?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, swish, another flash of a blade appeared, and yet another ancient soldier was directly severed in half. After obtaining this shallow strike, Rain had already undergone a transformation due to the fusion with his own energy. In terms of sharpness alone, it could be considered one of the rare weapons in this universe. As long as it struck the body, it would definitely leave a mark. The remaining ancient soldiers saw this and rushed forward, trying to suppress him with their numerical advantage. However, Rain's expression was solemn, showing no signs of panic. He utilized the techniques from his memory to deal with the incoming attacks. His proficiency in slashing techniques was also steadily increasing. During this time, Rain had been continuously practicing his slashing skills, which had already shown initial results. He had successfully made his way into the basics, and now he was advancing towards the next level of proficiency. The Ultraverse had its criticisms, mainly for favoring brute force and output, while their techniques were often quite poor. Simple punches and kicks, combined with powerful output, could be used as finishing moves. In comparison, the slashing techniques and finesse in the world of the Shinigami were much more intricate. This was why Mold had previously felt that Rain's moves were hard to critique. In reality, he had just begun to learn. These ancient soldiers were not particularly strong, and Rain did not feel much pressure in dealing with them. It wouldn't be impossible to quickly end the battle, but it would be meaningless. He was clearly under special attention now. Even if he eliminated these ancient soldiers, he could face even stronger enemies next. He needed to buy time while waiting for an opportunity. Under Rain's hands, these ancient soldiers were gradually worn down. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, this spiritual pressure. Glancing at the space behind him, he quickly accelerated, using his shallow strike to take advantage of a gap and behead 2 ancient soldiers. Suddenly, his spiritual pressure erupted, stunning the remaining ancient soldiers. Seizing this moment, the blade in his hand flashed continuously, freezing the ancient soldiers in place. As a gentle breeze blew, their heads rolled off the ground like soccer balls. After a while, several headless corpses fell to the ground. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, flying towards the direction of the plasma spark tower at an astonishing speed of 5 Mach. Mold was momentarily stunned. Just now, he could sense that Rain was obviously stalling for time, which was why he had been entangled with these ancient soldiers for so long. Perhaps he had realized that he was being watched, but this sudden aggressive tactic left him somewhat perplexed. However, he quickly reacted. Do you want to escape? It's not that easy. With that thought, he prepared to arrange new opponents for Rain, rumbling. But before his orders could be given, suddenly a brilliant explosion of firelight erupted, and the command ship he was on suffered an unknown attack, resulting in an explosion. Amid the flames, Mold revealed himself in a somewhat disheveled state. Shocked, he looked around, only to see that the fleet he had brought had turned into a sea of wreckage. Among the ruins, a figure in armor stood alone in the void. Is it you, the leader of the Andrew people, Prometheus? Mold was greatly shocked. How could you still be alive? You should have been dead. Prometheus slowly turned around, revealing that his armor was covered in cracks. In a hoarse voice, Prometheus said, I will not die, at least not so easily until I have killed you 3 siblings. Awaken, Mold. Gina and Zoda have already been dealt with before you. The era of the ancient empire will come to a complete end today at my hands. Mold cried out in grief. You killed Gina and Zoda. I will take revenge for them. His eyes glowed red as he swung his axe, charging at Prometheus without any strategy. Prometheus seemed to have been waiting for this moment. He directly abandoned defense. Mold's axe struck his shoulder, the blade getting stuck deep in the armor, while Prometheus opened his arms and hugged Mold, who had not yet been able to retreat. The next moment, a violent energy erupted beneath the armor. The shocking shockwave from the explosive energy made the entire Ultraverse tremble. Rain, who was quickly approaching the plasma spark tower, also paused slightly. It's gone? It actually disappeared? He was astonished. Previously, he had sensed a powerful spiritual pressure that was almost on par with Mold's, perhaps even surpassing it. This spiritual pressure, in contrast to Mold's, emitted an astonishing dark aura that was completely different. The spiritual pressure was somewhat chaotic and strange, more like a forced fusion of 2 different spiritual pressures. Moreover, it radiated an incredible killing intent, clearly aimed at Mold. This was why he had decisively resolved the battle so quickly, believing that the opponent would be able to entangle Mold or even drive him back. He just didn't expect both spiritual pressures to disappear simultaneously. Coupled with the sudden explosion, it was evident that the newcomer had used some method to perish alongside Mold. Rain shook his head. Without further delay, he quickly arrived near the plasma spark tower. However, he saw that the area was already littered with blue members of the Light Clan, who, though not dead yet, were nearly on the brink. Their colorful timers flashing rapidly on their chests. These were scientists of the Light Clan. Clearly, they had fought desperately to block the monster's advance. The plasma spark was the source of life for the Light Nation. Although they had no combat capabilities, they still wouldn't sit idly by and watch others take it away. Quick, the plasma spark. A blue scientist lying on the ground grasped Rain's ankle and said urgently. Rain nodded. He stepped forward quickly. At this moment, many surviving clansmen had gathered here, rushing toward the monsters in an attempt to slow their advance. The monsters unleashed fireballs, cold air, beams, and other attacks, causing groups of light clan members to fall to the ground. Rain's expression hardened. He immediately joined the battle. His current spiritual pressure was indiscriminate and unsuitable for use here. Otherwise, those already heavily injured clan members could be further harmed under his spiritual pressure. However, with so many people holding back the monsters, it was indeed a contribution. Rain occasionally stabbed at the battlefield, and after a fierce battle, this chaotic fight finally came to an end. After this unequal war, the casualty statistics could be described as devastating. 1/3 of the entire population of a light nation had perished, and the number of injured was even greater. For a long time afterward, the entire light nation was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. Rain, the elders wish to see you. Tars, after this period of rest and treatment, had fully recovered from his injuries. That day, he sought out Ryan, but he came bearing the orders of the Elder Council. In the current Kingdom of Light, there was no institution like the Cosmic Guard. The highest authority was the Elder Council of the Kingdom of Light. Each member of the Elder Council was a highly respected sage in the Kingdom of Light. The Elder Council is looking for me? Is there something going on? Ryan, who was practicing martial arts, paused and asked with some confusion. Talus was silent for a moment before saying, Planet Andrew has been destroyed. Chapter 8. The Pioneer of the Kingdom of Light's History, Rain. The destruction of Andrew Planet? Rain was somewhat stunned. Andrew Planet was the home of the Andrew people. The Andrew super warriors cultivated on this planet were the main characters of this era, constantly battling against the ago.He Empire. Back when the Kingdom of Light was still a peaceful nation, it was under the protection of the Andrew super warriors that basic peace could be maintained. But what exactly happened? How could Andrew Planet, with so many super warriors, be destroyed like this? Tars explained. The ago.He Empire's Zuda attacked the planet where the Andrew people were located and used the celestial weapon known as the Black Hole Cannon. The Black Hole Cannon devoured the entire galaxy where Andrew Planet was located, resulting in the deaths of billions of Andrew people. At a critical moment, the leader of the Andrew clan, Prometheus, forcibly withstood the pressure of the black hole, leaving behind a spark of hope for the Andrew clan. Then, in a fit of rage, he killed Zuda and Gina. The Black Hole Cannon is a super weapon that terrifies all cosmic races. It is a cosmic-level disaster weapon. Some even refer to it as the abyss that can swallow everything. It is likely created through some means to artificially generate a black hole and precisely control its trajectory to devour everything, possessing the power to destroy an entire galaxy like a cosmic disaster. The fact that the leader of the Andrew clan could withstand such a disaster-level weapon and even manage to counterattack Zuda and Gina is indeed astonishing. What happened next? Rain asked. Tars shook his head. Although Prometheus dealt with the enemies, his life also came to an end. Later, he brought the last spark to the Star of Alt. After sending the surviving clansmen to the Star of Alt, he resolutely perished alongside Mold. The reason I know this so clearly is from the messages left by Prometheus. Rain felt that Prometheus seemed somewhat familiar. Of course, he wasn't thinking of the deity from Greek mythology who stole fire for humanity. He had followed a certain tokusatsu series in his previous life, so he had some understanding of some obscure tokusatsu lore. The character Prometheus indeed existed. In a certain comic, his significance to the entire Andrew clan is no less than that of the Greek deity to humanity. It is said that the armor of the Andrew clan was created by him. Of course, the comic's plot conflicts greatly with the official tokusatsu storyline, perhaps merely sharing similar settings. After all, he remembers that Prometheus in the comic was an Ultraman, but in this world, he clearly is not. Rain's mind stirred. Why did Prometheus think to send the remaining clansmen to the Star of Alt? Tars scratched his head. Actually, I just learned that our clan of Light and the Andrew clan seem to share a common ancestor. However, due to ideological differences at that time, the Andrew clan split off and migrated to Andrew Planet. Our clan yearned for peace, while the Andrew clan believed that peace needed to be protected by strength. Therefore, they developed biological armor, coexisting with it and gaining great power. Is that so? Ray nodded, feeling surprised. Biological armor? No wonder that spiritual pressure felt so strange back then. But he soon realized that the destruction of the Andrew clan also signified the end of an era. This universe may be on the brink of new turmoil. It seems that the Elders' Council seeking him out is closely related to this matter. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the Plasma Spark Tower to meet the Elders' Council. The Elders' Council of the Kingdom of Light consisted of 5 members. 3 were from the White Clan, and 2 were from the Blue Clan. The 3 White Clan elders were highly respected sages of the Kingdom of Light, who continuously encouraged everyone to persevere during the dark times the kingdom faced. The 2 Blue Clan elders were the kingdom's most outstanding scientists, having built tens of thousands of planetary engines and created artificial solar plasma sparks. Rain, you finally arrived. One of the White Clan elders said with a sense of relief. I didn't expect that the unexpected shelter back then would indirectly save today's Kingdom of Light. You're a good child. This White Clan elder was named Shreed, the most respected among them. During the darkest times, it was he who, with his gentle heart, inspired everyone to yearn for the light, preventing others' hearts from being swallowed by endless darkness. You should have learned from Tars that the universe is about to face new turmoil. Our Kingdom of Light has become accustomed to a peaceful life, and we have even forgotten how to fight. Therefore, we would like to ask you to teach our clansmen combat skills so that we can have enough ability to protect ourselves in the coming chaotic times. Rain pondered for a moment. Just self-defense? Everyone looked puzzled, not understanding what Rain meant. Rain didn't keep them guessing, but continued. The will of the Andrew people needs an heir. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly understanding what Rain meant. But this goal was too ambitious. How could the Kingdom of Light possibly become the new Andrew people? The Andrew people were a symbol of an era. In the hearts of the Light Clan and all cosmic beings, they were almost like deities. Their existence brought immense security. It was precisely because they were lost that the entire universe felt anxious, and wars began to erupt across the cosmos during this time. For the Kingdom of Light at present, this goal was undoubtedly lofty. But who could say what the future holds? The Light Clan was a race blessed by the great universe, favored by the will of the cosmos. Rain said softly. He knew very well that the Light Clan would be the protagonists of the next era. Yet, for now, they were still complete novices who didn't even know how to fight, possessing only raw power. If they truly wanted to replace the Andrew clan and become the guardians of this universe, there was still a long way to go. This period might last tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Growth takes time. That day, at the request of the Elders' Council, Rain became the first generation of combat instructors for the Kingdom of Light. He was the pioneer of the entire Kingdom of Light, and his name was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Kingdom of Light. To this end, the Kingdom of Light also added a new building, the Ultraman Arena. This was a place specifically for the students of the Kingdom of Light to learn and train. Chapter 9. Evolution Direction. Trump card. After experiencing the baptism of this war, it seems that many people have grown a lot. After learning about this matter, many tribesmen eagerly signed up to learn combat skills. Only by having strength can one protect what they cherish. This was just a sentence that Ryan once told Tars. But it has become a truth that other tribesmen have summarized from this lesson of blood and fire. Some truths can only be learned through real-life lessons. Not everyone can become a warrior. On a high platform in the Ultra Arena, Ryan, along with several elders and Tars, stood observing the crowd below. He then expressed some unexpected thoughts. Shrade asked in confusion, "Is it a limitation of talent?" Ryan patiently explained, "Based on my observations, the evolution direction after super-evolution varies greatly among tribesmen with different body colors. The Red Tribe focuses on strengthening the physique, with energy use as a supplement. The Silver Tribe emphasizes energy use, with physique as a supplement. The remaining White and Blue tribes are not suited for battle. These 2 tribes primarily develop brain functions, with the White Tribe enhancing logical thinking skills and the Blue Tribe enhancing learning and creativity. In terms of energy use and physical strength, they cannot compare to the Red and Silver tribes. Even in the universe, they do not have much of an advantage. The White Tribe is more suitable for management. They are good at identifying and solving problems. The Blue Tribe is more suited to be scientists, where their creative abilities can be better utilized in research. Therefore, combat personnel will primarily recruit from the Red and Silver tribes, while members from the other 2 tribes with good talent may be accepted on a case-by-case basis. Everyone looked at him in surprise. This was a question that those in higher positions had never researched. They did not expect Ryan to have discovered such a pattern unconsciously. They thought about it, and indeed, as Ryan said, at that moment, they looked at Ryan with a bit of shame. They even felt that compared to them, Ryan seemed more suitable to be the decision-maker of this planet. Shrade said solemnly, "Then let's proceed as you suggested." Ryan nodded and continued. As I mentioned earlier, the strengthening directions of different races are not the same, and I am no exception. Therefore, my combat skills are not suitable for other tribesmen. I will only teach them some combat concepts and basic techniques to form combat effectiveness. More people need to participate and quickly complete the construction of a combat system suitable for their own race. The tactics and techniques of the Grim Reaper are completely tailored for the Grim Reaper. The energy properties used are entirely different from pure light energy. Even if Ryan taught them, they would not be able to exert the required power. In fact, it might lead them astray. He is able to use it because of the fusion of spiritual pressure and light energy. After repeated consideration, Ryan came up with this plan. At this moment, everyone also recalled that since Ryan does not belong to the original inhabitants of this planet, his gene expression after evolution must be completely different. They were all curious about what Ryan's strengthening direction was, but in the end, they couldn't bring themselves to ask. Of course, even if they didn't ask, Ryan wouldn't explain out of boredom. In fact, after completing his evolution, he had studied his own evolution direction. Logically speaking, his greatest strength now is the power of the soul. But this ability resulted from the system turning him into a Grim Reaper and does not count as his self-evolution direction. After some research, he found that although he is extremely mediocre in various aspects, this body does have some redeeming qualities. Perhaps because of his race or due to congenital deficiencies, his strengthening direction is somewhat unconventional. But precisely because of this, it also provided Ryan with a trump card for self-protection. That is why he was able to calmly respond to such a scene during the previous invasion. Unfortunately, this ability is too powerful and completely uncontrollable, so at this stage, it can only serve as a trump card. In the following period, in the Ultra Arena of the Kingdom of Light, batches of red and silver tribesmen were sent here to learn some basic martial arts skills. However, perhaps because these light tribe members started learning martial arts too late, even these basic techniques were quite challenging for them. The main reason lies not in the absorption of knowledge, but in their overly rigid bodies, which cannot fully execute the techniques. Nevertheless, there were some talented warriors who stood out among the many warriors. However, most of these were red tribe warriors, with the silver tribe's representation being pitifully low. Learning martial arts does not allow the silver tribe's advantages to be fully utilized. Previously, the Elder Council established a research group for light skills, but it is unknown how much progress they have made. Ryan had long been aware of this issue and had already provided a solution. However, according to the last message received, the energy within the light tribe had already stabilized after super evolution, making it difficult to form any destructive power. They have developed some auxiliary light techniques. For example, due to similar energy properties, the energy can be transmitted among tribesmen to recharge others. This skill has been simply and crudely named Ultra Recharge. Similar auxiliary light techniques can be described as varied, but they are only limited to support and have no destructive power. Ryan has done his best regarding this outcome. He has accomplished what he needed to do. He silently calculated the time and was indeed startled. The lifespan of the light tribe is extremely long. The concept of time for them is merely a quantifiable number. Time has quietly passed, equivalent to thousands of years in Earth time. He felt no sense of this and did not feel any erosion of the years. The only significant change is that in these thousands of years, his slashing technique and unarmed combat have surpassed the proficient level and reached a mastery level. Moreover, his spiritual pressure has increased nearly several times compared to 1,000 years ago. Now, defeating his former self might only require one move. What level should the spiritual pressure of a squad leader be? How far am I from that? Ryan wondered. After arriving in this universe, the system hastily provided him with a novice equipment, only to shut down again due to excessive energy consumption. It was said that his spiritual pressure must reach the level of a squad leader to restart. However, this squad leader is definitely a different concept from the one in the world of Grim Reapers. With his current spiritual pressure in the world of Grim Reapers, he would be at the ceiling. This ranking should have been established after the system arrived in this universe, specifically tailored to the rules of this universe. Chapter 10. Sword Pressure. The Legendary Giants. During this millennium, the universe has completely fallen into chaos. The decline of two dominant powers has left many post-war issues. As a result of the reshuffling of the cosmic landscape, the once suppressed cosmic strong races began to gradually reveal their ambitions, all wanting to replace the former dominators and become the architects of cosmic order. In the past 1,000 years, the area near the Kingdom of Light has been surprisingly peaceful. Perhaps this is because, during the era of the Androvians, those ambitious cosmic races had already been eliminated. This has caused this star region to remain lifeless for over 1,000 years. A beam of light flew from afar, forming several unique characters in the sky. It was the Ultra Signature. This was also a research achievement of the Light Skills Research Group, which could be used to send messages over long distances. Moreover, The amount of information it carried was astonishing. Ultimately, it couldn't be avoided. Rain analyzed the information contained in the text. Empire Star People? According to the description in the Ultra signature, aliens had already set their sights on the Kingdom of Light. For the past 1,000 years, the Kingdom of Light had been a minor player in the universe, but the brilliance of this plasma spark could not be concealed. Someone had discovered the existence of the plasma spark again and was preparing to launch an invasion war against the Kingdom of Light. The invaders were the Empire Star People. It was not surprising that the civilization of the Empire Star People existed over 200,000 years ago at the start of the original plot. However, it was uncertain whether the current Empire Star People were as powerful as they were in later generations. The ultra-killing light of the Empire Star People in later generations had given the Ultra Brothers a lot of trouble. Rain took it seriously. Tars. Yes, Tars, who was crazily training and developing his physical limits, responded immediately. Among many exceptionally talented warriors, Tars was arguably the most gifted and the fastest growing. He had the posture of a leader. Assemble 100 elite-class warriors to prepare for battle. Yes, Tars did not ask who the enemy was, but diligently executed the order. Rain was the chief instructor of the Kingdom of Light and would serve as the frontline commander during wartime, which was also a right granted by the Elder Council. Soon, 100 elite-class warriors had gathered. Most of the elite-class warriors were from the Red Tribe, but there was still one warrior from the Silver Tribe. His name was Tydak. He was the most exceptionally gifted among many Silver Tribe warriors. Not only did he possess excellent energy manipulation talent, but he also had a decent physical talent. Even among many Red Tribe warriors, he could rank above average. Although Tydak was still just a boy equivalent to a 13 or 14-year-old human. His appearance was quite unique, especially with a pair of striking large horns on his head. These horns were similar to those of the Ultra Father, but much more robust than the Ultra Father's normal state, comparable to the evolved version after activating true power. Curious Tydak pulled a nearby Red Tribe warrior and asked, "What are we going to do?" The Red Tribe warrior was taken aback. "It should be a mission." "Is it going to be a battle?" Tydak's eyes brightened, seeming very excited. "Then we might get to see Instructor Rain in action. I heard he is very strong." The Red Tribe warrior helplessly replied, "War is not beautiful, Tydak." But in truth, he was also very curious. They had only heard legends about Rain. It was said that Rain single-handedly saved the Kingdom of Light, but apart from Tars and the scientists from the Science and Technology Bureau, almost no one had truly seen him in action. And there were many others who were equally curious. Besides Tars, all the young warriors likely had the same thoughts. In this era, the name of the Empire Star People still echoed throughout the universe. Their kin were born with strong combat talent. Even during the era of the Ancient A Empire, they were a powerful race. After the curtain fell on the era of the Ancient A Empire, the Empire Star produced a king known as the strongest king in the history of the Empire Star. His name was Indra. He was the king of the Empire Star People and also the most powerful warrior of the Empire Star. Under his leadership, the Empire Star People swept through and had already dominated several nearby star clouds. His status within the Empire Star rose steadily. However, with gain comes loss. Although the Empire Star People were born as powerful warriors, their numbers were not large. The kin that came this time numbered only a few dozen. Although Rain only brought a mere 100 people, they still held a numerical advantage. The two sides met near the M78 nebula. Rain and his group moved quickly. Over the years, the research group discovered that although their flight speed was limited in the atmosphere, mostly maintaining speeds of several Mach once they entered space, they could revert to their original form of light, thus boosting their speed to faster than light. Once they achieved faster than light speed, they could transcend the constraints of time and space, entering subspace channels for travel. In the subspace channel, as long as the energy was sufficient, crossing millions of light years could take only a day or two, or even just a few seconds. In just a few moments, they arrived here, waiting along the inevitable path of the Empire Star People for their arrival. At the same time, he also saw the appearance of the Empire Star People of this era. Unlike the future Empire Star People, those of this era resembled the Baltan people somewhat. Their bodies were much slimmer, but their skin color was blue. Is this the race of light? Indra sat majestically on a throne-like spaceship, looking down from above. Beside him, an Empire Star person expressed dissatisfaction. They were the trash that almost faced extinction before, and they dared to resist the naturalization from our Empire Star's strongest king. Indeed, from their perspective, this was not an invasion, but a naturalization. It was a gift from their strongest king, offering the Kingdom of Light a hard-earned opportunity to become slaves to the Empire Star. Of course, this was not an excuse. The Empire Star People were serious. Although they were powerful in combat, they were also known throughout the universe for being simple-minded brutes. They were absolutely straightforward. The mere light dares to resist our strongest king? Indra was even angrier. Kill them. But before they could act, Rain had already taken the initiative. Under everyone's attention, a long knife suddenly appeared in his empty hand. As he became increasingly familiar over the past 1,000 years, he mastered the method of embedding the shallow blade into his consciousness. After all, the slashing blade was an extension of the soul. Buzz! A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from him. An immense pressure instantly descended upon all the Empire Star people. Bang, bang, bang! The spaceship brought by the Empire Star people was shaken and cracked by the powerful pressure. What? The so-called strongest king Indra was shocked. But before he could react, a dazzling golden light burst forth directly from the edge of the shallow blade. Swish! This golden light directly cut into the fleet of the Empire Star people, severing one warship after another in half, and continued unabated, enlarging in Indra's eyes. Chronicle of the Empire Star in the 120,000th year of the new era of Empire Star, the strongest king, Indra, was born. In the 158,000th year, the era of the ancient empire came to an end, and the strongest king led the Empire Star to conquer the universe, sweeping through several nebulae without defeat, intending to establish a cosmic order belonging to the Empire Star. In the 159,000th year, the strongest king decided to wage war against the Kingdom of Light to seize high-purity energy plasma sparks. He encountered the legendary giant, Rian. The strongest king fell. The path of the Empire Star's dominance thus came to an end. Sword pressure, that which cannot be resisted, known as sword pressure, cut through everything. It also severed the strongest king's ambition for the throne. Chapter 11. The Beginning of Light. Spiam. The radiance dissipated. In front of Rain, a vacuum had also been cleared. The wreckage of the spaceship had been blown away by the shockwave created by that instantaneous strike. Sitting upright on his throne-like spaceship, the strongest king Indra's body was stiff, and his gaze gradually became unfocused. And on his chest, there was a large, charred, and hideous wound. Ultimately, his body slowly split into two parts, dead beyond recovery. The other Imperial aliens were stunned for a long time, then chaos erupted. The strongest king was a monster. This is a monster. He is definitely an enemy we cannot fight against. Quick, run away. As the symbol of faith for the Imperial aliens, Indra was killed by Rain before he could do anything. The morale of the Imperial aliens collapsed with Indra's death. There was no longer any fighting spirit left. Rain calmly issued the command, attack. After mastering the cutting technique, he gradually learned how to unleash his spiritual pressure. This is what is known as sword pressure. The scorching spiritual pressure, wielded with the finesse of cutting techniques, unleashed an astonishing lethality. It was likely no less than those famous powerful cutting skills in later times. The only downside was that such a high-intensity sword pressure attack consumed a considerable amount of energy for him at that moment. Is this the true strength of the chief instructor? The young warriors were shaken. This strike was deeply etched into everyone's minds. However, for the Imperial aliens, it was an inescapable nightmare. For the warriors of the Light Nation, it greatly boosted their morale. The Imperial aliens, who had lost all fighting spirit, surprisingly found themselves at a disadvantage against these inexperienced new warriors. This allowed the warriors of the Light Nation to finally unleash the martial arts techniques they had trained in for thousands of years. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive throwing dart streaked through the void like lightning, easily taking the heads of three unprepared Imperial aliens in a panic. This was Tar's throwing dart. After circling around and killing three Imperial aliens, the dart returned to Tar's hand. Grasping the tail of the dart, he charged into the battlefield, and with simple yet fierce slashes, he surprisingly found it difficult to meet a match. Over the past millennium, under Rain's guidance, Tars had not only mastered the control of the throwing dart, but also some basic slashing techniques. Although he focused on speed, accuracy, and lethality, it was the most suitable fighting style for him at this stage. He had become a qualified warrior. Quick, launch the Spiam destruction cannon. Suddenly, someone shouted in the Imperial alien camp. Buzz! A massive cannon directly aimed at the Light Nation's camp, and a silvery light condensed in the barrel, exuding an astonishing sense of oppression. Rain's gaze sharpened. Without any hesitation, he unleashed another sword pressure. The cannon was cut in half. The white energy also exploded, blowing the spaceship to smithereens. The shocking shockwave blew away the warriors who were relatively close. The Spiam destruction cannon? Rain mulled over the name, capture a prisoner. Although the spam destruction cannon did not achieve its purpose, the final explosion did indeed momentarily hinder the warriors of the Light Nation. Taking advantage of this gap, the Imperial aliens hurriedly activated their space jump devices and quickly fled the battlefield. This was a battle that rewrote the history of the Imperial aliens. Due to the shadow of this battle, the Imperial aliens lost their ambition to conquer the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. They even described the Light Nation as the archenemy of the Imperial aliens. The name Rain was recorded in the annals of the Imperial aliens and became the most frequently appearing antagonist in some folktales. Such stories often concluded with the victory of the antagonist. This made the Imperial aliens engrave their fear of Rain into their DNA. Due to the impact of this battle, the Imperial aliens began to recruit scientists in large numbers and crazily develop genetic technology. They believed Rain's strike was unstoppable. Only through frantically stacking armor could they hope to survive such an attack. This unexpectedly led them to acquire what is claimed to be the most solid physique in the universe. Although the Imperial aliens retreated, they still left behind prisoners. Rain began to interrogate them for information about the spam destruction cannon. This was also Rain's sole purpose. The spam destruction cannon was clearly a powerful weapon using spam material as ammunition. According to Rain's knowledge, the prerequisite for using the spam ray was the need to fuse with spam material. Once the spam material was found, it would undoubtedly solve the Light Nation's problem of insufficient light attack power. Although he was not clear about the usage conditions of other light skills, at this stage, a spam ray should be sufficient. The Imperial aliens had already been scared out of their wits, so they naturally spoke freely about these questions. The spam destruction cannon was something they had confiscated from a certain technological race, and there were abundant spam materials on several planets near the homeworld of that race. The location was not far from here. Flying through the subspace channel, it might only take a few minutes to reach. As for that technological race, they had been exterminated by the Imperial aliens after resisting during their assimilation. The news of the Imperial aliens' defeat quickly spread throughout all the nebulae within the Orion range. The Light Nation thus gained the attention of other cosmic races. This once inconspicuous, even negligible race directly became famous in this battle. They entered people's sights. The star domains originally owned by the Imperial aliens naturally became the sphere of influence of the Light Nation. The name Rain left a profound impression on everyone. The information they received was simply too fantastical. The strongest king of the Imperial aliens, reputed to be the strongest warrior in the history of the Imperial aliens, was actually killed in one blow. They all knew what kind of power Indra possessed. Although some strong races nearby believed they could certainly match Indra, none could achieve a one-hit kill. This caused them to be deeply wary. However, the rise of the Light Nation also broke the strategic balance in Orion. Some major powers nearby were already evenly matched and had been engaged in a tug-of-war for a while. The combat power displayed by the Light Nation this time made them all feel a sense of crisis. Chapter 12. The Dawn of a New Era. The Ultimate Life Form. Zen. It worked. Tars rushed to Rain with excitement. According to the research team on light skills, spy material can indeed enhance the lethality of light. Given their friendship, their interactions were not so formal and private. On the training field or battlefield, Tars would address Rain by his title according to the rules. But in private, they would call each other by their names. Is that so? Then let's have the warriors merge quickly. I remember the activation method for light seems to have been developed a long time ago, right? As long as the warriors can use light, I believe the combat power of the Light Nation will soar. Rain nodded. The emergence of light skills has once again led to a surge of talent in the Light Nation. Unsurprisingly, these were all Silver Race warriors. They possess outstanding talent and can easily master spam light. And some even more gifted individuals have developed their own unique light skills based on the properties of spam light. Whoosh! A wheel-shaped beam of light cut through the sky, splitting a giant rock in half not far away. Now a young man, Tydak exclaimed, "Chief Instructor, how powerful is my 8-part wheel? ISNT it on par with Brother Tar's head dart?" Rain agreed. Indeed, it's quite good, and it will certainly shine on the battlefield in the future. At this moment, a bright red cape appeared on him. This was the Commander S cape, a symbol of status in the Light Nation, and also the first Commander S cape in the history of the Light Nation. Under the arrangement of the Elder Council, it was specially made by the Science and Technology Bureau. During battles, the cape can particleize and condense into a bracelet style worn on the wrist without affecting performance. Tydak's eyes lit up. Battlefield? Is there a war again? Rain shook his head slightly and didn't say more. He understood the young warrior's desire to perform. As the territory controlled by the Light Nation expanded, Rain could no longer do everything himself. The previous 100 warriors from the elite class and the later emerging Silver Race warriors had gradually become the living force of the Light Nation, stationed at various defense lines. They all held important positions on the front lines. Although the Light Nation had not experienced any large-scale battles in recent years, there had been no shortage of friction with the surrounding strong races. In these frictions, many warriors began to stand out. The most outstanding one, of course, was Tars. He gained recognition from various races in the universe due to his exceptional strength and accumulated considerable prestige in the army over the years. Among the others, many also performed remarkably. For example, there was a Silver Race warrior who left a deep impression on Rain. This warrior was not a member of the elite class and did not have outstanding talents in various aspects. But somehow, he obtained a magical bracelet item that allowed him to break through the ranks of many warriors. That bracelet could transform into various weapons, and it integrated offense and defense. Its lethality even surpassed Tar's head dart. This made him think of the future Goemon. Could there be a connection between the two? As for Tydak, due to his younger age, he had not been sent to the front lines until just recently when he received Rain's approval to go to the frontline battlefield. But he had yet to experience any battle. The occurrence of small-scale friction was actually the best outcome. Those cosmic races were ruthless villains. If it weren't for their fear of the strength Rain had previously displayed, perhaps the Light Nation would have already been besieged. Moreover, during this period, these cosmic races had been raising a large number of monster weapons, clearly with ill intentions. Rain did not care about this. The potential of the Light Nation had not yet been fully developed, which also required some time. As long as the potential was fully developed, when it came to a full-scale war, the outcome was still uncertain. After sending Tydak away, he began to practice his unarmed combat skills. Of course, Tydak was very satisfied because he received recognition from his most respected chief instructor. The system had still been in a state of feigning death over the years. Fortunately, his strength had not stopped growing, and his spiritual pressure had doubled again. Could this unfortunate system really be dead? After so many years, it was still silent? Rain came back to his senses, feeling the doubled intensity of spiritual pressure within him. He couldn't help but complain about the system that had been feigning death for so many years. But there was no response at all. This unfortunate system was likely truly dead. Just then, a signal from the Ultra League suddenly flew in from space, condensing into several characters in front of Rain. He glanced over. Couldn't they hold back any longer? The real war has begun. Moreover, this time, the Light Nation would independently confront the 5 major cosmic powers surrounding them. Yes, these cosmic races had united. The monster weapons they had cultivated formed a monster army joining the battlefield. At this time, Tars and the others were fighting fiercely against them. After years of silence, it was time to clean up the surrounding cockroaches. When he reached this point, he directly sent his ultra signal and made some basic strategic deployments. Whoosh! Rain's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the combat command room. The guards at the entrance were startled when they saw a figure appearing out of nowhere. Just as they were on high alert, they relaxed when they realized it was Rain. While the other warriors of the Light Nation were developing their own unique light skills, Rain was not idle either. The system had still been in a state of feigning death over the years, but he had developed his own unique Shinigami Shuinpa through his efforts. This allowed him to cope with more diverse battles. The principle of Shuinpa was quite simple. It involved concentrating spiritual pressure on the feet and then making a short burst to achieve instant acceleration. This war lasted nearly 1,000 years. This time, Rain didn't even show up, but the warriors of the Light Nation directly gave the 5 cosmic races a big surprise. One by one, exceptionally gifted warriors began to shine. The most outstanding warriors led by Tars and Tydak directly influenced the entire battlefield. After 1,000 years, the warriors of the Light Nation had grown significantly. The territories of the 5 major cosmic races were continuously compressed, almost being driven out of the entire M78 nebula. At this moment, the universe truly recognized the strength of the Light Nation. After a millennium of warfare, Tars and Tydak, who performed best, were even awarded the title of heroes. However, just as the Light Nation was preparing to strike while the iron was hot and completely eliminate the threat posed by the 5 cosmic races, an unexpected event occurred. The 5 races were eliminated, but not by the hands of the Light Nation. A new force had joined the battlefield. What happened to Tars? At the entrance of the Ultra Hospital, Rain's expression was grave. The warrior who brought Tars back looked pained. Captain Tars is seriously injured and on the verge of death. Rain asked, what exactly happened? The warrior recalled and said, It was the Lebrander aliens, who called themselves Lebrander aliens. He didn't know what method they used to control the monstrous army of the 5 major races, causing the monsters to revolt and annihilate the 5 races. Those monsters, under his control, were able to evolve rapidly, and their combat power skyrocketed. Captain Tars fought desperately to buy us time against the monstrous army, but in the end, is it the ultimate life form, the Lebrander alien? Has he finally appeared? Chapter 13, The Heart of the Strong, the madman who rules the universe. The treatment process went relatively smoothly. This is also a result of the Light Nation beginning to build a new medical system under the supervision of Rain during this period. There is now a medical plan specifically tailored to the physical condition of the Light Clan. In particular, the development of certain medical light technologies has completely transformed the medical system of the Light Nation. Previously, such injuries would have been deemed hopeless. After the rotation of more than a dozen outstanding medical light specialists, Tars has finally passed the critical period. Rain has finally seen him again. He now looks very haggard, weakly leaning on the hospital bed, with the colorful timer on his chest still flashing rapidly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. And his diamond-shaped eyes are also dull and lifeless. Various instruments are strapped to him, continuously supplying energy to maintain the basic functions of his life. I am truly sorry, Commander Rain. The doctors at the Auto Hospital say there's a powerful dark energy eroding my body. Being able to keep this life is already the best outcome. From now on, I fear I will not be able to participate in battles anymore, Tars said dejectedly. Rain patted his shoulder. Rest assured and recover. You have already done enough. If it weren't for your desperate resistance, perhaps even more lives would have been sacrificed. I will recommend you to join the Council of Elders. With your achievements and reputation, no one will refuse. In fact, Tars' reputation alone was still a bit lacking to join the Council of Elders. But if Rain were to recommend him, there would be no problem. Right now, in the entire Light Nation, Rain is the one with the highest reputation and support. Even the Council of Elders would respect any of Rain's opinions. The prospect of retiring to the Council of Elders didn't seem to cheer Tars up. He simply said, Rain, I've always believed that as long as I possess great power, I can protect this Light Nation and prevent the tragedies of the ancient Guadi Empire from happening again. But unexpectedly, before this wish could be fulfilled, please, you are the faith of all the warriors of our Light Nation. I can fall, but you cannot. Please make sure to carry on my share and protect the Light Nation, Tars implored. Rain nodded gently. All right, just a mere Reblando alien. He really wanted to see the so-called ultimate life form's power. Just as Tars said, he cannot fall, for he is the faith of all warriors. But this would not make him timid. Moreover, the Reblando alien's ambition is to rule the entire universe, and he certainly would not give up on attacking the Light Nation. Since that is the case, he might as well muster up the courage. Success or failure can only be determined by trying. He is no longer the corporate slave he was on Earth. After experiencing so many battles, he has cultivated the heart of a strong person. A true strong person, when faced with external threats, will never simply retreat. The appearance of the Reblando aliens also heralds the dawn of a new era. According to future records, the Reblando aliens controlled monsters across the universe, almost ruling this universe for tens of thousands of years. And the situation is developing exactly like that. Wherever the Reblando aliens appeared, as long as there were monsters present, those monsters invariably began to riot. Moreover, a mysterious power compelled them to evolve rapidly, becoming more ferocious and aggressive. The universe trembled. Many cosmic races that favored breeding monster weapons suffered backlash this time. Those monsters that could no longer be controlled have already become the possessions of the Reblando aliens, serving them. The strength of the Reblando aliens is also rapidly growing. It is precisely because they can easily control monsters across the universe that perhaps the Reblando aliens will be the fastest cosmic emperors to ever rule the universe. The growth of monsters also requires nutrients. A steady stream of monsters, once controlled by the Reblando aliens, left him somewhat dissatisfied. How could monsters that had never experienced battle be worthy of the title of monster weapons? He decided to designate some hunting grounds to cultivate the combat power of the monsters. The Light Nation of the M78 Nebula? The Reblando couldn't help but think of the conflict that occurred with the Light Clan when he previously captured a batch of monsters near the M78 Nebula. Tars is indeed a qualified warrior. He is also the best warrior in the Light Nation aside from Rain. At that time, facing the siege of numerous monsters, Tars even disregarded his own injuries, unleashing his full power, and several monsters that had just completed their evolution were eliminated on the spot by him. The remaining monsters, having not yet cultivated their ferocity, were actually intimidated by Tar's momentum and dared not approach for a time. This scene left a deep impression on the Reblando aliens. If he hadn't intervened personally, Tars might not have been able to eliminate the monster army, but at least he would have had a chance to escape. Let's start with the Light Clan. The Reblando murmured to himself. Since the Reblando aliens took control of countless monsters, they have already become the focus of the entire universe. Every move they make is closely watched. All cosmic races have witnessed that wherever the Reblando aliens pass, they unleash a rampage of monsters. The areas they pass through are almost left barren. Instantly, they are filled with terror. A madman. This is a madman. This suddenly made them nostalgic for the era of the ancient Guadi Legion. Although many cosmic races had to live as slaves under the control of the ancient Guadi Legion, at least the Zoda siblings would not be as insane as the Reblando aliens. They slaughter wherever they go, which is truly chilling. Seeing the Reblando aliens getting closer, many cosmic races, in order to preserve some spark of life, directly let some people abandon their home planets and flee into the depths of the universe in search of new habitats. Is that so? They are indeed heading towards the direction of the Light Nation? Rain nodded slightly after listening to his warriors describe the current battlefield situation. However, he was not surprised at all. After the previous battle, Rain strategically contracted the territory of the Light Nation, abandoning much of their domain and consolidating within the M78 Nebula. They needed to gather strength to face the upcoming dangers. The Reblando's attack was also within Rain's expectations. Although he did not know the true intentions of the Reblando, he knew that sooner or later he would confront them officially after their appearance. He just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Chapter 14, God of the Universe? An uncontrollable power. At the same time, Rain learned from the intelligence of his warriors about the actions of the Reblando aliens during this period. Even Rain was surprised. The brutality of the Reblando aliens opened his eyes. Their evil acts were almost without pattern. No wonder that in later generations, when those aliens recalled the name of the Reblando, they unconsciously showed fear. Clearly, they were aware of the Reblando's past. Moreover, it left a deep psychological shadow in their hearts. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a madman? More importantly, a madman who controls universe-level strategic weapons, monsters from the entire universe. If he goes completely insane, he could even destroy all civilizations in the universe. Just thinking about it is nerve-wracking. Although the three Zhuoda siblings established the ancient Empire, their true purpose was to clear the universe in advance to welcome the arrival of ago.He. While they also engaged in killing, at least there was some order and a bottom line. They even naturalized some alien races to cultivate their own power. After all, the Zhuoda siblings' original goal was simply to build an empire to welcome the arrival of ago.He. They were looking to achieve something significant, which is entirely different from the Reblando. Rain believed that during the time the Reblando ruled the universe in the Ultraverse, it must have been the darkest period in Ultraverse history. Otherwise, generations later, people wouldn't feel fear at the mention of his name. I will meet the Reblando aliens. Rain instructed those around him and stood up. You all act as you see fit and guard the area of the M78 Nebula. What, Commander? You alone? The other warriors nearby were shocked, especially Tydak, who immediately said, Commander, I will go with you. My strength should be able to help. Rain glanced at him. This time, the enemy is not an ordinary foe. Even I do not have absolute confidence. Going could mean total annihilation. Yet, the others showed no signs of fear. This is our honor. Previously, Tars lost his qualification as a warrior to protect them. This left them with an indescribable guilt. This time, they did not want to hide behind Rain, as the power they had gained was meant to protect what they cherished, not to be the protected ones. Tydak smiled to ease the atmosphere. Commander, you should not know this, but we have not been idle during this time. This might give you a big surprise. Rain paused for a moment and did not refuse again. All right, but no matter what happens, you must strictly obey orders. Yes. Soon, Rain finally welcomed his first meeting with the Reblando aliens. At the same time, he also saw the monster army that had been completely transformed under the control of the Reblando aliens. Seeing the appearance of these monsters amazed Rain, because this group of monsters now looked very close to the monsters of later generations. Perhaps if the Reblando were given more time, these monsters could very likely evolve into the fully developed forms seen in later generations. Could it be that the role of the Reblando aliens in Ultraverse history was actually to act as a catalyst for the evolution of monsters? Rain thought to himself, quite interesting. I wonder what expression the Reblando aliens would have if they knew this. However, this also proved the Reblondo's capabilities. Almost every time he appeared, he single-handedly promoted the evolution and transformation of monsters across the universe, making him an indispensable catalyst in the historical process of the Ultraverse. Ahead was a dense army of monsters, and, counting them, there were probably tens of thousands. This was not even the limit of the Reblondo aliens. At the moment he appeared, all the monsters in the universe were already under his control, only limited by the distance some monsters had from him, preventing them from being incorporated into the monster army. The time was still too short, affecting the Reblondo's foundation. However, this power was already beyond what the Light Clan could contend with. After more than 10,000 years of cultivation, the number of qualified warriors in the Land of Light was only a few tens of thousands, and their strengths varied. Yet, the strength of these monsters as monster weapons was extremely powerful, with each one being considered a mid to upper level combat strength in the universe, and possibly even higher. The gap in overall strength was simply too vast. The Reblondo alien stood towering behind the monster army. His figure was enormous, probably reaching an astonishing height of 200 to 300 meters. The monster army before him looked more like a group of small reptiles. As an ultimate life form, the Reblondo aliens did not have a fixed height. Theoretically, he could make himself infinitely large at will, provided he had enough energy to expend. In the universe, there are always some insects hoping to change their fate through rebellion. The Reblondo aliens chuckled darkly. But can fate be easily resisted? Only an omnipotent god can control all of this. Rain picked up on it. The Reblondo aliens were very arrogant, proclaiming themselves to be the all-powerful god of this universe. Of course, there are gods in the Ultraverse, but these so-called gods are mostly like mental thought forms with certain superpowers. Some are self-proclaimed false gods from powerful cosmic beings, just like the current Reblondo aliens. Rain remained calm, and, with a wave of his hand, retrieved the shallow sword from his own consciousness. He fearlessly swung it directly at the Reblondo aliens. The scorching golden sword pressure left a burning trail in the void and quickly arrived before the Reblondo aliens. Oof. The Reblondo's gaze sharpened, and he let out a cold snort. The next moment, the surrounding space slightly distorted, and a wormhole was instantly generated, swallowing Rain's sword pressure in an instant. The Reblondo alien superpower? Rain was not surprised. The opponent was truly a top figure in the universe. He compared the height difference between them and decisively abandoned the idea of engaging him in close combat. A futile resistance. The Reblondo aliens felt anger. He could not accept that someone would unhesitatingly swing a blade at him, a god. With a wave of his hand, the monster army received orders and bared their fangs. Charging towards the Light Clan's camp, Rain shook his head. There's no other choice. It seems I have to use that trump card. He had always kept a trump card. That was the ability he gained after completing the super evolution specific to this body. Because this ability was too powerful and difficult to control, Rain had never used it before. Of course, that was because he had not encountered a worthy opponent. The current Reblondo aliens clearly qualified as such. That was also why he initially planned to come alone, not because he didn't want help, but because once the ability was activated, he couldn't control it, making it easy to confuse friend and foe. Chapter 15, The Space. Splits open. Annihilation. What surprised him was that the nearby Tydark and others had acted first. They gathered energy almost simultaneously and fired their most proud light skills towards the direction of the monster army. After years of development, the light skills used by these warriors were no longer limited to the Spiam Ray. After these warriors fused with Spiam material, Rain discovered that the Spiam Ray was more like the origin of all light skills. Some talented warriors, after mastering the Spiam Ray, were able to develop higher-level light skills based on it. For example, Tars developed a beam cluster from it. Tars was not a Silver Tribe warrior skilled in using light skills, so his development was simple and crude. He merely concentrated most of the energy within him into a beam and fired it out. The output power was significantly greater than that of the pure Spiam Ray, and its power naturally increased as well. However, in the hands of those Silver Tribe warriors, the Spiam Ray transformed into various forms. They devised all sorts of bizarre postures to unleash their developed higher-level skills. Most completely abandoned the traditional cross-shaped gesture used to fire the Spiam Ray. Some formed an L shape with their arms, others fired with one hand, and some even fired with their heads. There were even those who fired while upside down. But no matter how bizarre the posture for firing the beam was, it was still a power of the same origin. Streams of brilliant light, as if attracted to each other, were drawn together in the void, gradually merging into a massive pillar of light, carrying surging energy that directly smashed into the monster army. Rain was astonished. A combined beam? When did these guys secretly develop something like this? This must be the surprise Tydark mentioned. Of course, it was indeed surprising. The combined beam not only stacked more energy, but also, because the energy nature of the light tribe was the same, when the amount of energy fused reached a certain level, the quality would also increase, making the beam even more powerful. Under the impact of this combined beam, nearly 1,000 monsters evaporated in an instant. The remaining monsters were startled. The monsters that had originally roared madly, as if to destroy everything, couldn't help but shrink their necks and take a few steps back. This contrast was quite comical. The Lebrander alien was also somewhat surprised, but it was only surprise. With his insight, it was not difficult to see that although this skill did not pose a significant threat to him on the battlefield, it was a deadly weapon. But today, that was it. He could see that this combined attack consumed a lot of energy, and the energy of the Light Tribe warriors was limited. They could not release it infinitely. Looking at the now frightened monster army, he felt dissatisfied. He immediately used his ability to make all the monsters present go berserk. Before long, the energy within these monsters began to riot wildly. The originally frightened monsters had their eyes turn red, as if they were now fearless. And their combat power soared. Tydark unhesitatingly led the other warriors to launch the combined beam once again. Unfortunately, there were still too many monsters. Just as the Lebrander alien predicted, their energy was not infinite. After another wave, it quickly ran low. Although the Light Tribe's activity time in the universe was not limited to just 3 minutes of combat, as on Earth, they did not have unlimited energy. If they were in prolonged, high-intensity battles, their energy would still run out eventually. It was just that, due to the filtering of the ozone layer, the light energy and radiation they could absorb in the atmosphere were significantly less than in space. The consumption of energy could not keep up with the supply, which made it seem like energy was being consumed too quickly. In space, the consumption was much faster than in the atmosphere. Even if they did not fight, they could achieve a balance of income and expenditure, appearing to have no consumption at all. But that was all. Retreat. Rain flashed and arrived in front of the team, slashing out waves of sword pressure. Wherever he passed, monsters were cut into pieces on the spot. Without looking back, he said, "Leave here, the farther the better." The Lebrander alien found this quite interesting and immediately controlled the monsters to surround Rain, intending to attack him to death. But Rain moved with a flash step, appearing to teleport around the battlefield. Each time he appeared, a group of monsters was directly cut into a pile of minced meat. Tydark was about to say something, but was stopped by Rain's glance. "Remember what I said earlier, you must absolutely obey orders." Tydark ultimately did not dare to disobey military orders and led the army to retreat quickly. A familiar scene. The previous Red Warrior seemed to have done the same, willingly sacrificing himself to save his comrades. Now, are you making the same choice? Such rare emotions. The Lebrander alien found it very interesting. Rain felt the spiritual pressure of everyone rapidly retreating and suddenly flashed to the sky above the monster army. He easily broke free from the encirclement of the monsters. Rain shook the bloody blade in his hand. "Sacrificing myself? You think too much. It's just that there are too many people here affecting my performance." He once again absorbed the blade into his consciousness. The Lebrander alien was puzzled. He could see that half of Rain's abilities were being exerted through that blade. Now that he had put it away, was he giving up? Just moments ago, he chose to sacrifice himself for his comrades, and now he was giving up. Isn't this regret coming too quickly? However, the next scene surprised him. Rain suddenly spread his arms, and his silver duck egg eyes flickered ominously. It seemed they would extinguish at any moment. Even his colorful timer rarely flickered red for the first time. That must be the device representing the life status of the Light Tribe, right? His status is declining? The Lebrander alien was confused. Clearly just now he was in the best condition. How could it be like this now? What is he doing? Buzz. It changed. The silver duck egg eyes stopped flickering but turned bright red. However, the colorful timer was flickering even more urgently. At the same time, a strange wave spread out from Rain at an astonishing speed. Within a radius of 1 light year, all the planets began to sway up and down at the same frequency, as if being pulled by some terrifying force. Bang! A violent shockwave. The space around Rain cracked like glass hit by a heavy hammer, rapidly forming dense, spider-web-like cracks. What? The Lebrander alien, who had always regarded himself as a god of the universe, overlooking the entire cosmos, finally changed color at this moment. Chapter 16. Natural Disaster. A Cosmic-Level Catastrophe. What is this? This terrifying fluctuation it can't be wrong, this is psychic power. But this is also the most terrifying psychic wave he has ever seen. Just a simple external release has shattered space. Is this exaggerated expression really a power that a small tribe of light can master? Rain's body trembled slightly, seemingly in pain. He let out a low growl. The next moment, an even more terrifying wave spread from his body. Crash! The already cracked space suffered an even greater blow, shattering completely like a mirror. A vast shockwave centered around Rain spread outward at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, any celestial body was instantly disintegrated by the terrifying impact. The monstrous army beneath his feet didn't even make a sound before being turned into blood mist one by one. This is impossible. The Lebrander aliens were horrified. What kind of terrifying psychic power is this, to have space itself shattered? How could such a mere light possess such exaggerated psychic capabilities? Just as he was about to open a wormhole to escape, he found that the surrounding space was unstable due to the terrifying psychic storm, making it impossible to open a wormhole. In a hurry, he could only gather all his energy to form a shield in front of him. Boom! Crackle! Crash! Soon, the terrifying psychic shockwave reached him. The energy shield he had formed only held for a few seconds before cracks began to form, and then it completely shattered. As for the massive body of the Lebrander alien, it was pushed deep into the universe by this horrifying shockwave. After a long time, the universe seemed to have completely calmed down. But this star domain had already become a vacuum zone. Originally, there was a newly formed star system with little civilization nearby. But now it has been completely erased from this universe, leaving not even a trace. What a terrifying impact. It was like a cosmic-level disaster. Chronicles of the Universe, a millennium after the fall of the ancient empire, the ultimate life form, the Lebrander alien, descended and ushered in a new era. He controlled monsters across the universe, intending to dominate the entire cosmos. Just when everyone thought that the Lebrander alien would easily ascend to the throne of the cosmic emperor, the legendary giant Rain appeared, showcasing the terror of a cosmic-level disaster and effortlessly thwarting the ambitions of the Lebrander alien. As expected of you, the miraculous giant, dubbed the walking cosmic disaster weapon by unofficial history. Later, every cosmic race that went to explore felt a chill from the destruction at that time. The ultimate life form, the Lebrander alien, disappeared during this disaster-like attack, only to reappear a millennium later. He seemed to have lost something and no longer possessed the vigor of 1,000 years ago. It is said that he suffered injuries that were difficult to heal from this disaster-like blow. Even later, when he completely controlled the universe, he no longer dared to approach within 1 light year of the M78 nebula. Rain, you finally woke up? When Rain woke up again, he found himself in an ultra hospital. His body was still somewhat weak. The first person he saw was Tars, followed by Tydak beside him. Tydak was unusually subdued at this moment. He occasionally glanced at Rain, as if he were looking at a monster. He saw it. He saw everything. Not just him, but those soldiers who had just retreated also saw it. What exactly was that? A star system was erased from the star map like this. This is a natural disaster. A cosmic-level disaster. Who could have imagined that such a level of cosmic disaster was created by Rain alone? Such a strategic weapon-level strike made them feel numb. So this is the true strength of Chief Instructor Rain? Tydak silently thought. In fact, during this time, after officially entering the battlefield, participating in battles, and earning the title of hero, Tydak had become somewhat proud and complacent. He even once thought that the gap between him and Rain had shrunk to the smallest. Perhaps it was not far off. Even when facing the strongest king of the Imperial Star people, he felt he could strike him down like Rain. But after this experience, his arrogance was completely shattered. Perhaps at that time, Rain didn't even use all his strength, just giving them some opportunities to perform. If he wanted, Rain could probably annihilate the army of the Imperial Star people all by himself. He gradually had such thoughts in his heart. He was too far off. Perhaps this was a height he would never reach. This current genius of a light nation felt almost reclusive after witnessing Rain's sudden explosion of power. Rain, however, did not think so much. He checked his body and thought to himself, I'm still not quite used to it. Just like other Ultra beings, everyone has their own specific enhancement direction. He, as a light being evolved from Earth, also has his own unique gene expression method. Perhaps because he was too mediocre in other aspects to make up for it, his enhancement direction comes from the externalization of the mind. This is what is known as ultra psychic power. Psychic power is the most common in the universe, but it is also the core of all superpowers. Other ultra beings may need repeated practice and development before they can form lethality with their psychic power. But Rain is different. His brain naturally harbors astonishing psychic abilities. Just a simple external release can unleash terrifying lethality. He had awakened this enhancement direction before his transformation into the Grim Reaper. However, because this power was too terrifying, he initially couldn't mobilize it. After completing his transformation into the Grim Reaper, due to the strengthening of his soul, perhaps because the strength of psychic power is related to the soul, his psychic abilities doubled as a result. With the continuous increase in spiritual pressure, his psychic power continued to strengthen. During this past time, Rain had hardly practiced this power, yet it had increased by almost 10 times compared to before. With such an enhancement direction, it was like the natural warriors of the Red Tribe or the natural mages of the Silver Tribe. Rain should have been a natural expert in superpowers. But what troubled him was that the rapid growth of his psychic power made it difficult for his body to keep up with the adaptation. Moreover, this power was so strong that he found it hard to control. He could only simply externalize it, but could not even manage the basics of sending and receiving freely. As a result, once his psychic power erupted, it would instantly reach a terrifying output, causing him to fall into a coma due to excessive mental consumption after releasing it in one breath. He still needs to find a way to adapt. Rain thought to himself, psychic power can be said to be the foundation of many superpowers in this ultra-universe. Many cosmic races, through self-development, are even able to interfere with natural phenomena, disrupt the balance of the universe, or distort the effects of space-time. Yet he is now guarding a treasure mountain, but cannot even make basic flexible use of it. It's embarrassing to think about. Gee. A familiar noise suddenly rang in Ryan's ears, and Ryan, who was originally a bit weak, instantly felt invigorated. The unlucky system. You finally came back to life? Chapter 17. A symbiotic relationship of mutual benefit. System reboot successful. Detecting the surrounding environment. Abnormal readings detected. Checking host growth progress. Spiritual pressure rating. Rating, 8 seats. After nearly 10,000 years, the system has finally appeared once again. This time, the system's performance is much smoother than the last time. Rain is amazed. As thoughts turn, he suddenly wonders, could it be that this system, which was supposed to go to a lower world, needs to grow alongside me to fully recover after arriving in this world? He finds it interesting, although he doesn't know what the future holds. They should currently be in a mutually beneficial relationship. Rain waits for a long time, but receives no response from the system. This leaves him somewhat dazed. System, you're quite vague. After a long silence, Rain suddenly feels a surge of information in his mind, beginning to analyze the host's power changes and to customize the power system. System, insufficient energy will shut down again in 3 seconds. Next reboot condition, 3 seats. In the cold depths of the universe, on a massive death planet, the Reblando alien is deeply buried beneath the surface. At this moment, his arms are shattered. There's a deep dent in his chest, from which blue and white energy is seeping out. This is his blood. Even one of the horns on his head is broken. He looks extremely miserable. He keeps murmuring, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." The terrifying psychic attack has penetrated his body, causing irreparable damage. Now, even moving feels like his whole body is being cut by knives. After a long while, he finally regains his senses and communicates with the monsters he controls through his mind. Soon, monsters come from the depths of the universe, gathering near the planet. They infuse their energy into the Reblando alien to heal his injuries. Over time, this planet and the nearby star systems become a famous monster paradise in the universe. These monsters are incredibly ferocious, and anyone who dares to approach will be attacked by them like a tidal wave. This place gradually becomes one of the forbidden areas in the universe. Unknowingly, over 10,000 years have passed. Finally, there is movement here. A roar echoes from the massive death planet. A colossal figure stands atop the death planet, gazing deeply in the direction of the M78 nebula. After standing there for a long time, he leads the monster army into the depths of the universe. In the outer region of the M78 nebula, Rain receives the news of the Reblando alien's reappearance immediately. This time, the Reblando alien appears even more frenzied than before. The monsters he controls destroy civilization after civilization, practically annihilating everything in their path. However, according to observations from other civilizations, these monsters evolved during battle, and the power they gain from evolution feeds back to the Reblando alien. It is clear that the Reblando alien has been quietly accumulating power. Thinking of the 10,000 years during which the Reblando alien disappeared, Rain muses, has he been silently gathering strength, always preparing for revenge? He shakes his head. Unfortunately, He will not give the Reblando alien that opportunity. During this stage of the Reblando alien's growth, Rain's strength is also growing. In these 10,000 years, Rain's spiritual pressure has doubled once again. The ultra-psychic power residing in his brain has naturally enhanced in sync. Moreover, remembering what the system brought him after it reappeared, he can't help but smile. However, the Reblando alien's actions are quite swift. From his appearance until now, he has quickly dominated the entire universe. The Reblando alien may be the fastest among all cosmic emperors in controlling this universe. This is entirely due to his powerful ability to directly manipulate the monsters of the entire universe. Under the sweep of endless monster weapons, no civilization can withstand it, unless that civilization possesses strategic-level weapons for deterrence. Thanks to Rain's earlier outburst, even though the Reblando alien has gradually dominated the entire universe, it seems he intentionally avoids the range of the M78 nebula. Perhaps he will not approach the M78 nebula until he has absolute confidence in dealing with Rain. This is the deterrence of strategic-level weapons. No matter how many monster legions the Reblando alien has, under the true impact of psychic abilities, they are merely a string of numbers. No monster weapon can withstand the kind of psychic attack that can shatter space. Rain does not take the Reblando alien's threat to heart. Instead, he begins to focus on improving himself. Instructor Rain, what should we do now? After 10,000 years of training, Tydak has fully matured into a warrior. But perhaps because he has never stepped out of witnessing Rain's shocking battle, his strength has not improved as expected over the past 10,000 years. This is normal. Once, Rain was the goal he always strived for, but after witnessing that battle, he suddenly felt that he might never be able to approach Rain. This led to his faith beginning to crumble, and his mindset faced significant issues. Continue to grow stronger, and quietly develop your own strength. The Reblando alien might launch a second attack on the Kingdom of Light at any time. If we strengthen ourselves during this time, we will have more self-defense capabilities in the potential war that may erupt in the future. Rain said this when he suddenly thought of something and began to scrutinize Tydak in front of him. He pondered, Tydak, your strength has been stagnant lately with your talent. You shouldn't only have reached this level. Tydak dismissed it. It's fine. After all, you are here, Instructor Rain. As long as you are here, no one can threaten the Kingdom of Light. Whether I can become stronger is of no significance. Rain stared at him for a long time. Tydak felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and finally spoke. What if one day I'm no longer here? How could that be possible? Tydak exclaimed in surprise. With Instructor Rain's strength, who in this universe could threaten you? Rain? He was just thinking about how, if he got tired in the future, he could directly announce his retirement and enjoy a good retirement life. Not being here doesn't mean he has to die, right? Previously, he was a corporate worker enjoying the 996 benefits on Earth, and now he has crossed over and become an Ultraman with immense power. Yet he still cannot escape the 996. Isn't that a waste of his crossover? Chapter 18. The breached defense of the Reblando aliens. He had made his decision. Once this universe stabilized sufficiently, until the Light Clan could replace the Andrians, whether the Elder Council agreed or not, he would announce his retirement. To be safe, he decided to first cultivate a successor. Initially, he thought it should be Tars. However, Tars had lost his qualifications as a warrior due to the Reblando aliens, making him unsuitable for the position. Now, the only suitable candidate was Tydak. Who can say for sure what the future holds? Rain shook his head. Of course, he couldn't directly express what he was thinking, so he chose a more tactful way to say it. The peace of the Light Clan cannot rely solely on me. If that were the case, the Light Clan's resilience would diminish. If one day I were suddenly gone, what do you think would happen to the Light Clan? I fear that any slightly more powerful cosmic race in the universe could overthrow the current peace. This is not the future I want to see. Powerful and ambitious individuals like the Reblando aliens will always exist in every era. And there may be even stronger cosmic beings in the future who want to become the emperors of the universe. There may also be unexpected threats. For instance, the Chodar siblings, who were killed by Prometheus, have become cosmic vengeful spirits. They will resurrect every 50,000 years, and if I calculate the time, they will return in about 30,000 years. Tydak was astonished. The Chodar siblings will resurrect? He was born during the era of the Ancient Empire, so he naturally held a deep-seated fear of the Chodar siblings. Rain was not surprised by this reaction. Compared to the current Reblando aliens, the threat posed by the Chodar siblings was greater. Just look at their frequency of appearances. The The Ray Brando aliens were silent for nearly 200,000 years after their bodies were destroyed before reappearing in later generations. But the Chodar siblings could resurrect every 50,000 years, and each time they returned, they grew stronger. Moreover, the three of them could merge to become the true cosmic emperor, ago.He. The combined power after merging was not simply 1-1-1. It caused a qualitative change. Thinking of the Chodar siblings, Rain's gaze fixed on the giant horn on Tydak's head. In fact, after observing for some time, he had come to understand Tydak's current mindset. So he should give Tydak some hope to motivate him to grow stronger. Tydak, the horn on your head is called the Ultra Antenna. It is not just for decoration. It can gather the strength of other warriors onto you, granting you power equivalent to dozens of times your current strength. Perhaps one day in the future, the task of defeating ago.He will rely solely on your ability. Having said this, Rain patted Tydak's shoulder and left. Tydak's eyes brightened. He believed that Rain would not deceive him. Indeed, as Rain had thought, these words reignited Tydak's motivation. Just a little, as long as he could get a bit closer to Instructor Rain. He silently vowed. Under the onslaught of the monstrous army controlled by the Ray Brando aliens, the entire universe soon fell under their control. At this moment, a cosmic race faced the attack of the monstrous army and retreated in terror, overwhelmed by fear. They wanted to surrender and sent someone to negotiate with the Ray Brando aliens. Great Cosmic Emperor Lord Ray Brando, we, the Qatar people, are willing to submit. As long as you spare us, we are willing to do anything. Surely you also hate the Light Kingdom. If you give us a chance, we are willing to do everything we can to help you attack the Light Kingdom. The Qatar people had previously noticed the war between the Light Kingdom and the Ray Brando aliens. The traces left on the battlefield had shocked them. However, to preserve the seeds on their planet, they stubbornly tried to use this as a condition to move the Ray Brando aliens. They thought like the people of the Light Kingdom, believing that the Ray Brando aliens, in their crazy quest to conquer the universe and strengthen the monsters, were preparing to counterattack the Light Kingdom. Although their strength was not very strong, they believed they were qualified to be a pawn. After all, the Qatar people could be considered a strong race in this universe. You want to help me counterattack the Light Kingdom? To deal with that guy Rain? The Ray Brando alien looked down at the Qatar people and asked. The Qatar people thought their conditions should have moved the Ray Brando aliens. They were overjoyed. Yes, as long as you are willing to spare our race. We are willing to lead the attack on the Light Kingdom when the war begins. However, unexpectedly, the Ray Brando alien suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the Qatar person confused. The next moment, the Ray Brando alien swung his massive hand and slapped him directly into a planet. The Qatar person was crushed to pieces by the immense force, scattering across the surface of that planet. The Ray Brando alien's expression was cold. Fool, you have no idea how strong the guy truly is. You don't understand the terror of facing such an attack. Counterattack the Light Kingdom? Your lies mean nothing to me, but don't drag me into it. He had clearly breached defense. All the cosmic races speculated that the Ray Brando alien's frenzied development of power was ultimately aimed at counterattacking the Light Kingdom for revenge against Rain. However, they were not Ray Brando aliens. They had no idea what the Ray Brando alien truly thought. Revenge? What a joke. In the face of such a cosmic-level catastrophe, no matter how many troops one has, they are just numbers. The reason he was crazily enhancing his power was not for such a trivial purpose. He was simply trying to protect himself. He was not seeking revenge against the Light Kingdom. He was worried that Rain would not let him go. He did not want to experience that feeling of despair again under such terrifying, disaster-like attacks. He needed to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he escape faster or at least withstand that disaster-like attack without getting hurt. He had managed to endure for a few seconds before. If he had just a little more time, he could have had enough time to escape. He just needed to be a bit stronger, a bit stronger. At least that was his current goal. As for the future, he would think about that later. In his rage and embarrassment, he directly waved his hand and commanded the monstrous army. Crush everything here. The monstrous army roared loudly, their eyes beginning to show fierce light. Chapter 19. Talking to Sword? Can the sword speak? Unknowingly, another 10,000 years have passed. Rain has been keeping track of the movements of the Lebrander aliens. Over this 10,000 years, they have become a heavy stone pressing on the hearts of all cosmic races, causing the entire universe to wail in sorrow because of him. During this time, Rain has been vigilant against their counterattack. Of course, he is unaware that the Lebrander aliens are also on guard against his pursuit. In this mutual wariness, both sides have inadvertently reached a stalemate. During this time, Rain has not stopped improving his own strength. Although his psychic power is explosive, is only capable of a single strike, until he can fully control the release and retraction of his psychic power. This ability can only be used as a trump card. On a planet near the M78 Nebula, Tydak is undergoing various weight training exercises. Rain pointed out that the double horns on his head are ultra antennas that can absorb the energy of his companions, allowing him to amplify his own abilities by dozens of times. But this was merely theoretical guidance. To truly achieve the goal, scientific research is still needed. All of this was naturally left to the scientists of the Science and Technology Bureau. After repeated studies on Tydak's body, the scientists ultimately devised a feasible plan. However, the prerequisite is that Tydak's energy adaptability must reach a certain level. First, he needs a stronger physique. Therefore, a special training program was designed for Tydak. After completing the physical training, Tydak will also undergo energy adaptability testing. This is a painful process. Instruments are required to gradually increase the input of light energy into Tydak's body at the lowest power, allowing him to adapt to and accommodate external energy. During this process, if the power is too high, Tydak might even experience the pain of his body being torn apart. However, in order to become stronger and get closer to Rain, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. After squeezing out the last bit of energy, Tydak collapsed on the ground to rest. Rain seems to prefer using the sword technique. Tydak gazed at Rain, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain, meditating. Is it precisely because of this that he can elevate his strength to such a level? Is it easier to achieve success by persisting in one direction? But the existence of light skills lies in their diversity, and they shouldn't be abandoned, right? During this time, Rain has been supervising his training. While he was in special training, Rain often sat nearby, placing his sword on his legs and meditating. Tydak had once asked Rain about it. The latter said he was trying to communicate with the sword, but currently had no clue. However, he believed that one day he would succeed. This left Tydak feeling somewhat incredulous, thinking that Rain might be overworked and hallucinating. During this time, after each grueling training session, while recovering his strength, he secretly studied Rain. He mainly focused on why Rain was so strong. He firmly believed that there must be a pattern to how strong beings grow stronger. Rain really seems to believe that the sword can speak. He always meditates in the same position and posture. Of course, he sometimes leaves for a while. When he returns, it seems that much of his energy has been consumed. However, this behavior led Tydak to reflect on Rain's previous battles, and he discovered that Rain's fighting heavily relied on this sword. As for that one time, when he unleashed a disaster-level destruction that even erased a star, Tydak did not see how it was done, and thus believed it still relied on this sword. Consequently, doubts gradually arose in his mind. Although Rain has also learned some light skills, most of them are auxiliary light skills. He has not focused on developing offensive light skills. What if he loses the sword? That would certainly be troublesome, right? He did not know that it was not that Rain did not like to develop light skills, but rather that he had already discovered that once energy was integrated with Spyam energy, it would not yield much enhancement, because his spiritual pressure inherently possesses strong destructive power. Obviously, the normal growth path of the Light Clan is not suitable for him. Rain sensed his gaze, slowly withdrawing his mind from meditation. The shallow strike on his legs disappeared and was absorbed into his consciousness. Although he knew that to release the Soul Slayer, he must first communicate with it to learn its name. Theory is theory. Achieving this in reality is not an easy task. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the Soul Society who could do this. Not everyone has a cheat code. However, during this time, his spiritual pressure intensity has been steadily increasing. Therefore, there is no rush to release the Soul Slayer. Moreover, the Lebrander aliens are almost about to unify the entire universe. Yet there is still no news of them attacking the Light Nation. So everything is still not urgent. Is today's training completed? Rain flew down and casually asked. Tydak struggled to get up from the ground. Instructor Rain, I have completed the standard you set for me. However, I feel that I'm still a bit short of the theoretical physical strength. Rain shook his head. That's normal. The improvement of strength cannot be achieved in one go. As long as you can persist, one day you will be able to perfectly unleash the ability of the Ultra Antenna. Now, let's leave here first. Saying this, he turned and flew into space. Ah yes, Tydak hurriedly followed. Out in the space beyond the M78 Nebula, a chase is underway. The two sides in pursuit are vastly different in numbers. The pursued party has only one spaceship, while the pursuers have at least a dozen warships. Each warship is equipped with extremely powerful destructive weapons, and if other cosmic races were to see the way these weapons are fired, they would surely be astonished. This is a laser railgun, the standard weapon of the Gua Empire. It has previously been used to bombard the Light Nation, causing nearly one-third of its population to be lost. The users of these warships, carrying laser railguns, are from the Magma people, who once served the Gua Empire and were the capable assistants of the Zuda Trio. The spaceship they are pursuing, however, lacks even basic offensive weapons. It is unimaginable why this group of ruthless Magma people would go to such lengths to chase an ordinary spaceship. Ultimately, the spaceship was intercepted, preventing it from escaping. Laser railguns struck fiercely against the spaceship. Just before the spaceship exploded, a figure the size of a person, with a red and silver appearance, quickly detached from the ship and flew into space. This figure turned out to be an Ultra being. On his forehead, there is a unique 5-pointed star-shaped energy emitter. This is near the M78 Nebula. If you make a move here, it will definitely attract the attention of the Light Clan. Aren't you afraid that Commander Rain from the Land of Light will appear? The Ultraman said, trying to remain calm. The leader of the Magma alien scoffed. The Land of Light? It's just a weak race that was once slaughtered by Lord Mold. As long as Lord Joda can be revived with the psychic enhancer, it will be easy to. However, before he could finish his sentence, a golden light flew in from the distance, directly cutting through 3 battleships. The Magma aliens present were all startled. 2 figures had appeared nearby, without anyone noticing. Hiss! How is this possible? It really is him. The Magma aliens couldn't help but gasp. Zen, although they pretended not to care. The 3 siblings of Joda had not yet been revived. How could they remain unaffected when facing this humanoid monster who once caused a cosmic disaster? Chapter 20. Who is really not letting go of whom? Rain glanced at the U-40 alien, a member of the U-40 tribe. How did they end up here? Planet U-40 is the home planet of the future Jonias. This planet possesses a unique life energy source known as the Ultra Spirit Enhancer. The U-40 tribe evolved into what are known as Ultras through this peculiar energy. Ultras have certain characteristics of the Ultra race, but they only share a human-like height. Among them, some with stronger abilities can even undergo a second evolution, growing into true Ultra beings. The history of the Ultras on planet U-40 is unknown, but it seems they have already completed their evolution. Beside him, Tydark looked at the warship marked with the emblem of the Guer Legion, his eyes seemingly ablaze with anger. As a member of the Light Clan born during the era of the Guer Empire, he would never forget that it was the attack of the Guer Empire that caused heavy casualties among the Light Clan, resulting in the loss of nearly one-third of their population. Damn it. The mission has failed. We need to report back quickly. The Magma aliens thought of Rain's achievements and broke into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, they immediately commanded their warships to prepare for a quick escape. Tydark, filled with rage, took action first, throwing several 8-pointed light wheels, which sliced through several warships, reducing them to ruins. Simultaneously, those Magma aliens who had just grown large to evade damage were blasted into pieces by his spam burst. Even on planet Magma, these aliens were merely the lowest-tier warriors, making it easy for Tydark to deal with them. You are Commander Rain of the Light Nation? The U-40 Ultra was pleasantly surprised. Great, I've finally found you. Rain reassured him and then inquired about the specifics of the situation. He finally understood what had happened. The remnants of the Guer Empire, after the Prometheus and the Zoda siblings perished together, did not disband. Instead, they firmly believed that the Zoda siblings would return one day. They were also preparing for the siblings' swift return and should have knowledge of their sealed location. To hasten the revival of the Zoda siblings, they began searching for high-purity energy sources in the universe, hoping to quickly gather the energy needed for their resurrection. Coincidentally, they learned that planet U-40 had discovered the Ultra Spirit Enhancer 10,000 years ago and evolved into Ultras using this enhancer. Subsequently, the Guer Legion, led by the Magma aliens, directly moved to seize it. He had fought desperately to escape and was ready to seek help from the Light Nation. Now, everyone in the universe has tacitly acknowledged that there are 2 supreme forces in this universe. One is the Reblondo aliens, who can control monsters throughout the universe and dominate it. The other is Rain, who resides in the Light Nation and has severely injured the Reblondo aliens. As for other cosmic forces, they have almost all faded away, fearing the attention of the Reblondo aliens and the onslaught of the Monster Legion. This is not a small matter. After learning the details, Rain's expression became serious. The presence of even one Reblondo alien in this universe is troublesome enough. If the Zoda siblings were to be revived again, this universe would likely descend into chaos. Moreover, the Zoda siblings have long set their sights on the plasma spark of the Light Nation. At that time, The Light Nation would face both the Reblondo aliens and the Zota siblings, caught between two foes, and even Rain couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. Therefore, this must not happen. Tydark, gather the warriors of the Light Nation and let the second and third teams accompany me to planet U40. Rain calmly issued the command. This time, he not only aimed to eliminate the remnants of the Guer Legion, but also to force them to reveal the location where the Zota siblings were sealed. Only in this way could he better prepare for their potential revival and respond promptly when that time came. Meanwhile, the Reblondo aliens had also learned of the gathering of the remnants of the Guer Legion. A mere remnant of the old era actually dares to show up in front of me. The Reblondo alien felt dissatisfied. This was supposed to be his era. The Zota siblings were a thing of the past. At such a time, someone actually wanted to overthrow his rule and revive 3 failures? Absolutely unforgivable. Under his command, the Monster Legion began to advance from various corners of the universe toward planet U40. His speed was slightly slower than Rain's. When he arrived, however, he found that the Guer Legion, which his scout monsters had detected spread across the universe, had vanished within the boundaries of planet U40. It was eerily quiet here. Had it already ended? The Reblondo alien wondered, but then his eyes lit up. This planet actually possesses such a high-purity life energy source. He felt that his luck was extraordinary today. If he could obtain this life energy, it would surely allow his Monster Legion to evolve rapidly to the next stage in a short time. At that point, he would have to fear Rain-'s pursuit anymore. Flatten this. The Reblondo alien was quite pleased. The price of his happiness, however, was to kill all the Ultras on planet U40. But before he could finish his words, he froze in place. At that moment, a military force was slowly flying out from the atmosphere, and the leading figure was so familiar. This figure was none other than Rain, the one he regarded as a nightmare. The two stared at each other, caught in an awkward silence. Why won't you just let me go? After a long time, the Reblondo alien's voice echoed. Rain was taken aback. I won't let you go? He was puzzled. Wasn't it you who wouldn't let me go? Previously, he had quickly organized his forces, catching the Guer Legion off guard. He swiftly and decisively eliminated the surrounding remnants of the Guer Legion, with only a small number managing to escape. This was unavoidable, given that the enemy outnumbered them significantly. Even though the Light Nation had used their combined light beam at the first opportunity to strike strategically before the enemy could react, resulting in heavy casualties, it was still quite difficult to detain them all. After dealing with the Guer Legion, Rain received an invitation to visit planet U40. He also wanted to witness the so-called Ultra Spirit Enhancer. However, he did not expect that before he could fully stabilize the situation, he suddenly felt powerful spiritual pressures beginning to close in on him. Among them, one particularly strong spiritual pressure felt very familiar. Without a doubt, it was the Reblondo alien. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the Reblondo alien's extraordinary sense of smell, a testament to its status as the ultimate life form. He had just left the M78 Nebula when he was unexpectedly confronted. In a hurry, he could only quickly organize his army to come out and face the challenge. He never expected that when the Lebrander aliens saw him, they would say something that he completely couldn't understand. Chapter 21. Zampakudo. Cut the soul. Rain fell silent. He couldn't understand the thought process of a Lebrandian, so he chose to remain quiet. However, the same behavior can convey completely different messages to different people. To the Lebrandian, this was a deliberate disregard by Rain. Anger welled up in his heart as he stared at Rain. So it really can't be avoided? The reason the Lebrandian was so wary of Rain was that he was unaware that Rain's burst of psychic energy was merely a one-time attack. In his view, possessing such immense psychic abilities surely meant that Rain was exceptionally powerful in utilizing his super abilities. Although the Lebrandian was a summoner, he wasn't weak in the use of super abilities either. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt an overwhelming sense of despair during that terrifying explosion. Even if Rain had not unleashed his full power at once back then, simply demonstrating his super abilities properly would have left the Lebrandian far behind. He felt apprehensive, but facing the approaching Rain, he knew there was no way to escape now. He could only respond hastily. He cautiously observed Rain's movements while commanding the army of monsters to surge forward. Seeing this, Rain remained calm. With a casual swing of his sword, he sent out waves of scorching sword pressure. Wherever it passed, monsters fell one after another. Observing that Rain was only using his sword techniques to attack, the Lebrandian was furious. What is this? A game to toy with prey? He suddenly felt that he might be the most pitiful cosmic emperor. Clearly, he had dominion over the universe, yet he still had to endure such humiliation. But he didn't dare to lash out. now was not the time. He decided to keep Rain at bay and look for an opportunity to escape. He silently vowed that this would be the last time, and afterward, he would work even harder to become stronger, until he could break the shadow that Rain had cast over him. Watching Rain harvest his subordinates' monsters with every slash, he hurriedly began to respond. Suddenly, a strange cry rang out. A large bird-like monster flew forward, confronting one of Rain's sword pressures. It was the fully evolved Baymonton. It opened its abdominal maw, immediately generating a sucking force that formed a vortex, pulling the sword pressure into its mouth. It got sucked in. The nearby Tydark was taken aback. Rain glanced at him, but shook his head. My attacks aren't so easily absorbed. Tydark was puzzled, but the next moment he understood. Although Baymonton had absorbed Rain's sword pressure without any visible injuries, its eyes rolled back, and it fell to the void, breathless. What? The Labrandian was shocked. No physical damage. Yet it died for no reason? How did you do that? Rain naturally had no time to explain. In fact, it was due to the difference in spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure is the power derived from the soul, and it can only manifest on a material level after merging with Rain's light energy. However, the basic ability of spiritual pressure was perfectly preserved. The fundamental ability of the soul is to inflict damage upon itself. Baymonton's absorption ability could only absorb energy from the material world, and it was powerless against this soul-based energy. If it could withstand it, that would be one thing. But directly absorbing it into its body was akin to seeking death. Therefore, although the Baymonton's body showed no signs of injury, its soul had indeed been severed, resulting in this outcome. The Labrandian didn't understand this, which only made him more wary of Rain. As expected, this guy is always so bizarre. His sense of caution deepened, and the shadow that Rain left on him thickened. The army of monsters the Labrandian brought this time was probably over 100,000, and it was only a portion of his entire monster army. While Rain attacked, the warriors of the Kingdom of Light also launched their assault. They collectively used the combined light beam. However, with the Labrandian's assistance, the monsters grew too rapidly. The current army of monsters was a far cry from the one they had encountered before. Faced with the rushing combined light beam, these monsters immediately spewed fireballs, released beams, and various energy attacks. The continuous collisions even diminished the power of the combined light beam significantly, allowing it to fall back into the monster ranks. Although many monsters were injured, deaths were few. It seemed they needed to deal with the Labrandian first. Rain thought to himself. He swung his hand, sending a sword pressure towards the Labrandian. The Labrandian was already on guard. Just like before, a wormhole silently appeared before him, directly absorbing the sword pressure. Although the sword pressure was immensely powerful, it was worthless if it couldn't hit the target. Fortunately, Rain suddenly sheathed his Zanpakuto, placing it into his consciousness. The Labrandian's heart skipped a beat. Not good. This scene was far too familiar. He couldn't help but think back to when Rain had suddenly unleashed his psychic abilities. At that time, Rain had suddenly sheathed his sword and then delivered a huge surprise. He instinctively thought that Rain's current action was similar to the last time, preparing to unleash that terrifying attack again. Has this guy gone mad? There are still his companions around. Is he trying to take them down with him? Moreover, starting with such an exaggerated move, the last time could perhaps be explained by his inexperience in battle, but to do it again this time was simply pure madness. The Labrandian was truly frightened. Although many people in this universe called him a madman, because wherever he went, it was hard for any civilization to survive, and they almost inevitably faced destruction, he believed Rain was the true madman. Moreover, he was much crazier than him. He had only destroyed a few civilizations at most. Hein, on the other hand, was far more exaggerated, threatening to annihilate entire star systems without leaving a trace. He felt the rumors about him were very unfair. No, he had to run. But the range of that attack was simply too vast. Without the ability to use spatial teleportation, escaping such a range was nearly impossible. However, just as the Labrandian was frightened and planning how to escape, Rain's next move left him astonished. Rain looked at the surrounding monsters, slowly extended a hand, and began to murmur, Binding Path number 4. Chapter 22. Super Evolution Version of Binding Techniques. Binding Technique number 4. This rope. What? The Rayblondo alien was astonished. Hiss. In the midst of his confused gaze, suddenly, a scorching energy condensed in Ryan's hand, transforming directly into a light rope that quickly grew. In just a short moment, the light rope had already extended to several 100 kilometers in length. With a casual wave, the light rope seemed to have its own consciousness, directly wrapping around the heads of the monsters that had not yet reacted, binding them up like Zongzi. In an instant, over 1,000 monsters lost their ability to move. Tyduck, who was leading numerous warriors in battle, was taken aback. What kind of ability is this? A new light technique developed by the Light Skill Research Group? The bound monsters struggled fiercely. However, after being wrapped by the light rope, they inexplicably felt a sense of powerlessness, as if this powerlessness did not stem from their bodies, but from their souls? ZZZZ. Ryan's spiritual pressure, after merging with light energy, was extremely scorching. Although this was merely a binding technique, it still carried the characteristic of high-temperature burning. It might not be fatal, but it would definitely hurt. The group of monsters immediately cried out in pain, rolling around incessantly. Hiss! High-purity spiritual pressure gathered again in his other hand, and another light rope of several hundred kilometers appeared. With a twist of the rope, another 1,000 monsters were bound up like Zhongzi. He was not doing this for no reason. Earlier, he had already observed that although these monsters had completed their evolution, the most powerful among them were only the varieties from later generations, including Jeton, Baymonston, Red King, Antora, and so on. The monsters he bound with this rope were relatively superior varieties. However, clearly, binding so many monsters at once was still somewhat overbearing for this single-digit binding technique. Although these monsters may not have fully matured in strength, they had indeed achieved evolution and crossed the threshold of their complete forms. The increase in power only required postnatal accumulation. The souls of fully evolved monsters were still quite powerful. After all, in later generations, these monsters could easily fuse through resentment and resurrect as even stronger combined monsters. Thus, it can be seen that the strength of these monster souls was not weaker than that of some supernatural cosmic races. It was just that their intelligence was lacking. Ryan sensed their resistance was much stronger than expected. They should be able to hold on for half a minute. That should be enough. As for the other monsters, although they would still pose considerable pressure for the current army of the Kingdom of Light, as long as they coordinated well, they should still be able to hold out for a while. Just in time, during this period, he could have a good chat with the Reblondo alien. This guy. The Reblondo alien was filled with suspicion. Wasn't he going to unleash a psychic explosion? What was that ability just now? He easily rendered thousands of his monsters incapable of fighting. Binding technique? At this moment, Ryan had already turned to look at him, gently extending a finger towards him. It seemed he was drawing some kind of symbol in the void for the Reblondo alien. Binding technique number 1. Seal? Huh? Just as the Reblondo alien was on guard, feeling a sense of vigilance, he suddenly felt an invisible force inexplicably descend upon him. It pulled at his arms, forcing them behind his back, bending his body forward. When did this happen? Psychic power? No, that's not right. This is definitely not psychic power. Moreover, this force not only acted on his body, but even affected his soul. Binding technique? Does it represent a skill to bind the opponent? The Reblondo alien was astonished. In that moment, Ryan suddenly used a Shuanpa, flashing right in front of the Reblondo alien, then extending a finger directly toward his head. Destruction technique number 4. White lightning. The Reblondo alien immediately saw what appeared to be electric currents condensing on Ryan's fingertip. In the next moment, the electrical energy transformed into a shockwave with a diameter of about 10 meters, rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. It's a destruction technique. This system reboot set the current state of Ryan as the standard, re-establishing the binding technique system for him. Yes, it was binding techniques. Moreover, it included 3 types: destruction, binding, and return. This was the ability that was re-infused into Ryan after the system completed its reboot. Due to the differences in the world's and Ryan's own spiritual pressure, which differed slightly from that of the Soul Society, this binding technique was a custom-made version from the system. In terms of both power and expressiveness, it far surpassed the original binding techniques. Of course, conversely, using these binding techniques would consume a significant amount of spiritual pressure. Not good. In a hurry, he unleashed a surge of energy waves around him, transforming into an astonishing shockwave that spread outwards. The surrounding planets seemed to tremble wherever it passed. Crack! It sounded as if something had shattered. The Reblondo alien managed to break through the binding and regain his freedom. Without hesitation, he dodged. However, his body was simply too large. In the end, he was still hit by a lightning shockwave on his shoulder. The powerful shockwave possessed strong, penetrating power, directly piercing through his shoulder. The lightning shockwave continued unabated, flying deep into the universe, ruthlessly penetrating anything that stood in its way. The Reblondo alien, in pain, was immediately furious. He wanted to take action, but the lightning attached to him began to paralyze his body, and for a moment, His brain could not command his body at all. Blue-white energy seemed to be leaking from his shoulder. He was bleeding. The Residual alien wanted to act, but soon discovered that this paralysis seemed to also stem from his soul. A sense of soul paralysis weighed heavily on his heart. Not far away, Ryan sighed inwardly. One could only say that the ultimate life form was indeed remarkable. He was able to break free from the binding using his own strength. Although the Residual alien did not possess spiritual pressure, the level of life was simply too high. The strength of his soul was naturally astonishing. Thus, he could break free from a seal with his powerful soul strength in an instant. But this was only binding technique number one. Pain. This was pain from his soul. The Residual alien finally had an epiphany. He understood how Baymonston had died earlier. Was it that his soul was severed? Perhaps the earlier strike directly severed the connection between Baymonston's body and soul, causing him to die silently. Beneath the opponent's magnificent attack lay a danger that could strike at the soul. How did he manage to do that? In all these years in this universe, he had never heard of a power that could directly attack the soul by bypassing the body. The 30 of Binding Path. Rain did not stop because of this. The previous combo was merely a preparation for what was to come. His Ghost Path, under the system's transformation, would not lose any power even without incantation. However, with his current spiritual pressure, casting a Ghost Path above 30 would require a certain amount of charging time. Moreover, it was extremely energy-consuming. Some Ghost Paths might even drain his current spiritual pressure in one go. This was still an achievement that Rain could only attain after a millennium of accumulation. Chapter 23. The Path of the Oppressed Emperor. The strength of the Lebrander alien is actually not weak. He is powerful. As a cosmic emperor who has ruled the universe for many years, he definitely has some skills. The reason he has fallen into this predicament is largely due to his abilities being countered by Rain. The Lebrander alien is primarily positioned as a summoner. Most of his abilities revolve around controlling monsters and facilitating their evolution. This ability is already extremely terrifying, equivalent to controlling an endless array of monstrous weapons. More importantly, these monstrous weapons can be quickly updated and replaced. However, when faced with an opponent like Rain, who possesses strategic-level destructive power, this ability is essentially halved in effectiveness. Perhaps because this summoning ability is too powerful, he has never focused on improving his close combat skills. Moreover, even if someone were to engage him in close combat, with his massive size of several hundred meters, he could easily crush them with a single slap. Additionally, the Lebrander alien is also an expert in psychic powers, although his psychic abilities lean towards supporting his summoning skills. For example, his ability to distort space using telekinesis to create wormholes was primarily developed for the rapid long-distance deployment of monster legions. At the same time, his mental strength is quite formidable. Through mental interference, he can manipulate the minds of others, even directly invade their thoughts and control their bodies. Much like he controls countless monsters. The difference is that sentient beings have stronger resistance. Those monsters, due to their lack of intelligence, are easier to manipulate. However, even though the Lebrander alien's mental power is strong, it still pales in comparison to Rain, whose psychic abilities are continuously doubling along with his spiritual pressure. His abilities cannot affect Rain at all. Moreover, he fears that if he uses his psychic powers, it would prompt Rain to use his as well, possibly leading to another telekinetic explosion. This has resulted in his current embarrassing predicament. Binding Path number 30. Mouth Spike 3 Flashes. A triangular pattern began to outline in front of Rain. At each corner of the triangle, large elongated spikes of light, each several dozen meters long, began to condense. With a wave of his hand, 3 light spikes shot out, piercing the Lebrander alien's hands and waist, forcefully slamming him against a nearby dying planet, pinning him down securely. At this moment, the Lebrander alien had recovered and began to struggle violently. However, he was unable to break free. The binding power of Binding Path No. 30 is far beyond that of Binding Path number 1. Even though the Lebrander's soul strength is quite exaggerated, completely breaking free from Mouth Spike 3 Flashes would still take considerable effort. Destruction Path number 33. Azure Fire Drop. Another hand extended outward as Rain began to gather energy slowly. Blue and white flames erupted in his palm, gradually forming a blue-white fireball. The fireball radiated intense heat, making it painful even from a distance. The flames in Rain's palm continued to brew. After a long while, it seemed to have reached its limit. Finally, it burst forth from Rain's hand, transforming into a massive shockwave nearly 100 meters in diameter, crashing into the Lebrander alien. under the scorching blue-white flames. Even the Lebrander alien let out a painful cry, clearly suffering. The so-called ultimate life form is one that takes a step further in the original life hierarchy and reaches a higher level of existence. However, because the direction of evolution differs, the performance of ultimate life forms varies greatly. The Lebrander alien's main evolutionary direction focuses on mental power and that formidable soul strength. Most of his power manifests in these aspects. Therefore, his physical damage resistance is not very strong. Nonetheless, ultimate life forms are still ultimate life forms. Their ability to withstand damage is quite robust. The flames that could burn him must reach temperatures of at least 1,000,000 degrees. This means that the blue-white flames could potentially possess temperatures exceeding 1,000,000 degrees. Moreover, this force can even scorch his soul. Damn it, if I had a physique suitable for fighting, how could I be so easily, the Lebrander alien realized. Rain's miraculous skills could restrict his soul and had a strong countering effect against him. Although Rain did not unleash his full power this time, he fell victim to a lack of information. These incessantly emerging miraculous abilities hard controlled him from the start, preventing him from even attempting to fight back. Furthermore, these abilities clearly increase in power with higher numbers. Now, Rain had only used number 30. How many numbers were left above? Could there be 100 or even 1,000? If he was struggling to withstand number 30, what would happen if he faced number 1,000? Wouldn't that be a catastrophic attack? What kind of monster is this? He felt very oppressed. His entire path as an emperor has been overshadowed by Rain from the beginning until now. This is not what he wanted at all. Soon, he was ignited by the blue-white flames, becoming a fiery figure. However, as an ultimate life form, he remained resilient. Despite being burned by such high-temperature flames and turning into a flaming head like Zophii, he still did not lose his combat capability. Rain knew that this alone would likely not be enough to kill the Lebrander alien. So, he used a Shuimpa to appear above the massive body of the Lebrander alien. With a flash of his hand, the shallow blade reappeared. The Lebrander alien's gaze sharpened. Under the furious gaze of the Lebrander alien, Rain began to slowly gather spiritual pressure. Dazzling golden light erupted from blade. Then, a sword pressure larger than before was unleashed, striking fiercely against the already battered body of the Lebrander alien. This time, it did not kill the Lebrander alien. It merely left a charred cut across his body. But for Rain, none of this mattered. The blade in his hand continued to strike. Following that, a series of slashes fell continuously, each time landing on the same wound. The Lebrander alien, being an energy entity, could repair his body through energy. However, under Rain's high-frequency attacks, his repair speed could not keep up with Rain's destructive speed. Even with the vitality of an ultimate life form, he was quickly reaching his limit. Soon, the life force of the Lebrander alien began to weaken. Chapter 24. Mind Amplifier? Degeneration or Evolution? The Lebrander aliens were certainly not willing to be dealt with so easily. Taking advantage of Rain's inattention, he decided to leave something behind on Rain to prove that he had been there. A massive surge of psychic energy erupted, forming a psychic shockwave aimed to pierce through Rain. Rain's gaze sharpened, binding path number 8, rejection. A sphere of repulsive force gathered on his forearm. With a casual block, boom, Rain's body was pushed violently into a planet. The psychic shockwave was finally repelled and redirected by the repulsive force, flying deep into the universe, directly dismantling a planet. As expected, the ultimate life form was not so easily resolved. Rain slowly flew out from the planet, having only sustained some superficial injuries. The counterattack of the Lebrander alien before its death was indeed formidable. If he hadn't been secretly on guard, he might have suffered a hidden loss this time. Rumble. At the same time, the life of the Lebrander alien came to an end. Its body exploded into countless fragments. The ultimate life form was ultimately not something that could be easily dealt with. Rain knew that the most powerful aspect of the Lebrander alien was still its soul, which far surpassed other cosmic races. Although it had suffered multiple soul attacks from him earlier, the soul of the Lebrander alien possessed an indestructible characteristic. As long as there was a trace of spiritual power remaining, it could potentially make a comeback. However, this was no longer important. After all, the Lebrander alien was not like the Zota siblings. Even if it were to recover, it would take hundreds of thousands of years. By then, the world might have changed beyond recognition. Whether he would still exist by then was also uncertain. Of course, after completing his super evolution and becoming familiar with his body over time, he gradually understood that the Light Clan would indeed age. For example, every male member of the Light Clan would grow a distinctive beard upon reaching the age of 40, 000. However, dying of old age was not guaranteed. The reason the Light Clan showed signs of aging was not due to physical decline, but rather because, after experiencing various events and witnessing too much, their souls inevitably lost vitality, which would also reflect on their bodies, resulting in signs of aging, such as growing beards. This was the case for ordinary members of the Light Clan, but it did not necessarily apply to Rain. His soul had already undergone a transformation into that of a death god, allowing him to maintain the vitality of his soul by continuously enhancing his spiritual pressure. This meant that his growth cycle far exceeded that of normal Light Clan members, just like the normal death gods in the world of the dead, whose growth cycles far surpassed those of ordinary humans. For those death gods, a century could leave no trace of time upon them. Rain was likely the same. Hundreds of thousands of years might not even cause him to grow a beard. Rain shook his head. I originally estimated that it would take another 10 to 20,000 years to confront the Lebrander aliens. This was Rain's initial plan. His strength had been steadily increasing. However, without absolute certainty, he would not recklessly take the initiative. This encounter with the Lebrander aliens disrupted his plans. But the outcome was good. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the colorful timer on his chest began to flash red. He was not surprised. The previous battle had indeed consumed a lot of energy. Even in the universe, with a constant supply of light energy, it could not keep up with his body's consumption. Roar, gore, growl. After the Lebrander alien vanished, the monstrous army it controlled erupted in chaos. Clearly, they had lost control. Naturally, it was difficult to gather them to fight against the warriors of the Light Clan. Instead, they scattered in all directions. Only a few more ferocious monsters continued to attack recklessly. Seeing this, Rain disregarded his body's exhaustion and used a Shuinpa to appear on the battlefield. A Gamora immediately spotted him and without hesitation swung its claws at him. Shuinpa, whoosh. Rain instantly vanished from a spot. When he reappeared, he was already at Gamora's side. With lightning speed, he struck a knife-hand blow directly to Gamora's throat. Crack! A sound of rupture echoed. The Gamora twitched a few times and then fell lifeless. Over the past few tens of thousands of years, Rain's spiritual pressure had continuously increased, which, to some extent, made up for his innate shortcomings. But he still remained at the level of a blue tribe warrior. With a swing, he could unleash 4,000 to 5,000 tons of power, and his arm strength was around 60,000 to 70,000 tons. Although he had improved significantly compared to tens of thousands of years ago, he had not yet transcended the category of blue tribe warriors. However, his fighting techniques, combined with the speed of Shuinpa, still allowed him to maneuver effortlessly among the monstrous army. Afterward, Rain regrouped with the warriors of the Light Clan. Retreat while fighting. These monsters would leave on their own. The numbers were simply too great, and if they were cornered, you would not be able to subdue them with your abilities. Tydak quickly replied, yes. At this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at Rain was filled with awe. Although he had been battling the monstrous army just now, he still paid attention to Rain's every move. The abilities Rain had just displayed truly opened his eyes. At first, when Rain used these abilities, he thought they were new results from the Light Skill Development Team. However, as Rain used more and more abilities he had never seen before, he finally realized that these skills might have been developed by Rain himself. Otherwise, given his familiarity with those in the Light Skill Development Team, it would be impossible for him to have not received any internal information. He originally thought that Rain had always neglected the development of light abilities. Now it seemed that Rain was completely a hexagonal warrior, just not revealing his talents before. It was also possible that there had been no suitable opponents to force him to use light skills. Some Kido did resemble light skills, which naturally led to Tydak's misunderstanding. Finally, under Rain's command, after killing a portion of the monsters, most of them fled into the depths of the universe. This great battle finally came to a temporary halt. After the battle ended, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they rested on planet U40. At the same time, Rain also saw the Ultramind amplifier he had always wanted to witness. Is this the so-called Ultramind amplifier? Rain asked. The one named Beck, who had previously sought help from the M78 Nebula, immediately nodded and said, this is the source of life for our planet. Through mental communication with the Ultramind amplifier. As long as you receive a response, you can use its power to alter your molecular structure. Ray nodded. He attempted to start communicating with the Ultramind amplifier. He originally thought that since he had already completed his super evolution, this so-called Ultramind amplifier should not have any effect on him. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he slightly focused his mind to communicate, a vast and gentle energy of light immediately surged into his body. He was taken aback. Could it really transform me into an Ultraman? Humans turning into Ultramen is called evolution. He himself was already part of the light race. So if he became an Ultraman, that would be a regression. Chapter 25. The treasure that promotes perfect evolution. In the underground space storing the Ultramind Enhancer. The massive energy entity known as the Ultramind Enhancer emitted a dazzling light, casting a beam that illuminated Rain. Beck felt it was incredible. The Ultramind Enhancer actually responded. It should be noted that after they evolved into Ultras, they could no longer communicate with the Ultramind Enhancer. Yet Rain managed to do it, besides emitting the necessary energy at all times. The greatest utility of the Ultramind Enhancer seemed to be its ability to promote evolution in individuals. However, with such powerful strength, it was clear that Rain no longer needed to evolve. So what was happening now? The vast life energy, upon entering Rain's body, began to rapidly alter his molecular structure under his gaze. To his astonishment, it started to quickly analyze his molecular structure. But it did not turn him into a small Ultra. It merely made slight modifications to his molecular structure. He could vaguely sense that the arrangement of his molecular structure seemed to be denser. At the same time, the enormous life energy was rapidly absorbed by his already altered molecular structure, and his body density also quickly increased. Creak, creak. Under Beck's watchful eyes, Rain began to undergo astonishing changes. His muscles continuously twisted, becoming firmer. His skin also became more resilient. Simultaneously, his physique was gradually growing. From his original 60 meters, he increased by about 5 meters, reaching 65 meters. Rain also seemed to feel an inexplicable force within him wanting to burst forth. He stomped his feet. Crack! The ground was actually cracked under his step. All the life, energy, shining on him had been absorbed. He gradually came to his senses. He hadn't turned into an Ultra. Instead, his body density had increased, compensating for the innate deficiencies from his previous super evolution. He felt his current physical state and discovered that his weight had increased by more than double. After his efforts over this period, he had managed to reach a weight of around 30,000 tons. The increase in weight indicated an increase in body density, allowing him to exert the same power as before. Now that it had doubled, that meant 60,000 tons. That was fitting for his current height. After completing his super evolution, he had already reached a height of 60 meters, and now it had increased to 65 meters. Most of the Ultra brothers in later generations were only around 40 meters tall. Standing in front of Rain, they would barely reach his chest. Although shorter, their weight was similar to his, or even heavier. The lowest was 35,000 tons, and the heavier ones could reach over 40,000 tons. Among them, Taro's weight exceeded 50,000 tons, but his height was only 53 meters. Of course, the increase in body density and weight naturally led to an increase in strength. Bang! Rain attempted to throw a punch, creating a sonic boom in the air before him, with a gust of wind erupting from his fist. He estimated in his heart that his grip strength should now reach around 60,000 tons. The power he could easily unleash from his arms likely exceeded 120,000 tons. With a vigorous effort, he could probably lift around 200,000 tons. Not bad. That was considered the normal standard for the U40 Ultra clan. If placed in the Land of Light, it would also meet the standard of a Red Clan warrior. It should be noted that the changes made by the Ultramind Enhancer only involved body density. It even developed his energy conversion rate and talent for energy utilization. A higher energy conversion rate meant sustaining high-intensity output for a longer time. The U40 Ultra clan was even superior to the Silver Clan warriors in the Land of Light when it came to energy conversion. At the same time, Rain felt that using energy within him seemed much more adept. Furthermore, his control over energy had become more refined. More importantly, after the Ultramind Enhancer altered his molecular structure, he gained a special superpower exclusive to the U40 planet, super gigantification. It is well known that some members of the U40 Ultra clan, aside from being able to grow larger, also possess the ability to super gigantify, increasing their height from several dozen meters to 120 meters. With the help of the Ultramind Enhancer, Rain acquired this ability as well. However, after gaining this ability, he learned that 120 meters was not the limit of super gigantification. Yet, super gigantification consumed too much energy. A height of 120 meters was within the normal range of endurance. If it grew any larger, it would place an enormous burden on the body, making it impossible to sustain high-intensity combat for long. Rain thought to himself, what a pleasant surprise. He never expected that the U40 Ultramind Enhancer would possess such an ability. Perhaps the purpose of this life energy, known as the Ultramind Enhancer, was to allow living beings to evolve towards a perfect form. Maybe it even had its own will. Therefore, when he first connected with it mentally, the Ultramind Enhancer sensed the deficiencies in his body and made some alterations to his molecular structure, leading him closer to a perfect form. Undoubtedly, this Ultramind Enhancer was a rare treasure in this Ultra universe. If its functions were to spread, there would be far more people in this universe coveting it than those coveting the plasma spark of the Land of Light. What had troubled Rain the most was that his body density could not keep up. Now that his body density had reached a normal level and even granted him a special ability, it could be considered a solution to one of Rain's dilemmas. As a return gift, Rain smiled. I will also give something back to the U40 planet. Then, Rain casually made an excuse to send Beck away. He stayed here alone for a while. No one knew what he was doing here, but when Rain walked out, he appeared quite weak. Beck, what is your dream? Rain recovered a bit and casually chatted with Beck. Beck found Rain's state a bit strange, as he had been fine before. But he quickly shifted his focus to Rain's question and said with longing, I want to be the prophet of U40. I heard that only the wisest members of the clan can hold the position of prophet on this planet. Unfortunately, the prophet's position has been vacant for a long time. So I've been working hard, hoping to fill this vacancy and become the new prophet. Prophet? Rain nodded. Beck, I left something at the Ultramind Enhancer. When a crisis occurs on your planet, go find it. Maybe it can help your planet get through the tough times. What is it? Beck asked in confusion. Chapter 26, Strategic Change. Special Class Combat Power? Ryan smiled, but did not respond. Knowing the plot well, he was aware that at some point in the future, a civil war would break out on planet U40, leading to internal divisions and many unnecessary casualties. This time, he had gained some benefits from the Ultramind Amplifier, and the items he left behind could be considered as a return gift. After feeling that his body had mostly recovered, he left and met up with the main forces of the Land of Light. Before bidding farewell to planet U40, Ryan also signed an alliance contract with the leader of the planet, establishing a strategic alliance between the Land of Light and planet U40. Although it was termed a strategic alliance, the Land of Light was currently stronger, while the Ultras of U40 had only just completed their evolution, with no one having yet acquired the ability to grow in size. Therefore, this alliance was led by the Land of Light. The general meaning was that the Land of Light would form a light alliance, of which planet U40 would be a member. In the future, if a major crisis occurred in the universe, planet U40 would need to act according to the alliance's arrangements. Similarly, as an allied member of the alliance, when facing overwhelming external invasions, planet U40 could also seek assistance from the Land of Light, which would be obligated to provide the necessary help. Commander, does the Light Alliance need to inform the Elder Council? Tydak, who had witnessed the entire process, said somewhat helplessly. After all, Ryan had directly bypassed the authority of the Elder Council to make such a significant decision. If it were someone else, it might have been a major issue. But this was Ryan, the current spiritual leader of the Land of Light. He felt that even if the Elder Council were informed now, it was unlikely they would deny it. However, it did feel slightly against the rules. The military of the Land of Light had never had a name, and there was a reason for that. The original purpose of establishing the military was to defend their peace, not to expand their territory. But now, the formation of the Light Alliance might lead to changes in the military of the Land of Light. Tydak, it's time. Do you remember what happened after the fall of the ancient empire? Ryan gazed at the deep starry sky and said softly. Tydak recalled at that time, the universe was in turmoil for a long time, and it was only after the appearance of the Reblander aliens that the cosmic situation stabilized. Ryan nodded. It's the same now. The elimination of the Reblander aliens will leave many post-war issues. If our Land of Light does not take action, the universe will revert to its previous state. It's time. The strategy of the Land of Light should also undergo some changes. Tydak had some guesses in his heart and stammered, what changes? Ryan smiled. As the successor of the Andromedans, we will redefine the rules of this universe. Only with a complete set of rules can the cosmic structure be thoroughly stabilized. Is it possible for the Land of Light to do that? Tydak was stunned. He felt somewhat unsure. After all, the Andromedans were incredibly glorious. In the minds of many, even now, the former Andromedans remained godlike beings. Many cosmic races lived in a rare, peaceful environment under their protection, although the Land of Light had developed over the years. The main goal for many who became warriors was merely to protect the Land of Light, lacking any grand ideals. His gaze unconsciously fell on Ryan's back. Instructor Ryan, you must be carrying the weight of the entire universe in your heart, right? In the depths of the universe. A massive spiritual entity swept through the void and entered a planet. Countless monsters gathered here. No, it's completely inadequate. The spiritual entity passed over the bodies of the monsters and voiced its dissatisfaction. These fighting bodies are simply unable to contend with that guy Ryan. We need to continue cultivating, and I must slowly accumulate power. Is the Light Clan the favored child of this universe? How could such a monster emerge after only evolving for tens of thousands of years? Wait, the Light Clan? Perhaps. Under Ryan's decision, the Light Clan established a new strategic goal, completely changing its defensive posture and beginning to expand outward. The method of expansion was in the form of an alliance. Once incorporated into the Light Alliance, they would become partners in jointly combating the dark forces. Thus, the speed of expansion was rapid, but it could not avoid conflict. After all, not all cosmic races in this universe were willing to abide by the Alliance Treaty. The first rule of the Alliance was that no civilization could be invaded without cause. Although resource exchanges and mutual assistance for development were possible within the Alliance, such methods were no match for quick plunder. The law of the jungle had always been the principle followed in this universe. Naturally, only a small portion of cosmic races gladly accepted the invitation to join the Alliance, while majority were unwilling to acknowledge this so-called Alliance invitation. Moreover, some cosmic races fed on negative energy. To strengthen their power, they could only incite war and create panic. In a certain stellar system in the universe, a cosmic fleet was frantically destroying a civilization. They were the cosmic cicadas, a well-known cosmic race in this universe. They excelled in developing genetic technology, destructive weapons, and superweapons. The warships they carried were not equipped with conventional laser weapons, but rather with telekinetic control devices, which were their latest developed type of superweapon. Once the telekinetic control device was activated, a massive telekinetic wave would spread out, causing a series of explosions on the surface of the planet. The power was extremely terrifying. Their purpose for this invasion was to plunder the rare resources on this planet to develop their ideal nuclear weapons. This was a nuclear weapon close to a natural disaster level, a combination of nuclear and superweapons. Their telekinetic control devices were powered by these rare resources. As long as they had enough resources to increase the power of the telekinetic control device, they could control nuclear fission through it, turning the celestial body itself into a massive nuclear bomb explosion. This would be a destructive weapon that would instill fear in anyone who heard of it. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of light struck, directly blowing up dozens of warships into pieces, immediately attracting the attention of the leader of the cosmic cicadas. The Light Clan? He followed the trajectory of the light and saw a Light Clan army had appeared not far away, though he did not know when they had arrived. The leader of the cicada people was furious. Busybody. Together, they activated the telekinetic control device at maximum power. Buzz. A peculiar wave condensed in the void, transforming into a fan-shaped shockwave that surged towards the location of the Light Clan. Binding technique number 39, circular barrier. A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and with a push, a barrier with a diameter of several hundred meters stood before them. Boom! No matter how the telekinetic abilities struck, they could not break through this barrier in the slightest. It's him. The leader of the cicada people changed his expression drastically. The one hailed as the top-tier combat force in the current universe, the leader of the Light Clan, Ryan. Chapter 27. Establishing a New Order. The Origin of Forbidden Techniques. This marks the 50,000th year since Rain traversed into the Ultraverse. Over the past 20,000 years, Rain has developed new strategies, shifting the focus towards the universe and forming the Alliance of Light. Establishing a new cosmic order requires extensive planning and deployment time, so the pace of expansion is not fast. Now, 2,000 years later, the influence of the Alliance of Light in the Kingdom of Light has yet to cover even half of the known universe. After all, the Light Clan is not like the Reblondo people. The Reblondo's so-called control of the universe is merely a forceful suppression through absolute power. They trust only the monsters they control absolutely and have never considered governance issues. This is also a distinction between the Reblondo and the Ancient Empire. The Ancient Empire itself existed in the form of an empire, while the Reblondo merely treat the universe as a plaything, a breeding ground for their monster army. Although they claim to be the emperors of the universe, many refer to them as the demons of the universe. The strategic goal of the Light Clan is to establish a new order to maintain cosmic stability, which cannot be done in a haphazard manner like the Reblondo, relying solely on whims. Special Class Combat Power. This is the title given to Rain by various races in the universe. This title emerged gradually after Rain's ultimate battle with the Reblondo. The Reblondo initially led their monster army to nearly sweep across the entire universe, instilling fear in all cosmic races and leaving them without the strength to resist. It was hailed as the darkest era of the universe. Later, Rain single-handedly ended that dark age. Since then, Rain has been stepping on the head of the Reblondo, raising his own worth. However, this alone does not warrant the title of Special Class Combat Power. Rain's ability to unleash psychic power, directly erasing the remnants of a star system, is now well known. Possessing immense strength and a disaster-like strategic strike capability, he earned the title of Special Class Combat Power from the cosmic races in this universe. Perhaps it was the shock Rain brought to this universe that was immense. Moreover, not all races in this universe are peace-loving. There will always be some radical factions and dark cosmic races that will not remain docile. These restless cosmic races are secretly developing their own strategic strike capabilities. For example, the cosmic cicada people in front of him share the same thoughts. In the eyes of some cosmic races, the Reblondo's strongest ability is still the control over an endless army of monsters. An endless army of monsters represents a strategic force that normal cosmic races cannot withstand, leaving them to face the fate of being trampled. Rain can counter the Reblondo only because he has mastered a strategic strike capability that restrains the monster army. Thus, they believe that if they could also master similar strategic strike capabilities, they might become the next Reblondo, although they may not dominate the entire universe. They believe they could at least stand on equal footing with the Kingdom of Light sharing this universe. A red cloak billows behind Rain as he hovers in the void, quietly observing the fleet of the cosmic cicada people. Path of Destruction, number 58, Storm. With one hand, he claps, and an enormous energy whirlwind forms in his palm, covering an astonishing range of 10 million kilometers. Within this range, all the warships of the cosmic cicada people are overturned, colliding with each other under the swirling energy, resulting in a series of explosions. Over the past 20,000 years, Rain's spiritual pressure has been steadily increasing. Perhaps it is due to compensating for his innate deficiencies at U40. During these 2,000 years, his rate of increase in spiritual pressure has accelerated significantly. Now, he can effortlessly cast spells up to number 60 in the Path of Destruction. Once the energy whirlwind dissipates, Rain slowly speaks. Planet A32 has just recently joined the Alliance of Light and is now a member of the Alliance. Your attack on the Alliance's civilization is equivalent to declaring war on the Alliance of Light. Planet A32 is the planet currently facing invasion. Damn it, why wasn't I informed? The leader of the cosmic cicada people angrily curses and quickly issues orders. Quickly escape. Everyone that can escape should. When we return, we must develop strategic super energy and nuclear weapons. This is our race's hope for revival. Under the sweeping energy whirlwind, this fleet has been largely destroyed. Rain turns to a young warrior beside him and says, "El, it's up to you from here on." "Yes, Commander." The young warrior named El quickly stands at attention and salutes. 50,000 years have passed. Rain had already stepped down as the chief instructor of the Ultraverse Arena 2,000 years ago. Now Tars, who should be enjoying retirement in the Elder Council, but is unable to sit still due to worries about the future of the Kingdom of Light, has taken over as chief instructor. The El in front of him is the most outstanding warrior from the last class Rain taught before stepping down. After joining the Alliance of Light's military, he has gradually stood out with numerous excellent achievements, becoming a captain under Rain. The so-called Alliance Army is the current name of the military led by Rain. It is called the Alliance Army because it now includes not only warriors from the Light Clan. El is a warrior of the Silver Clan, possessing exceptional talent for developing light skills. In the Kingdom of Light, his strength is considered among the third tier. Rain belongs to a unique tier. Following closely are Tydark and 6 other outstanding warriors from the same class as Tydark. Next are El and other relatively outstanding warriors from Tydark's class. Attack. El seizes the initiative and strikes first. He charges his arms and then shapes his hands into an L shape. Metalium Ray. A dazzling, multicolored beam shoots out, obliterating several warships. This is a special light skill developed by El based on the Spatium Ray. After successfully hitting, he does not stop. He leaps to intercept the remaining warships, and a long knife appears in his hand. With a swift slash, he cuts through a warship in half. This knife is a blade formed from El's psychic energy, also known as the Blade of Thought or El's Blade. El regards Rain as his idol, just as all warriors of the Kingdom of Light do, and has been significantly influenced by him. El is perhaps the one most affected, perhaps because Rain's swordsmanship is renowned throughout the universe. Al also has a strong affinity for swordsmanship, enjoying battles that involve cutting through everything. However, lacking spiritual pressure, he naturally cannot learn Rain's combat techniques. But he is a genius with light, and he has shared with Rain his direction for developing light skills, outlining a concept for a so-called decapitating knife-style cutting technique. However, at this stage, it remains just a concept. Innovating is not an easy task, and thus, he is yet to succeed. Chapter 28. Earth over 200,000 years ago. At this moment, the other warriors were not willing to fall behind. Together, they used their strongest light skills to begin the extermination of the remaining fleet. The battle ended quickly. The cosmic cicadas, whose supernatural weapons had been destroyed by Rain, were no match for the warriors of the Light Clan. After all, they were not even a supernatural race. However, a portion of the cosmic cicadas ultimately managed to escape. They brought the news of their defeat back to their home planet, which caused a huge uproar. They had prepared for this invasion for a long time, sending out almost all of the main forces on their planet. But the result was a complete annihilation. The Light Clan was too strong. No, it should be said that Rain was too strong. However, the words of the leader of the cosmic cicadas left a lasting impression on them. Strategic weapons. They needed to develop their own strategic weapons. Thus, the descendants of the cosmic cicadas pursued this goal, until one day, their research finally yielded results, and they decided to conduct experiments. They succeeded, but not completely. During one experiment, a supernatural nuclear weapon was successfully detonated, but it destroyed their own planet. Fortunately, at the critical moment, some cosmic cicadas managed to escape. However, this incident caused a divergence of thought within the cosmic cicadas. Some believed that such weapons were difficult to control and were not something the current cosmic cicadas could master. They should focus on strengthening themselves and developing genetic technology for the early realization of their race's evolution. Others firmly believe that the efficiency of seeking evolution through genetic technology was simply too slow and that destructive weapons could yield faster results. Thus, the same race split into two factions and began to wander in this universe. The cosmic cicadas developing weapons, being too weak but possessing extremely advanced technological data, became the targets of hunters in the universe, often facing pursuit. They could only live in hiding. The cosmic cicadas, developing genetic technology after many years of patience, finally completed their super evolution. They called themselves the Baltan aliens because their home planet, where the cosmic cicadas lived, was called Baltan Planet. The gradually improving genetic technology provided them with various miraculous and powerful abilities, earning them the title of Cosmic Ninjas. Rain glanced at the battlefield and prepared to leave. Over the years, the warriors of the Light Nation had mostly grown up. The number of warriors from the Light Nation had increased to 200,000. The population of the Light Nation had now reached 5 billion. Due to the previous ice age and the bombardment by the ancient army, the population of the Light Nation had nearly dropped to hundreds of millions. Growing to 5 billion in the past 50,000 years was already quite an achievement. After all, the growth cycle of the Light Clan as a supernatural race was extremely long, resulting in a relatively slow increase in population. Among these 5 billion, only 200,000 could become warriors, which is not a very high proportion. But this is actually normal, because among the 5 billion population of the Light Nation, the majority belong to the blue race, accounting for about 80%. The red race, silver race, and even the white race only accounted for the remaining 20%. Among this 20%, many were elderly, women, and children. Although the Light Clan had just evolved, the elderly before the super evolution remained elderly after the evolution. And some female clan members, even if they had combat talent, only a few chose to become warriors. More preferred not to engage in violence, instead entering the Ultra Hospital as nurses or doctors. Of course, having such a large blue race population was greatly beneficial for the domestic construction of the Light Nation. Suddenly, a beam of light flew from the depths of the universe, transforming into several unique characters before Rain. It was an Ultra signature. It was Tar's Ultra signature. Rain pondered for a moment. Did this guy actually remember this? After glancing at the concluded battle, Rain casually instructed, Al, clean up the battlefield and then regroup back to the M78 Nebula headquarters. Yes, Al quickly responded. Rain then transformed into a beam of light and flew into the depths of the universe. In a remote star region of the Orion Arm, this was a relatively desolate corner of the universe. Here, a brilliant and familiar star system quietly revolved. He transformed into a beam of light and flew out from the subspace passage. At a nondescript stellar system in this star system, he stopped. Tars have been waiting here for a long time. Since Tars was severely injured previously, he had lost his qualifications as a warrior. However, after Rain obtained the improved version of the Ghost Path from the system, he had been using the returning path to help Tars recover over the past 20,000 years. Although the effect was not particularly ideal, it might be because Rain's current strength was still too weak. The stronger the strength, the better the effect of using the returning path. Nevertheless, there was still some effect. Although it could not bring Tars back to his peak condition, at least he was no longer struggling to walk quickly as before. He also regained some basic combat ability. Rain, you're here? Tars, after experiencing great ups and downs, and combined with his years of experience in the Elder Council, had become much more stable in temperament. Upon sensing Rain's arrival, he smiled. According to your description of Earth, I found this place, and the similarity to what you described is over 90. He pointed to the nearby blue planet, but fell into contemplation. However, Rain shook his head. After crossing over to the Peace Nation, the only familiar person for Rain was Tars. So he had shared many things with Tars, including Earth's geographical position, the characteristics of the star system where Earth was located, and the appearance of Earth, etc. Thousands of years had passed, and Rain had almost forgotten. But he didn't expect Tars to still remember. Moreover, during this time, he had been searching for the whereabouts of this planet and had achieved results. He gazed at the blue planet before him, falling into silence. Yes, this is Earth, but it is not Earth. Or rather, this is the Earth of this world, not the hometown he once knew. Now, it is over 200,000 years before the plot begins, and this Earth is probably still in the primitive era, definitely having some details that are completely different from what Rain described. That is why Tars was hesitant. Tars said, Rain, is the Earth you mentioned really in other parallel worlds? If so, with current technology, it might be impossible to find it. Rain shook his head. No need to search. Tars, it can't be found. Tars fell silent. He just wanted to do something for Rain. But it seemed he succeeded. Seeing this, Rain smiled. Since we've already found this place, let's go in and take a look. Chapter 29. The demon god will not show mercy. At this time, the Earth was not yet called Earth. It was just an unnamed planet. The intelligent life on this planet had not even developed a complete civilization. This place was still in the primitive era. In this wild land, there was a desert area where a primitive human tribe lived. Luna, from today onwards, you are the high priestess of the tribe, said the chief of the tribe solemnly to an 11 or 12-year-old girl. The young girl, still naive, replied, Yes, chief. The chief continued, From today onwards, you are the servant of the demon god Antora, and your life will be dedicated to the demon god Antora. Your mission is to pray to the demon god Antora every day to secure living space for our tribe. As the high priestess of the tribe, she held a revered position, and not everyone could become a high priestess. The humans in this tribe were born with the powerful telepathic ability, capable of communicating with all things using this superpower. Only those with the strongest telepathic abilities could serve as high priestess, as only they could communicate with Antora. Luna was chosen as the high priestess of this generation through a test of telepathic strength. The primary task of the high priestess was to use her telepathy to pacify and worship the demon god Antora, who could destroy everything. Antora was the overlord of this desert. It had a form as massive as a mountain and possessed the divine power to control all things. According to the elders of the tribe, Antora was a messenger of a great demon god. Many years ago, a shapeless great demon god descended, bringing with it countless massive monsters, each possessing world-destroying power. Antora was one of them. In various corners of this world, there were many such monsters. The great demon god suddenly disappeared countless years ago, but the monsters it brought remained in this world forever, becoming the overlords of the land and sea. Some monsters rampaged without restraint, while others kept humans as livestock for food, treating this planet as their hunting ground. Weak humans could only compromise in the face of such threats. Thus, the position of high priestess began to exist in their tribe, and they worshipped Antora like a god, hoping to dissuade Antora from devouring them. The high priestess would also use her telepathic abilities to frequently communicate with Antora, hoping to reach some kind of agreement. However, nearly every high priestess had failed to achieve such an agreement by the time they died, and many even became Antora's food. Antora would often come to this human tribe to take a toll, devouring a portion of the tribe members before leaving. Perhaps they were merely pigs raised by Antora. Luna knew some of this, so she was very afraid. Chief, will I be eaten? The chief sighed. It's all for the tribe, Luna. Yes, Luna replied, somewhat understanding yet trembling. Although Luna was very young, she was diligent and prayed to the great demon god Antora every day, hoping for a response. However, All she felt in Antora's consciousness was endless brutality and bloodlust. In the second year of her tenure as High Priestess, Antora attacked the tribe, devouring 10 people this time. It emerged from the sands, pulling unsuspecting tribesmen into the quicksand. Luna survived. Perhaps Antora intended to keep her for the last and most sumptuous meal? In the third year, Luna still did not receive a response from Antora. It wasn't until the 6th year that Antora attacked the tribe again, once again devouring 10 people. Over these years, Antora seemed to come every 5 years, seemingly allowing the tribe some time to reproduce. Yet she still had not completed the mission assigned by the chief. During these 6 years, Luna gradually grew up. Her telepathic abilities also became stronger, and she could even control some animals through telepathy to help the tribe hunt. The people in the tribe praised her, saying she might be the strongest in telepathy among all the high priestesses. Sometimes she would think if there were no Antora with her abilities, the tribe should be able to thrive well. Antora, the demon god Antora, has gone mad. Help! Where's the high priestess? Why does the god we worship want to destroy the tribe? Year 11. On this day, the peace of the tribe was once again shattered. Just like 5 years ago, Antora attacked their tribe again. However, unlike before, this time Antora seemed unsatisfied with just eating 10 people. It wanted to devour the entire tribe. This was information Luna read through Antora's brainwaves via her telepathic abilities. At the same time, it was also the first time Luna saw the legendary demon god, Antora. Its body was as tall as a mountain. It had 2 massive pincers at its jaw, like 2 indestructible blades. Antora turned out to be a gigantic insect. Its mouth emitted a colorful light. The places illuminated by this light seemed to be torn apart by a terrifying force. Luna's face turned pale. She sensed that Antora's ultimate target seemed to be her. Was her mission about to end? Perhaps because she had long anticipated this day. Luna faced the imminent death with relative calmness. Maybe today, the heavy burden that had weighed on her life would finally come to an end? Luna thought to herself. She closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. The wails around her were incessant. Those were her tribesmen, suffering under the slaughter of the demon god Antora she served. In fact, apart from the chief, many tribesmen did not know Antora's true form. To prevent panic among the tribesmen, this secret had been kept hidden by the chief and the high priestess. Many tribesmen believed that the humans devoured by Antora every 5 years were sacrifices to the demon god and the prize for divine protection. Yes, many still thought that Antora was actually their guardian deity. Because Antora was a powerful monster, the aura it exuded would also make many other monsters feel apprehensive. Therefore, they did not have to worry about being attacked by other monsters while hunting around their tribe. At this moment, they were still in disbelief, not understanding why the god they worshipped as a guardian wanted to destroy their tribe. Had they offended the god's wrath? Luna, who had closed her eyes, waiting for death, waited for a long time, but did not meet death. Even the cries of her tribesmen around her had eerily quieted down. This felt strange to her, prompting her to open her eyes and observe her surroundings. She saw her tribesmen, but their expressions were strange, each staring wide-eyed in one direction, as if they had seen something incredible. Luna looked strangely in the direction of everyone's gaze. Her pupils slightly constricted, but she remained frozen there, just like the others. Chapter 30. The Giant of Light Descending from Miracles. If there is a true God in this world, perhaps it is right before us. Luna on this day, Luna witnessed the arrival of a miracle. Yes, a miracle. At the moment when despair and helplessness were at their peak, a miracle came. The people of the tribe once regarded Antanra, who possessed immense power, as a true god, but now it has been proven that Antanra is merely a powerful monster. However, they believe that if a true god really exists, it must be in the form that stands before them now. Light. On this day, brilliance descended upon this land. A dazzling and warm golden light fell from the sky, as if it could dispel all darkness in the world. Within the golden glow, a divine-like figure descended upon the earth. This figure was enormous. Its body was as massive as a mountain, even much taller than Antanra. Behind it was a long red cloak, fluttering in the fierce winds of the desert. The gigantic body crashing down upon the earth made the sandy sea beneath it roll like waves. Everyone felt slightly unsteady on their feet. At the moment it landed, the radiance surrounding it gradually faded. The true god finally revealed its true form. It had a body outlined in shades of gold, red, silver, and gray. Its eyes emitted light, as if they contained all the wisdom of the world. Just its appearance made the invincible demon god Antanra feel fear. Yes, the demon god Antanra displayed emotions of dread and even terror. It was agitated. This was what Luna sensed through her telepathy. She found it incredible. The usually violent and ruthless Antanra was showing fear for the first time. The existence that could instill such fear in a demon god must only be a true deity. Luna thought silently. On this day, everyone was shocked. They stared blankly at the scene, as if witnessing the arrival of a miracle. The giant of light. Some murmured, "Boom!" The divine-like figure landed on the earth. Its massive body shook the desert, the tremendous impact causing the sandy sea to roll like waves. The once invincible demon god Antanra retreated in a panic. It seemed to sense the presence that made it afraid. This was an instinct of living beings, a sensitivity to danger. Antanra, as if driven mad, began frantically digging into the ground, trying to burrow underground and escape far away. The once invincible demon god Antanra now appeared somewhat disheveled. Antanra used all four limbs. However, it was puzzled that despite digging for a long time, it could not bury its body in the sandy sea. Suddenly, it let out a scream. A powerful pulling force yanked it back. It was the giant of light. One of its hands grasped one of Antanra's feet and easily dragged it back. Antanra was alarmed and hurriedly turned to spew out a burst of colorful light, attempting to repel the giant of light. But the giant of light had already extended a finger at the moment Antanra made a move. The first breaking path, charge, boom. A massive shockwave struck Antanra's jaw, shattering it to pieces, and his gigantic claws flew out like two massive javelins, deeply embedding themselves into the sandy sea. How? Antanra screamed in pain. It flailed its arms, attacking the giant frantically. The giant, however, showed no defense but instead kicked Antanra in the side, sending it flying like a kickball. Antanra had powerful defensive capabilities. Even if the Sphirum ray struck it, it probably wouldn't leave any marks on its body. Yet this kick caused Antanra great suffering. The immense force seemed to penetrate through its armored skin, bypassing the armor and damaging its insides. Antanra rolled and howled. It felt as if its organs were shifting. Despite possessing such strong defense, why could it not defend against such a simple attack? It looked at the giant before it, seemingly awakening some ancient memories. Those were the times it fought alongside other monsters in the universe under their master, where this very figure harvested their lives like cutting grass. In the end, it even killed their master's body. At this moment, the shadows of the past and endless fear loomed over Antanra's heart. The giant then moved its feet and vanished from its original spot, reappearing right in front of Antanra. One punch. Astonishing energy coalesced in the giant's fist. It suddenly brought its fist down on Antanra's head. Boom! The terrifying power exploded from the fist. The sandy sea shook once more, raising a cloud of dust. The yellow sand formed layers of wave-like ripples spreading into the distance, causing the nearby human tribes to shake uncontrollably. When the dust settled, the once invincible Antanra had become a headless corpse. Its solid head had long been shattered into a puddle of mush. After completing this, the giant stood up as if it had accomplished a trivial task. It slowly surveyed its surroundings, finally fixing its gaze on Luna and her tribesmen. At that moment, the giant of light seemed to radiate unparalleled divinity, instilling reverence in the hearts of the humans present. They involuntarily knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in prayer. Luna did the same. Possessing powerful telepathic abilities, she could clearly sense that this giant of light was different from Antanra. Its heart was warm and peaceful, unlike Antanra's dark and cold nature. This was the heart a deity should possess, right? For the first time, she sincerely took on the responsibilities of a high priestess, using her telepathic ability to pray to the giant of light. She sought the giant's protection. Great true God, please heed the plea of your devoted follower, Luna. The false god is usurping divine authority, and our tribes are suffering on this land. God, please grant us your protection. Luna earnestly prayed to the giant of light using her telepathy, anxiously awaiting the giant's response. The giant gazed at her, for the first time since becoming the high priestess. Luna received a response from the deity. The giant's thoughts reached her mind. It was telepathy, and it was much more powerful than hers. Is this the power of a god? With her similar ability, she could clearly perceive the gap between herself and the true God. It was a distance between heaven and earth. Chapter 31. The Leonix of Earth? I come from the M78 nebula of the universe. Under the influence of telepathy, the giant's thoughts surfaced in Luna's mind. What is the universe? Luna wondered. The starry sky you see at night is the vastness of a universe. Up in the sky, somewhere in the divine realm, Luna seemed to understand, but was also puzzled. The giant fell silent for a moment. Then he extended a palm and quietly gazed at Luna. A dazzling golden light began to gather in mid-air, gradually forming a crystal-clear golden gem, which slowly floated towards Luna under the control of an invisible force. Seeing this, Luna quickly cupped her hands to catch it. The gem emitted a warm aura, as if some magical power resided within it. It will protect your tribe from the harm of monsters. Perhaps at some moment in the future, when despair once again shrouds the sky, it will bring miracles to this world. At some moment in the future, when despair once again shrouds the sky, will bring miracles to this world? Luna thought to herself, is this the prophecy left by the deity? Could it be that Antora will return in the future? Or is there a greater crisis to face? Eventually, the giant departed. He left the earth bathed in light, just as he had come, flying into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The others in the tribe looked at Luna with confusion. They had no idea what had just happened, as it was a conversation on the level of telepathy. Luna digested the information she had just received. After a long silence, she finally smiled and raised the gem in her hand. This is the token bestowed by the true God. Everyone became excited. A token from a god? Perhaps from now on, their tribe would be a land favored by the divine. Subsequently, the people of the tribe crafted a stone statue of the giant and placed the gem in the statue's palm, worshipping it daily and praying together. They hoped that the true God could sense their devotion. Thus, a unique faith was formed. Luna also became the most legendary high priestess of the tribe, as she was the only one who had truly encountered the true God. For many years afterward, their tribe indeed did not suffer from external monster invasions. They believed this was the divine power of the true God protecting them. As for the prophecy left by Rain, it was passed down through generations by Luna, the legendary high priestess. This was a prophecy that only each generation of high priestess could orally transmit, as it was a divine indication. Therefore, no one dared to ignore it. Eventually, this saying was even written into their sacred texts. A beam of light pierced through the atmosphere and entered space. It slowly condensed into a gigantic, shining figure. It was the light giant who had just finished battling on Earth. He gazed at the Earth before him. After a long time, he shook his head. A voice suddenly rang out beside him. Rain, is this really not your planet? The life forms living on this planet are so similar to how you were when you came to the peaceful nation. Moreover, they're also very similar to our humans in the peaceful nation. I can't believe there exists a race in this universe that is so similar to us. I once thought that the races in the universe should be unique. Rain shook his head and said, perhaps it's just a coincidence. There are many races similar to the people of the peaceful nation. It's just that the peaceful nation had little contact with the outside world back then, so they weren't very familiar with it. In this universe, there are indeed many such races. Not to mention, just look at the previous U40 planet, which before evolution also looked very much like humans. One could even say that all the ultra races in this universe, before super evolution, had similar appearances to humans. Perhaps, under the rules of this universe, the ultimate form of humans is the form of ultra races. It is precisely because of this that Rain was able to cross into the light country of the ultra universe tens of thousands of years ago and evolve into his current form through plasma sparks. It's just that due to personal physical reasons, he had some innate shortcomings. Fortunately, he later made up for it. Tars understood this to some extent, but was now more concerned about some more important matters. By the way, what about the Reblondo aliens? This was something Rain had discovered earlier. After getting closer to Earth, he sensed the presence of the Reblondo aliens. Rain felt there might be danger, so he didn't let Tars follow. Moreover, he thought of how Tars could not sustain long-term activity on Earth after arriving near it. The Light Clan could actually transform into a small human-like form inside a planet to save energy for prolonged activity. Tars could naturally do this as well. However, since the dangers inside this planet were unknown at the time, Rain did not let him take that risk. During this time, Tars had been watching Rain's every move inside the planet. He only saw Rain enter the planet and then engage in battle with a monster. Naturally, he was not very clear about the details of the process. After all, he did not have the ability to probe into others' telepathic conversations. So he asked about the Reblondo aliens. Rain immediately explained the events that had occurred on Earth, combined with some of his own speculations. After hearing this, Tars was somewhat surprised. The main reason there are so many monsters on Earth is actually related to the Reblondo aliens. Rain originally thought that the Reblondo aliens were hiding on this planet, accumulating power to rise at any moment. But after entering this planet, he realized that the Reblondo aliens had long since left and were nowhere to be found. The presence that emitted the aura of the Reblondo aliens turned out to be a group of humans, specifically the tribe that had almost been devoured by Antora earlier. The Reblondo aliens must have visited this planet before. However, for unknown reasons, although they left behind a large number of monsters here. Rain said with some surprise, "This universe is vast. The biological weapons known as monsters seem numerous under the control of the Reblondo aliens. However, scattered throughout the universe, they are not that prominent. Some planets can have 1 or 2 monsters, which is already a disaster capable of destroying civilizations. It is far from being like future Earth, where monsters can pop up every few days. It feels somewhat abnormal no matter how you think about it. It is possible that the former Reblondo did indeed accumulate power on this planet, but for unknown reasons, they abandoned it. Yet they left all the monsters on this planet." Chapter 32. The 50,000 year period has ended, and the Cosmic Emperor returns? He could sense that on this planet, there were still some Anton Ras, which are top-tier monsters even among the monster legions. There were even monsters with even stronger spiritual pressure. Moreover, this Antonra was much stronger than the ones previously encountered in the universe because it was also growing, especially with the excellent resources provided by the human tribe nearby. The reason those humans were born with the superpower of telepathy was that they carried the genetic factors of the Reblander aliens in their bodies. In other words, they were the true Leonics of Earth. However, due to unknown reasons, they could not fully utilize the power of the Reblander genetic factors, only gaining simple telepathic abilities. And this telepathic ability was far from sufficient to control monsters. Otherwise, they might have already subdued Antonra and turned it into a monster weapon under their control. Therefore, reality took a completely opposite direction. They became the supplements for Antonra. After Antonra swallowed them, it could obtain part of the Reblander gene factors and enhance its power. Antonra also raised them for this purpose. Originally, it could slowly wait for the humans to reproduce continuously and provide an endless supply of supplements to strengthen itself. However, this Antonra seemed to have recently given birth, making it somewhat weak. Thus, it wanted to swallow all the humans from the tribe to restore some vitality. It was at this critical moment that Ryan suddenly appeared, preventing this tragedy from happening. At this point, Ryan turned around. "Let's go, it's time to head back." The two transformed into a beam of light and entered the subspace passage. It took nearly a day to barely return to the M78 nebula. The land of light was nearly 1,000,000 light-years away from Earth, and spending this amount of time to travel that distance was already considered incredibly fast. After Ryan returned to the headquarters of the M78 Nebula Alliance, he first found El and asked him to report on the follow-up work after dealing with the cosmic cicada. El's workability was indeed impressive. Although there were still some cosmic cicadas at large, basic deterrence had already been established. This was also Ryan's ultimate goal. Since the formation of the Light Alliance, some cosmic races had been restless, even dismissing the Light Alliance entirely. After all, there was only one Ryan in the Light Alliance. Ryan could not chase them all over the universe. As long as they hid somewhere in the cosmos, it would not be easy to find them. They had their own ambitions, mostly wanting to develop their strategic strike capabilities to challenge the Land of Light. Therefore, Ryan had to capture a few examples from time to time to deter those restless cosmic races. This time, the chosen lucky ones were the cosmic cicadas. Where are Tydak and the others? Ryan seemed to recall something and sensed the spiritual pressure within the Alliance base, only to find that several familiar spiritual pressures were missing. Tydak had achieved many feats over the past 20,000 years and gradually rose to the position of frontline commander. Ryan, as the overall commander, mostly remained at the base headquarters. After all, the sphere of influence was expanding, and Ryan could not handle everything personally. Moreover, this was also a good opportunity to train Tydak. After all, Ryan's hope for retirement lay in Tydak. However, it seemed there had not been any military actions recently, so Tydak should have been guarding the base. El Hisetativ. Ryan quietly watched him. What exactly happened? El finally lowered his head in shame, clearly not daring to lie in front of Ryan. The authority Ryan had built up over thousands of years had long since penetrated deep into people's hearts. Moreover, El had always regarded Ryan as an idol. El looked apologetic and bowed deeply in the direction of the universe. "I am very sorry, Commander Tydak. I truly cannot lie in front of the overall commander." After finishing this, he hurriedly said, "Previously, when you were not at headquarters, we detected abnormal fluctuations. After some investigation, we discovered it was a distortion of space." Distortion of space? Ryan's gaze sharpened. He seemed to realize something. Yes, it was a distortion of space. I believe you have guessed it. The former Cosmic Emperor, Zoda, has been resurrected. Not only him, but Mold and Gina have also been resurrected. El immediately said. Commander Tydak, along with Gerald and other officers, went to confront them. Before leaving, he instructed me not to tell you about this, saying they wanted to prove their abilities to you and the entire universe this time. Ryan fell silent. Over the past 20,000 years, Tydak had been adapting to the abilities of the Ultra Antenna. Only recently had he finally merged for the first time with a few fellow warriors from the same period. The fusion was considered basically successful, but the results were not ideal. He knew the data. A perfect fusion state would significantly enhance one's combat power. For instance, in later generations, Taro, after merging the abilities of the Ultra 6 brothers, saw his combat power increase dramatically by 50 times. That was why he could easily defeat the King of Gurinth, created by Zoda. However, Tydak's fusion did not seem so perfect, with only about a 20-fold increase in power. The issue could lie with Tydak himself or with his companions. The Ultra brothers of later generations possessed extremely high potential, and their combat power was among the best in the Land of Light. They were the top 5 combat powers of the Land of Light at that time. According to Ryan's estimates, each of them at their debut might have combat powers equivalent to Tydak's current level, if not stronger. After all, times were always progressing. Even the current combat power system of the Land of Light was not yet fully developed. In contrast, the combat power system of the Ultra Brothers era was already quite mature. Therefore, even though Tydak was the only unique combat power in the Land of Light aside from Ryan, he was still close to the level of the Ultra Brothers of later generations. As for the other warriors, no one could compare to him. Even the 6 warriors from his generation fell short compared to him. Thus, this could be an issue of energy imbalance. Still too young and impulsive. Ryan sighed and stood up. Were they now? Previously, after dealing with the remnants of the Guadi Empire, they had also captured a few prisoners and interrogated them about the locations where Zoda and his siblings were sealed. At that time, those cosmic beings had revealed some information. However, through research, they discovered that the sealed locations were not fixed and would drift around the universe. This was because the folds in space were in constant motion. This was also why they had not discovered the resurrection of Zoda and his siblings at the first opportunity. At the end of the month, I'm looking for a monthly ticket. At the end of the month, double monthly tickets are available. If anyone has tickets on hand, please cast them. Once we reach 1,000 votes, I'll add 3 more chapters. Chapter 33, Super Tydark. Feeling terrifyingly strong. In the depths of the universe, a horrifying space distortion occurs. In places where the distorted space sweeps by, any matter will be crushed, including any celestial bodies in the universe. For many cosmic races, this is a catastrophic disaster. However, within that space distortion, it seems that shadowy figures are coalescing. Is there really a life form existing within such a terrifying space distortion? This is simply unbelievable. Haha, the Gue Empire will return once again. A voice arrogantly laughs. This is none other than Mold, one of the 3 siblings of the Gue Empire. After Prometheus self-destructed his armor and perished along with him, in his final moments, he harbored endless resentment towards Prometheus, the culprit who killed himself and his 2 siblings. This resentment transformed into a malevolent will, distorting the surrounding space-time. After discovering this, Prometheus, who was already in a desperate situation, used the last remaining energy of his broken armor to seal the spirit of Mold. Therefore, Mold is unaware that Prometheus is actually dead. Over the past 50,000 years, Mold's hatred for Prometheus and the Andromedans has grown year by year. Like a tangible resentment, it has become his source of power. When the space distorts once again, it is the moment of the revival of the Emperor of the universe. Is that guy Prometheus still alive? Mold swings his bat axe, his voice filled with uncontainable hate. While he searches for the aura of Prometheus in this universe, 2 figures once again leap out from the distortion of space. It is Zoda and Gina. Once the 3 giants of the Gue Empire, they have now all returned. Their emergence is quite grand because this is a rare phenomenon of space distortion. Whenever it appears, many cosmic civilizations regard it as a disaster of the universe. Wherever the space distortion sweeps, everything is ground to dust. Therefore, at the moment the space distortion appears, nearby cosmic races all focus their attention here. However, upon seeing the appearance of the Zoda siblings, everyone's expression changes drastically. The former emperors of the universe have returned. In their hearts, there is only one thought. The aura of Prometheus seems to have disappeared from this universe. Mold angrily exclaims. He should have died at my hands. Who killed him? Gina giggles beside him. The current plan is still to let the Gue Empire return. Whether it's Prometheus or the Andromedans, Under the combined strength of us three siblings, they will be completely annihilated. Zoda, who has always enjoyed bantering with Gina, unusually says nothing this time. The ago.He Empire is their life's work. This time they return not only to take revenge on Prometheus and the Andromedans, but also to revive the ago.He Empire. This is their mission. Then, the Zoda siblings prepare to announce their arrival and summon the old members of the ago.He Empire to rebuild it. However, they did not expect that suddenly several beams of light flew in from the depths of the universe and condensed into several familiar figures not far from them. This posture is the trash from the peaceful nation? Mold pondered. Then, as if he realized something, he laughed. So you knew that I, King Mold, have returned and came to pledge allegiance? The newcomers are indeed Tydark and others. Tydark gazes coldly at the three siblings, especially a Mold. The anger in his eyes is palpable. Mold. Gina, Zoda, your end has come. I will inherit Prometheus's will and seal you away once again. The three siblings of Zoda are momentarily stunned. They exchange glances and then burst into laughter simultaneously. Especially Mold, who once led a legion to attack the Light Nation, still retains his impression of the Light Nation from 50,000 years ago. So he thinks Tydark is joking with him. Tydark remains calm and instead addresses the people behind him. Let us begin. The others nod. Then, under the astonished gazes of the Zoda siblings, the people behind Tydark simultaneously channel all their energy into the ultra antenna above Tydark's head. At the same time, Tydark's energy intensity rapidly surges. What? Mold exclaims in surprise. It can still merge? Zoda sneers. It's just flashy nonsense. Gina covers her mouth and chuckles. Seems quite strong. Boom! A surge of energy erupts from Tydark, and in that instant his power increases by 10 to 20 times. At this moment, Tydark feels as if he could punch through the universe. He is now very strong. Terrifyingly strong. Mold, Gina, Zoda, let me inherit Prometheus's will and eliminate you once again. This time I will use you to prove to the entire universe, to Instructor Rain, that even without Instructor Rain, the Light Nation can still stand in this universe and maintain peace. This burden I can certainly bear. Tydark feels the surging power within him and thinks that all the suffering he endured over these past thousands of years was worth it. When Rain finally arrives, a considerable amount of time has passed. By the time he returns to the Light Nation, Tydark and the others have already left for a long time. So when he arrives, the battle has already ended. The scene is in ruins. Nearby planets have been shattered, and everywhere is the wreckage of destruction. After a thorough search, Rain finally finds Tydark among the rubble. At this time, Tydark is already on the verge of death. The colorful timer on his chest flashes rapidly, almost about to extinguish. And beside Tydark, there are no other figures left. The other warriors who came with him to confront the Zoda siblings are nowhere to be found. Rain senses the fluctuations of spiritual pressure around him. His expression is somewhat heavy. Ultimately, I arrived too late. He then takes Tydark back to the M78 Nebula's Alliance headquarters, rushing him to the Silver Cross Army for treatment. Upon returning to the headquarters, Rain immediately arranges for people to treat Tydark. The Silver Cross Army was established after the formation of the Alliance Army for battlefield rescue. It is a logistical unit for the battlefield. Under his orders, the best medical resources are immediately mobilized. A dozen experts proficient in medical light begin to take turns treating Tydark. Finally, after several days of rescue efforts, Tydark's injuries stabilize. When Rain sees Tydark again, Tydark seems a bit despondent. He just quietly sits on the hospital bed, staring blankly, not saying a word. Chapter 34. Is Rain not afraid? Mold's confidence. So tell me, what exactly happened? Rain patted his shoulder and sat down beside him to ask. Tydark glanced at Rain, but his gaze was somewhat evasive. His voice trembled and stuttered as he said, "Why, yes, I'm sorry, Rain. Instructor Rain, I'll let you down." He was afraid. He couldn't face Rain. This time, he acted on his own accord, taking a few of the strongest warriors from the Tribe of Light to confront the recently revived Zuder triplets. But the result was, he lost, and he lost terribly. If it weren't for the desperate efforts of the remaining companions who protected him with their lives at the critical moment, he might have died too. In fact, the feeling he had now was even worse than dying on the battlefield. He was the one who should not have survived. If it weren't for his rash decision, the others wouldn't have lost their lives. Rain had long suspected this outcome. He stood up, but didn't say anything. Just as he was about to leave the hospital room, he suddenly said, "Tydark, I am very disappointed in you. But my disappointment is not in your failure, but in the irreversible consequences caused by your rashness. You have followed me for so long, yet you have not grown. You should have waited for me to return and resolve this matter with me." It was your arrogance that misjudged the opponent's strength, leading to the deaths of your companions. In fact, Rain had already anticipated that Tydak might not be a match for the Zutter triplets. The strength of the Zutter triplets was very formidable. Their danger level was even above that of the Lebrondo aliens. Of course, this is assuming we don't count the endless monster army controlled by the Lebrondo aliens. After all, the Lebrondo aliens were positioned as summoners. The Zutter triplets, on the other hand, possessed powerful individual combat abilities. It goes without saying that the strongest among them, Zutter, was unmatched. Mold and Gina were also not weak. These three siblings had ruled the universe together for a long time, even before the last 50,000 years. Although they had been dealt with by Prometheus, the accumulation of resentment over the past 50,000 years had only made them stronger. Even if just the three of them joined forces, it would likely not be an easy task for the fused Super Tydak to defeat them. And there was even a possibility of being dragged down by the triplets. After all, while fusion granted immense power, it also required vast amounts of energy for each output, making prolonged battles unsustainable. Moreover, these three could also merge into an even more powerful ago.He. The battle power after fusion could possibly increase to more than 10 times that of their individual forms. Tydak was still too early to face all three of them alone. Even Rain, facing them alone now, had no absolute confidence. However, if they combined their strength, they would have absolute certainty in dealing with the Zutter triplets. Originally, his plan was to team up with Tydak as soon as the Zutter triplets were revived to eliminate them. But he didn't expect such an accident to happen. Now Tydak's abilities were effectively wasted. One could say Tydak's unauthorized actions completely disrupted his plans. Having the courage to face powerful enemies is commendable, but one must also consider methods and strategies. One cannot act recklessly. Rain looked at the light weapon in his hand and murmured, if it doesn't work, then something will have to be erased from this universe. After the Zutter triplets revived, they directly announced their return to the entire universe. They also conveyed their intention to rally the old ago.He factions. However, what no one expected was that the three cosmic emperors, who should have been obliterated in the annals of the universe, received treatment that even they were astonished by upon their return. Yes, they were astonished. The old factions of the ago.He had already been largely cleared out by the Tribe of Light. Therefore, there weren't many who could be rallied. Yet, there were even cosmic races that had previously not been under the jurisdiction of the ago.He Empire expressing their desire to join the ago.He Empire. This enthusiastic response was something the Zutter triplets found hard to believe. They were supposed to be remnants of a bygone era. Now, after 50,000 years, there were still those who remembered them and were willing to follow them. This was simply incredible. It even moved them to the point of nearly shedding tears. They even pondered whether they should treat these cosmic races better in the future. In fact, they were unaware that this was also related to events that had occurred over the past 50,000 years. During these 50,000 years, the Zutter triplets had hidden in a twisted space-time and had been sealed away, completely unaware of what was happening outside. However, for the cosmic races during these past 50,000 years, especially those belonging to the dark factions, it was nothing short of torment. First came the rise of the Lebrondo aliens, controlling all the monsters in the universe. They swept through and destroyed countless civilizations, earning a reputation as a madman, the demon of the universe. At that time, these cosmic races had already begun to miss the era of the ago.He Empire. However, the Zutter triplets had long disappeared, making nostalgia pointless. Later, the demon of the universe, the Lebrondo aliens, was finally exterminated. Yet, it was Rain who did the exterminating. Rain belonged to the Light Camp and was now the leader of the Light Camp. For these dark faction races who were accustomed to rising through war, their ideological stance was completely different. Naturally, they were on opposing sides. It was precisely because of Rain's existence that the dark faction had been weak for the past 20,000 years, completely suppressed by the Light Camp. Now, the dark faction desperately needed a powerful leader to help them rise again, even if it meant returning to the glory of 50,000 years ago. Thus, the emergence of the Zutter triplets gave them hope. This led to the current situation. Driven by this phenomenon, the once ancient ago.He Empire quickly rose again. Although its scale was far from that of the ago.He Empire 50,000 years ago, it was still not to be underestimated. It had already reached a point where it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Alliance of Light. Ha ha! It seems that even if the three of us are dead, we are still the emperors of the universe. Mole was very pleased. This was simply an unexpected start. They had originally prepared to start from scratch and slowly build their strength, but unexpectedly, this time, the star was already at its peak. Leaders of some powerful cosmic races had gathered around the triplets at this moment. However, they looked at each other, seemingly wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. "Do you have something to say?" Gina keenly sensed that the atmosphere was off. A leader of a cosmic race, seeing that the others were hesitant to speak, awkwardly smiled and said, "We're just worried about Rain." "Zen? Who is Rain?" Zutter asked in confusion. "He is known as a top-tier combat force in the universe, from the Tribe of Light." The cosmic leader hurriedly replied. "Tribe of Light?" Mord looked disdainful. "Is it those few we defeated before? It's surprising that the once weak trash has grown to this level. But in the end, they are merely using their immense power to bully the weak in this universe. I, King Mord, will slay him under this battle axe." The hearts of the many alien leaders suddenly relaxed. It turned out that King Mord already had an understanding of the Light Clan. Does that mean he also knows about Rain? Surely he must have ways to counter such catastrophic attacks, right? Truly worthy of being the former emperor of the universe. Chapter 35. The Second War of Light and Darkness. One person. Attack. The great chaos of the universe has begun. The emergence of the ancient empire has signified the restart of the war between light and darkness. 50,000 years ago, the representative of the Light Camp was the Andro people, and today it is the Light Clan. In a certain sense, the Light Clan can also be seen as inheriting the will of the Andro people. However, this time, the Light Camp does not have the slightest advantage. At least, it appears that way on the surface. The Andro people, led by Prometheus, fought against the ancient empire for countless years, ultimately ending in mutual destruction. The curtain of a new era has risen. No one knows how this time will conclude. After the establishment of the ancient empire, it began to sweep across the universe under the leadership of the three molds. Of course, their methods are somewhat milder than those of the Labrandorans. At least, they do not completely annihilate a civilization. At most, they enslave them to mine for resources. Rain, of course, would not do nothing. Although the current forces of the Light Alliance are even weaker than those of the ancient empire, since they decided to shift their strategic focus to the universe, they must bear the corresponding consequences. Rain organized the various factions of the Light Alliance to resist the invasion of the ancient empire. Soon, new warriors began to stand out. Apart from the warriors of the Light Clan, Rain was well aware of the others. There were also some outstanding warriors from other races who caught Rain's attention. Among them was a warrior from U40 named Jonik. He possessed excellent combat talent and had rapidly developed in the protection of the Light Alliance over the years. They often sent outstanding members of their race to learn from the Light Clan, and upon returning, they would build their own combat system. Gradually, they formed a unique system of their own. Thus, some warriors from U40 began to grow stronger. However, among them, only 3 could achieve gigantism. Jonik was one of them, and he was the strongest. Commander Rain, the full-scale war has begun, initiated by the ancient empire. The current strength of the ancient empire is immense. They organized their army to launch a total assault on several nebulae near our Light Alliance. With our current strength, it is difficult to organize an effective defense. Jonik, who had already been promoted to captain by Rain, reported to him. Rain nodded. "Try to hold off the enemy's attack, focusing on defense." Focus on defense? Jonik's heart sank. Even Commander Rain is not optimistic about the future. He clenched his fists. In the end, he nodded and went to convey the order. At that moment, Rain suddenly stood up and summoned a shallow blade with his mind. Is it really not enough? Rain sighed, but time waits for no one. He then grasped the shallow blade and walked outside the base. Just as he left, a familiar figure quietly watched him depart from behind. It was Tydek. He had recovered. Although he was now much quieter, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately following Rain. Rain quietly left the M78 Nebula and headed straight to the front line of the battlefield. Within the sphere of influence of the Light Alliance, a planet was under attack by the Ancient Empire's forces. The Ancient Empire's army was frantically plundering the resources and energy of this planet. For the past 20,000 years, they had been suppressed by the Light Alliance, led by Rain. Now, with the protection of the trio of Zoda, they had the courage to confront the Light Alliance. They wanted to repay all the grievances they had suffered. Destruction Path 33, Azure Firefall. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and they looked in surprise towards the source of the sound. A familiar figure was now waving his hand to unleash a shockwave of blue and white flames. Yes, it's the leader of the Light Clan, Rain. Trouble. Run. Quickly report to King Mold. The shockwave was enormous, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. under the terrified gazes of everyone. It tore through the void, crossing tens of millions of kilometers, and crashed violently into their fleet. Upon concentrating its target, the compressed flames erupted instantly, consuming everything. In that moment, brilliant fireworks exploded in the universe. Flames reaching millions of degrees melted everything. The power of the ghost path increases in proportion to the growth of its spiritual pressure. Now, Rain had become several times stronger compared to when he dealt with the Labrandrans. Naturally, the visual impact was on an entirely different level. The ancient empire had begun to invade the territory of the Light Alliance, and at this moment, the periphery of the Light Alliance was engulfed in flames of war. The Alliance forces rose up to resist these invasions and had no time to care for the cosmic races that were being invaded during this period. Rain, like a leisurely stroll, walked from the M78 nebula, and upon encountering the ancient empire's forces, he effortlessly dealt with them. With his single strength, he pierced through the chaotic battlefield. However, he only attacked the ancient empire's forces he encountered and did not join the Alliance forces to jointly resist the invasion. In fact, after breaking through this chaotic battlefield, he directly entered the territory of the ancient empire. He walked along, casually clearing out the ancient empire's forces, and soon the news reached the ears of the Zota trio. What? He alone is attacking the headquarters of our ancient empire? Mold stared speechlessly at the alien reporting to him. Just one person dares to use the word attack. Do you know what you were saying? Not to mention the strength of the three siblings. The entire ancient empire still possesses an endless army. Mold did not understand how strong Rain was. But even if he was very strong, with sheer numbers, they could wear him down, right? Mold angrily exclaimed. Such a fuss over nothing. Just send an army to encircle him. However, the alien's gaze darted. No one dares to go. What? Mold's eyes narrowed. The races that previously submitted to our ancient empire also do not dare to go. The alien awkwardly replied. They don't dare. Mold was astonished. They all don't dare? No matter what, they are strong races in the universe. Yet they fear just one person from the Light Clan? The alien hesitated to speak. Who dares to go? The memory of that attack that wiped out an entire star system is still fresh. In front of Rain, a special grade powerhouse. No matter how many troops there are, they are just quantifiable numbers. In the end, there will be nothing left. They joined the ancient empire to live a good life, not to be cannon fodder sent to die. Moreover, in the past 20,000 years, Rain has not been idle. After 2 millennia of battles, he has accumulated a high reputation and fame in this universe. These cosmic races chose to join the ancient empire precisely because they were wary of his reputation and fame, hoping to use the 3 siblings of the ancient to restrain Rain and survive in the cracks. Chapter 36. Encountering Mold again. Mold sensed something was off. This guy named Ryan was able to intimidate so many powerful cosmic races all by himself. He seemed quite extraordinary. Gina pondered and analyzed. Beside her, Zota sneered, swinging the Bat King's sword in his hand. I knew these cosmic races couldn't be trusted. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. Stop arguing. Mold's expression changed. Damn it. If that's the case, then let's 3 of us go meet this guy named Ryan. I want to see how a mere light clan that has only undergone super evolution for 50,000 years has achieved this level. Looking back 50,000 years ago, the Light Clan was just a group of reptiles that he could slaughter at will. At that time, he led the ancient A Legion's army, and with a bombardment from the laser orbital cannon, directly caused the Light Clan's population to suffer nearly a third loss, encountering almost no effective resistance. And now, only a short 50,000 years have passed. The Light Clan has quietly grown into a strong race in the universe, even becoming the leader of the Light Alliance. Now, just one member of the Light Clan can intimidate so many cosmic races without them daring to act against him. It's simply incredible. For many races in this universe, 50,000 years is indeed a very short time. The cosmic strong races that previously joined under his banner, which one of them has not developed for at least 100,000 years, or even several 100,000 years? Compared to those races, the Light Clan seems like they're on steroids. This speed of rise is a bit too fast. In the Virgo star domain, this is the sphere of influence of the ancient A Empire. However, in this most dangerous place for the Light Alliance, Ryan encountered no obstacles at all. It was as if he were in a no man's land. In fact, Ryan had anticipated this outcome long ago. Those cosmic races that joined the ancient A Empire were never sincere. The current ancient A Empire is not what it was 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years ago, even if Zota and his siblings had been dead for tens of thousands of years, there would still be loyal remnants wanting to revive them. This shows how terrifying the cohesion of the ancient A Empire was at that time. But the current ancient A Empire is just a big shell that looks imposing. It completely lacks the cohesion of the past. Unless Zoda and his siblings can defeat Ryan, there might be a chance for those cosmic races to sincerely submit. Now all eyes are on the actions of Zoda and his siblings. Ryan is also waiting. He stopped beside a star, looking at the star emitting endless light and heat, slowly spreading his arms to absorb the light energy there. Maintaining a high-frequency output all along the way has taken toll on Ryan. He knows that a fierce battle is likely to come next. He needs to replenish his energy as quickly as possible. His spiritual pressure seems to be increasing. Ryan converted the light energy, feeling his internal energy rapidly recovering, and couldn't help but think. It seems that only high-intensity battles can enhance one's spiritual pressure more quickly. You should rest assured and recover. Ryan suddenly spoke in a direction. In fact, he had already sensed the spiritual pressure belonging to Tydak. Tydak was somewhat surprised. Flying out from behind planet. Instructor Ryan, how did you find me? Ryan shook his head. Hurry and leave. You can't help with anything right now. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared abruptly not far from Ryan. They were exuding a strong dark aura. The era of bullying the weak with great power has passed. Don't leave. Your opponent is us now. You are the one called Ryan, a member of the Light Clan? The leader, carrying a bat war axe, looked down at Ryan from above. It was Zoda and his siblings. One must say, as expected of the former Cosmic Emperor, their entrance was quite elaborate. They appeared at a position intentionally or unintentionally higher than Ryan's, just enough to look down on him. It seems they were preparing to suppress Ryan with their aura before the battle began. Finally, they are here. Ryan glanced over. However, Ryan was completely unfazed. His expression was extremely calm. He didn't even look at the 3 of them. Zoda and his siblings were currently sizing up Ryan. They were also curious about what kind of person could frighten those cosmic races like this. It's you? Mold observed for a while and found him increasingly familiar. Suddenly, he had a flash of realization, looking surprised. You are that peace-loving person from the Kingdom of Light who had decent sword skills? Mold never expected that the little mouse he once toyed with had become a so-called top-tier powerhouse that made the cosmic races lose their fighting spirit after he woke up. What on earth happened in the past 50,000 years? Long time no see, Mold. Ryan held his shallow strike sword and said solemnly, You owe quite a bit from that battle in the Kingdom of Light, and it's time to pay it back. As soon as he finished speaking, he wasted no time, directly seizing the initiative and slashing towards Mold's direction. Mold felt the sharp sword pressure coming at him and was startled. He quickly raised the bat war axe to block in front of him. Clang! The sword pressure collided with the war axe, sparking a shower of sparks, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. However, he ultimately managed to block it. But Mold stared in shock at the small notch that had appeared on his war axe. What was that just now? If it had cut into me, I would have died, right? Interesting. Let me have a go at him. Zoda's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of interest. He was undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 siblings and an enemy that even the father of Ultraman would fear in later generations. Zoda, your opponent is me. It's Tydak. He remembered Tydak best, because it was he who had delivered the final blow to him earlier. Ryan, seeing this, said, Tydak, don't be reckless. However, Tydak seemed to ignore him and charged straight at Zoda. Seeing this, Zoda thrust his sword towards Tydak, directly piercing through Tydak's waist. But Tydak didn't take care. Instead, he tightly hugged Zoda and rushed into the distance. He was prepared to buy time for Ryan with his life. Ryan understood his intention. He no longer tried to stop him, but turned his attention to Mold and Gina. He needed to eliminate Mold and Gina as quickly as possible. Ryan swung his sword fiercely towards Gina. She quickly dodged while swinging the bat magic whip in her hand to strike at Ryan. Ryan stepped on the momentary movement and dodged instantly. At the same time, Mold also reacted, swinging his axe towards Ryan. Break path number 1. Charge. Bang. The invincible Mold King was once again pushed back. This made Mold furious, but he was helpless. Binding path number 4. This rope. Rain used one hand to block Gina's attack while conjuring a light rope that stretched for thousands of kilometers, swinging it toward Gina. Gina was taken aback and tried to use her bat whip to break the light rope. But to her surprise, the light rope seemed alive, winding around her whip and directly entangling her body. She felt her body was no longer under her control, and her soul felt somewhat weakened. Rain used both slashing techniques and demon arts to restrain the two, surprisingly gaining the upper hand. After all, among the trio, the strongest was Zoda, and now he was desperately held back by Tydak. With just these two, Rain felt quite confident in dealing with them. Gina, Mold roared in anger. swinging his axe and charging at Rain again. Break the way forth, white thunder. A lightning shockwave formed at Rain's fingertips, carrying incredible impact as it slammed towards the charging Mold. With no other choice, Mold could only raise his bad axe in front of himself once more. Boom! The invincible King Mold was pushed back for the third time, retreating nearly tens of millions of kilometers due to the shockwave. At the same time, Rain's long knife drew a line in the void, and a dazzling golden sword pressure fiercely struck towards the bound Gina. Chapter 37. Ancient Emperor. Suppression Domain. Hiss. Gina was struck by this sword pressure, firmly cutting into her body. A large burst of flames erupted in front of her, causing her to let out a cry of pain. She was injured. Moreover, it was not just a physical injury. If it were only physical, she could fully rely on her energy to heal, but her soul was also wounded by this sword pressure from Ryan. For a moment, she lost her fighting capability. After temporarily dealing with Gina, Ryan continued to absorb the surrounding light energy without pause. Boom! However, at that moment, a violent explosion shockwave came. Ryan couldn't help but be drawn to it. Is that an Ultra Bomb? In his sight, Tidak's figure was slowly coalescing. Meanwhile, Zoda was already covered in blood. So that is how it is. The reason only Tidak could survive before must be because he possessed an Ultra Heart, right? The Ultra Bomb is a skill from the future, only capable of being used by Taro. This skill requires the possession of an Ultra Heart. The Ultra Heart is a talent that very few can possess. Regardless of the injuries sustained, even fatal wounds, as long as one possesses an Ultra Heart, they can recover. If an ordinary person were to use the Ultra Bomb, which detonates all of their energy and results in a mutual destruction with the enemy, they would likely not survive either. But if one has an Ultra Heart, as long as the Ultra Heart remains undamaged, they can still recover. However, there's a cost. It is said that each use consumes 20 years of life. How long the lifespan of the Ultra race is, even Ryan is not very clear. But compared to the long lifespan of the Ultra race, 20 years is nothing at all. It's just that he didn't expect Tidak to actually possess an Ultra Heart, and that during this time, he developed such an incredible skill as the Ultra Bomb. It's just a pity that Tidak's strength is still too weak at this moment. His self-detonation, while injuring Zoda, only managed to inflict injuries. With Zoda's recovery speed, he might soon regain his fighting capability. So his actions must be quick. Zoda, damn it. Watching his beloved brother and sister fall one by one before him, Mold suddenly spread his arms wide. At the same time, the dark energy drifting in the universe gathered around him at an astonishing speed. At this moment, he seemed to transform into an energy black hole, greedily swallowing the endless dark energy of a universe, forcefully absorbing the dark energy of a universe for a temporary increase in combat power. Ryan's gaze sharpened. Previously, Tidak and the others were defeated when Zoda and his siblings suddenly absorbed the endless dark energy and erupted in battle, catching them off guard. Ryan casually slashed forward. However, although his sword pressure broke through the gathering dark energy and the naturally generated shield by the time it reached Mold, its power was almost exhausted and was shattered by Mold's axe. Feeling the rapidly rising energy intensity from Mold, Ryan knew he could not allow the other party's power to grow like this. So he prepared to go all out and suddenly said, "A sword like this has greater power when held with both hands than with one hand." "What did you say?" Mold, whose energy was rapidly increasing, paused for a moment. Just then, Ryan gripped the hilt of the shallow strike with both hands. Void slash. Hiss, a tearing sound like fabric being ripped apart, echoed, as if space itself was being sliced open. A much larger sword pressure than before, at an astonishing speed, directly slashed towards Mold. Hiss. Mold looked at the enormous wound sliced open on his chest in disbelief. So fast. Moreover, this sword pressure was too sharp. Sharp enough that even the armor on him could not withstand it for even a second. The dark energy had just instinctively defended, but it was still effortlessly sliced apart. But damn it, boom. The energy he absorbed became unstable and suddenly exploded violently. However, as the Emperor of the Universe, his recovery ability was still quite good, and the dark energy continuously repaired his body. Gradually, his injuries stabilized. This prevented him from dying immediately, but he was still severely injured. Mold appeared exhausted, looking as if he would not be able to generate combat power again in a short time. Ryan sensed the energy he had consumed in his body. It was a bit too much. Holding the sword with both hands indeed allowed for an output that could surpass that of holding it with one hand, enabling Ryan to reach a greater output power. But at the same time, the consumption of spiritual pressure was also enormous. He continued to absorb the surrounding light energy without pause, trying to restore his state and prepare for the next attack to deliver a finishing blow. In the high-intensity battle, Ryan's spiritual pressure seemed to have increased imperceptibly a bit. Recalling the invasion of the land of light long ago, it had only been a mere 50,000 years, and the situation had completely reversed. The once unreachable emperor of the universe was now slain by his sword. Without Zoda, the strongest fighting force, dealing with these two siblings was relatively easy for Ryan. The Zoda siblings had indeed become very strong after their revival, but during the past 50,000 years, Ryan's strength had also risen steadily. Moreover, being familiar with the plot, he had a good understanding of the other party's information, while they knew nothing about him. In battles between powerful beings, being well-informed is also a significant advantage. Just as Ryan was preparing to deliver a finishing blow, suddenly, Mold and Gina, who had already been severely injured, transformed into two streams of black energy and surged towards Zoda not far away. They merged. Mold and Gina's souls and powers fused together onto Zoda. At this moment, Zoda radiated overwhelming energy. Although he still bore Zoda's face, he had actually become Ancient Emperor. Ryan used A and directly appeared close to Tydak. Tydak, you leave first. Tydak, who had just used the Ultra Bomb and was experiencing significant life force depletion, had his colorful timer flashing rapidly as if it would extinguish at any moment. Upon hearing Ryan's words, he immediately understood what Ryan intended to do. Is it that move? Tydak did not hesitate at all and flew away into the distance. However, at that moment, Ancient Emperor waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of pink energy orbs, indiscriminately bombarding everything before him. Circular shield. A circular shield directly stood in front of Ryan, blocking some of the energy orb attacks and buying Tydak a chance to escape. You want to use that so-called disaster attack? Ancient Emperor sneered, the voices of the three siblings merging together. How can we let you use something like that? The Zoda siblings had a simple understanding of Ryan. They had learned that the reason those cosmic races feared Ryan was that he could use a disastrous attack that once erased the star system. Although they did not know what it was, they would naturally not allow Ryan any opportunity just to be safe. Following that, Ray noticed that the surrounding cosmic space was twisting. In the next moment, the space around him changed dramatically. Rain felt as if he had entered a dark, distorted dimension. Domain. A thought flashed through Rain's mind. This was the domain ability of ago.He. Familiar with the plot, he had some understanding of it. Once caught in this domain, any enemy's abilities would be suppressed to 1/3 of their original power, except for ago.He himself. Rain sensed his current spiritual pressure. Indeed, he could only utilize about 1/3 of his original power. Moreover, this was ago.He's domain, even though Rain was within it. He could not detect ago.He's location at all. He needed to use this strike at the most opportune moment. Rain couldn't help but focus on the shallow strike in his hand. He tried once again to communicate with his Zanpakuto through his mind. In this current scenario, Rain's mental state was exceptionally focused, and at that moment, he seemed to truly resonate with the sword at a certain frequency. Chapter 38. Could this be a three-dimensional art style? Outside this alternate space, ago.He appeared outside the domain after trapping Ryan. He was still somewhat wary of the disaster-level destructive power. The reason disaster attacks are called disaster attacks is that their range is too broad to evade. Therefore, the best way to avoid it is not to be in the same space as Ryan. He then set his sights on Tydark, who had not yet managed to escape. After being hit by that kind of attack, he never expected you to still be alive. ago.He laughed heartily. This time I will completely kill you, and the Light Clan will soon become history, with only a brief 50,000 years of history. Once I show this form, it signifies that this universe can only belong to our ago.He empire. Tydark's expression was grave. He no longer tried to escape. He knew that as long as ago.He was present, even if he escaped to the land of light, he would eventually have to face ago.He. Since that was the case, it was better to fight desperately. Boom! Fiery flames ignited around him. It was the Ultra Bomb. Using the Ultra Bomb twice in a short time would definitely make him seriously ill, even with the Ultra Heart. But he could no longer care about that. This was his strongest attack method. Other attacks posed no threat to ago.He at all. ago.He sneered. At the same time, Tydark had already lunged at him. Boom! Tydark's self-detonation erupted like fireworks in the universe, shattering any matter at the explosion's center. An energy shockwave rippled outward. As the explosion's flames dissipated, Tydark's figure slowly coalesced. Ding ding dong, ding 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 dong. The colorful timer on his chest flickered urgently, seemingly ready to extinguish at any moment. He had reached his limit. Endless fatigue enveloped him as he clutched his heart and gasped heavily. although there was no air in the universe. The Light Clan didn't breathe air. They merely reflexively exhibited some normal biological reactions. The position where ago.He had been was still engulfed in roaring flames. Another attack like this? I will not be defeated by the same type of attack twice. Suddenly, ago.He's voice emerged from the flames. Whoosh! He casually waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding flames. However, there were no injuries left on him. The current ago.He had combined the powers of the three siblings of the cosmos, increasing his individual strength by more than 10 times. It was entirely normal for an ultra bomb, which once could threaten the cosmos, to fail to breach ago.He's defenses. You are simply too weak. We won't be like you and strike the weak. Let them play with you. He suddenly waved his hand, and several groups of energy coalesced in front of him, gradually transforming into powerful monsters. This was another ability of ago.He. He could summon the spirits of monsters to revive them. These monsters had been killed by Ryan during the battle against the Ray Blando aliens. Now, under ago.He's power, they came to take revenge on the Light Clan and Ryan with their resentment. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as these monsters appeared, they immediately unleashed various forms of energy attacks toward Tydark. Tydark desperately dodged but still got hit by some of the attacks, causing him immense pain. ago.He watched with great satisfaction. Creak, creak. Suddenly, ago.He was taken aback. His super hearing seemed to pick up a sound similar to chewing. Who was eating something? He listened quietly. Gradually, he followed the sound to a location. The closer he got to the chewing sound, the clearer it became. What on earth was it? Bang! Suddenly, to his astonishment, a rift opened in the space before him. Following that, a knife flew out from the rift. Then, to his bewilderment, the blade suddenly opened a large mouth, as if it were eating a cookie, biting down on the torn space barrier, crunching and devouring it piece by piece. In just a moment, the surrounding space was devoured, creating a massive void. Violent spatial turbulence spread out in all directions. This frightened ago.He, causing him to retreat repeatedly. A beam of light then shot out from the spatial turbulence. Brushing past ago.He, it coalesced into a familiar figure not far away, and it was none other than Ryan, who had been trapped in the alternate space earlier. You, how is this possible? Seeing the gradually recovering spatial void, ago.He was somewhat dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Wasn't the opponent already trapped in his alternate dimension? How did they suddenly burst out? Wait, that strange knife just now. He quickly sensed the connection between himself and the domain, and his expression changed drastically. His domain had actually disappeared? Could it be? He couldn't help but look towards the knife that had already flown into Ryan's hand. His domain had actually been devoured by that knife? Is this for real? This kind of thing was simply unbelievable. Is this really a style that the three-dimensional world can possess? Its instructor Ryan. Tydark's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great! He finally appeared. Ryan's expression was calm as he gently shook the long knife in his hand, which gradually returned to its original form. The sharp teeth that had grown on the blade slowly disappeared, transforming back into the ordinary shallow cut it had been before. Release. During the time trapped in the alternate space, Ryan finally re-established contact with his Zampakuto and learned its name. Devour. The main ability of the knife is to eat. It can consume any form of energy creation, including ago.He's alternate world domain. However, the downside is that after swallowing an energy creation, it requires a period of digestion. The higher the level of the consumed energy creation, the longer the digestion time. During the digestion period, this knife cannot be used again. Ryan wasn't quite sure how long that would take. As for what would happen after complete digestion, Ryan himself wasn't entirely clear, only knowing that this Zampakuto had previously told him that what it digested would become its nourishment. It was clearly a growth-type Zampakuto, which at this stage could not form effective combat power. Fortunately, at this stage, he didn't need to use this knife. ago.He, since your domain can't trap me, let's fight head-on. Ryan smiled and said, using both releases on you is fitting for your status. Whoosh! Fiery flames suddenly erupted around him, centering on him. Strangely, these blazing white flames were actually burning in the cosmic space. It was truly burning in the cosmic space, not simply spreading flames. ago.He clearly saw that the surrounding cosmic space seemed to have been ignited by these flames. Chapter 39. The Sublimated Zampakuto. Burning Concept. All things in the universe. Reduced to ashes. Flown blade like fire. Accompanied by a chant from Ryan, the flames erupted with even greater ferocity. ago.He vaguely heard the sizzling sound of the surrounding space being consumed by fire. How is this possible? ago.He was also a bit dumbfounded. The space is burning? Is this still the world he understands? He had lived for countless millennia, and nothing he had seen in the past could compare to what he witnessed today. First, a long knife with sharp teeth devoured his alternate space domain. Then, the strange flames erupted from Ryan's body, capable of burning even space. It must be known that fire is merely a low-level form of energy bound by the universe. But now it had achieved an overthrow, scorching space itself. Flowing blade like fire. After he completed the initial release of his Zampakuto, he successfully met the requirements for a system reboot. This rebooted system was much more agile than before, and this time, the reward was quite simple. An additional release of Zampakuto was granted. It was indeed flowing blade like fire. The Zampakuto is an extension of the soul, and after Ryan's super evolution, his soul had also undergone a transformation. It was no longer on the same dimension as an ordinary human soul. Therefore, the release of the Zampakuto was passively sublimated. The current flowing blade like fire could no longer be understood in the context of the original storyline. The original flowing blade like fire only had the characteristic of releasing high-temperature flames. The initial release could only unleash flames at 5,000 degrees. That temperature would hardly be significant in the Ultra universe. The high-temperature flames spewed by a random monster would probably be hotter than that. Under the urging of his soul's sublimation, the flames that flowing blade like fire could unleash in its initial release not only reached an astonishing temperature of 100 million degrees, but also possessed a conceptual ability. Burning. It could burn on anything that has a concept, including the space of a universe. Conventional methods could not extinguish these flames. Once ignited, they would inevitably lead to a charred end unless Ryan actively removed the burning effect of the flames. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of flames erupted from Ryan's body. These flames, whether intentionally or unintentionally, directly swept over several monsters that were confronting Tydak. The monsters were immediately engulfed in raging flames. Amidst their screams, they were reduced to ashes by the fire. A temperature of 100 million degrees, theoretically, could vaporize most matter in the universe. If ordinary flames touched someone, they could easily be pushed away with energy. However, the flames of flowing blade like fire could even burn energy. Recklessly unleashing energy would only make the flames on their bodies even more ferocious. This temperature of 100 million degrees was already quite exaggerated. The most crucial aspect was the sustained burning damage. Like a joke from Jordan, a fireball with 1 trillion degrees of heat could merely shatter a few pieces of glass. In reality, this was related to the quantity. Purely high temperature, no matter how high, could not destroy a planet. Ordinary flames can also reach thousands of degrees. Theoretically, they could burn a human, but a single spark from those flames could only cause a burn. Without sufficient mass and scale, a mere trillion-degree fireball would naturally not possess the destructive power one would imagine. Flowing blade like fire was different. The flames on Ryan's body continued to release. The massive fire pillar directly generated a tidal wave of flames, spreading rapidly in all directions without dead angles, soon igniting everything within a light-year radius, including space. Planets began to burn violently under the cover of these flames. The terrifying high temperature vaporized the surface of the planets layer by layer. In just a brief moment, these planets were completely obliterated in the terrifying wave of fire. The scale of this flame release was terrifying, surpassing the explosion of solar flares by countless times. This was yet another natural disaster, a cosmic-level catastrophe. Fortunately, there were no cosmic civilizations nearby. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Of course, this was also why Ryan, upon realizing there were no other spiritual pressures nearby, could unleash the power of flowing blade like fire so recklessly. The surrounding space was also ignited. It seemed to have become a world of flames, independent of this universe. However, within the range covered by the flames, Tydak was not affected by the fire, although he felt a bit uncomfortable from the heat. But the space around him was isolated by an invisible force, creating an open area. Gue was not so fortunate. He was the primary target of this endless fire. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Gue, with a changed expression, hurriedly siphoned dark energy drifting in the universe. Time and again, he unleashed energy tides to blow away the flames that approached him. Although the flames could burn on any material, they had no attack power aside from their high temperature, so there were still ways to avoid them. However, even if Gue could repeatedly unleash energy tides to evade the flames, his energy would eventually run out. Under the consumption of this fiery space, he would inevitably die when his energy was exhausted. Gue also realized this problem. What kind of monster is this guy? Not long ago, he was merely a little bug he could toy with. Yet in just 50,000 years, How had he grown to such an exaggerated extent? Could this be the disastrous ability that those cosmic races had always feared? He looked at the celestial bodies around him that had been completely vaporized in such a short time and instantly understood how those cosmic races felt. Under this scale of attack, the number of troops was merely a quantifiable number. However, ago.He was indeed a figure at the pinnacle of the cosmic pyramid. He still had some means of survival. He quickly used his teleportation ability, trying to teleport out of this fiery space. Yet his figure instantly vanished from the spot. It seemed that in the next moment, he would appear outside this world of flames. Suddenly, ago.He let out a scream. He revealed himself not far away. His entire body engulfed in flames, and his body had been burned to a charred black. He had neglected the fact that the space was also ignited. Teleportation abilities are ultimately space-based abilities. What is known as teleportation is actually achieved through shortcuts in the cosmic space to enable short-distance, ultra-long-range transport. During this process, the user needs to enter the shortcut tunnel. However, now the space was ignited, and it was completely ignited. Even the shortcut tunnel was filled with endless flames. Chapter 40. Air Combat Supreme? Spacewalk. In the distance, Tydak was completely stunned by the scene before him. He could tell that the fiery tidal wave covering nearly a light-year radius was definitely not the horrifying explosion that erased a galaxy he had seen last time. Instead, it was a different mode of attack. He couldn't help but focus on the Zanpakuto in Rain's hand. Could it be? He recalled the scene where Rain had been meditating with the sword resting on his legs. Could that sword really have its own consciousness? Had Instructor Rain already completed a dialogue with the sword? What terrifying power was contained within that sword? Damn it, ago.He cursed angrily. He quickly unleashed energy to blow the flames off his body. However, to his shock, the flames did not completely dissipate. His body was still burning. Useless. Rain shook his head and said, once something is ignited, it will continue to burn. This is not just a physical burn, but a conceptual burn, unless you do not exist within a concept. What kind of perverse, exaggerated ability is this? His domain ability had just been devoured. He cannot use it temporarily. Otherwise, he could have hidden in his domain and thought of a way to escape. But now that was no longer possible. This was giving him a headache. He could vaguely feel the scorching of his soul. This terrifying flame might not rest after burning his body to ashes, but would continue to scorch his soul. That was what made him the most anxious. Even if his body was burned to ashes, he could still be revived. But once his soul was burned out, that would truly be the end. He then turned his gaze to Rain. He knew that this bizarre flame was controlled by Rain. Only by quickly eliminating Rain could he possibly avoid the fate of being burned. Without hesitation, enduring the pain of his burns, he wielded the Bat War Axe in one hand and the Bat King sword in the other, lunging toward Rain with a fierce slash. Rain showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he slowly placed the Zanpakuto, released into a flowing blade of fire, horizontally in front of him. His gaze sharpened, sweep and slash. Sizzle. The sword pressure mixed with the flowing blade of fire condensed at the edge of the blade. In an instant, he used Shuinpa to burst forward, zipping past ago.He like lightning. Ago.He's figure was suddenly halted. The right arm holding the Bat War Axe was easily severed by Rain's strike. Flames seemed to rise from it. Even though it had been severed by Rain, it was still inevitable that it would be burned by the flames. What? Ago.He found it hard to believe. The speed was just too fast. Clearly, they were fighting in space, yet the agility was even better than fighting on the ground. It should be known that in this universe, space combat of the cosmic races relies on flight. It's somewhat similar to air combat with fighter jets, engaging in long-range waves and relying on assaults in close combat. Most physical techniques learned are for ground combat, making them hard to apply in air combat. Air combat belongs to another combat logic. However, Rain completely defied these common sense rules. He could actually apply ground combat techniques in space. Ago.He could clearly see that Rain had indeed been stepping on something that exploded with speed just now. He could actually walk in space. It was simply incredible. If the people of the Light Clan could do this, perhaps it could change the current pattern of space warfare. Ago.He possessed all the memories of the three siblings, including Mold's memories. He couldn't help but recall that 50,000 years ago, when facing multiple ago.He soldiers, Rain seemed to be the same. He could forcibly use the air to gain leverage and achieve a second jump. But that was just air, which had some resistance. With some special methods, it could still be done. But this was space. This was completely a different concept. Rain could indeed walk in space. It was normal for ago.He not to understand, as Rain was using a power system entirely independent of this world. The so-called walking in space could be achieved simply by condensing spiritual particles beneath one's feet, giving the feeling of walking on solid ground. The forced double jump in the air was also using this method. This concept exists in the Soul Reaper world, but it seems there hasn't been a similar usage method seen in the Ultraman world. Perhaps it's due to the nature of energy. Maybe the energy in this Ultraman universe can't adhere to space like spiritual particles do. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of pink projectiles erupted from ago.He, forcing Rain back. Ago.He no longer dared to engage Rain in close combat. He created some distance between them. I can do that kind of slashing too. Ago.He swung the Bat King's sword in his hand, slashing toward Rain from afar. Instantly, an energy slash shot directly at Rain. Clearly, this was a move ago.He used to imitate Rain's sword pressure. But Rain looked down on it. The reason sword pressure has such astonishing cutting power is not merely because it releases spiritual pressure. Energy projection is not an overly profound ability. Only with excellent swordsmanship techniques can the sword pressure become sharp. Rain didn't even have the thought of dodging ago.He's energy slash. He casually struck it apart with a single cut. Ago.He's strength was indeed formidable. But after Rain released his Zanpakuto, his spiritual pressure also increased. Although there was still a certain gap compared to the current ago.He, his overall capability was sufficient to compensate. Ago.He was clearly taken aback. Psychic Storm. Unable to gain any advantage in close combat, and with energy attacks proving ineffective, he could only resort to his psychic abilities. After merging the souls of the three, his psychic ability was already unique except for some hidden old guy. Of course, Rain was not included in this list, as his psychic ability couldn't even be self-controlled. Ago.He's psychic ability formed a psychic storm that swept directly toward Rain. Torch. Rain swung his sword, directly cutting out a fiery whirlwind. It collided with the psychic storm. The swordsmanship techniques Rain had honed over tens of thousands of years had reached a very high level. If classified by level, he could be considered an expert, a professor. After obtaining the flowing blade of fire, deducing some of Yamamoto genre Sai Shigekuni's initial release techniques was also quite easy. The fiery whirlwind ignited the psychic storm and surged toward ago.He. Boom. Ago.He's char body was ultimately completely obliterated under the fiery storm. Only his soul remained. Once again, death caused ago.He to erupt with astonishing resentment. Rain, I curse you. You will forever be hunted by the ago.He Legion. The space began to twist. His immense resentment caused the space to distort. City walls in flames. Rain paid no attention to this and swung his hand, unleashing another strike. An endless firestorm erupted, directly targeting ago.He. Ago.He was taken aback. He concealed his form within the distorted space, but still could not escape the fate of being burned by the flames. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding space twisted even more violently. Ago.He seemed to be trying to use the distorted space to fend off the flames' pursuit. But this was clearly futile. Ago.He let out cries of anguish, disappearing into the distorted space. Rain pondered for a few minutes. Is the resentment still there? The indestructible nature of the soul is troublesome. He was certain that the opponent's soul had been severely injured by him. However, as long as ago.He's resentment persisted, it could not be considered completely eliminated. Even if it was just resentment, the opponent could use it to resurrect. It was even possible that he could repair his own soul. Is he going to resurrect? Rain's expression grew slightly serious. In fact, the resurrection of the three siblings of ago.He originally had no limitation of 50,000 years. It could be completed in a few days, or even a shorter time. It was just that the effectiveness of the seal lasted only 50,000 years, which led to the setting of once every 50,000 years for resurrection. What surprised Rain, however, was that he did not wait for ago.He's resurrection or the resurrection of the three siblings of ago.He. Instead, a unique energy fluctuation began to erupt in the distorted space. Wait, this is self-sealing? Chapter 41. The Era of Catastrophic Weapons Explosion. Chronicles of the Universe in the 50,000th year since the fall of the ago.He Empire. The three kings of the ago.He Empire, who were once killed by Prometheus, returned from hell. They once again formed a new ago.He Legion, aiming to restore the former glory of the ago.He Empire, and initiated the Second War of Light and Darkness. This time, the family of Light became the main force against the ago.He Legion. The legendary giant Ryan pierced through the entire battlefield and engaged in a decisive battle with the ago.He Emperor in the Virgo Star region. Ultimately, he emerged victorious and left behind an eternal catastrophe spectacle in the Virgo Star region, the burning space. This is a forbidden zone for civilization. This is a turning point in cosmic navigation. It is also a place that must not be approached. With the appearance of the seal, the distorted space gradually stabilized. Wisp after wisp of black gas, burned by flames, slowly dissipated in the place where Gu once existed. In the final, critical moment, did he directly sever the burning soul and resentment? It seems it will take a long time to recover. Ryan felt a moment of clarity in his heart. It seems Gu is also a werewolf. In order to protect himself, he even severed his own soul and then sealed himself away, using the power of the seal to temporarily resist the invasion of the flames. He couldn't help but wonder if that setting was true. Ryan thought to himself, according to the setting in Andrew Melos, every time the three siblings of the Zodiac were resurrected, the attacks that once killed them would no longer be effective against them. It's somewhat of a buggy setting. This is also the main reason why the father of Ultra defined them as the greatest enemy of the family of light. But can this ineffectiveness target the current flowing blade of fire? After all, this is a concept of burning. As long as Gu still exists in concept, it cannot avoid being burned. No matter how powerful Gu-A's resurrection immunity is, it shouldn't be able to erase the concept of its own existence, right? Ryan gazed at this fiery space and looked at the place where Gu-A had disappeared. Let it stay here. This also counts as a layer of protection for Gu-A. He then approached Tydak. The matter has temporarily come to an end. Let's return to the land of light. Tydak looked around at the still blazing flames, his shock still unable to subside. He cautiously asked, "But, Instructor Ryan, how should we leave?" Ryan casually waved the blade in his hand. Suddenly, a passage opened up in the fiery space before them. Tydak finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, once the two exited the fiery space, Ryan suddenly stopped there. He turned to Tydak and said, "You go back to the land of light first. I have some matters to attend to." Tydak looked at him in surprise, but didn't ask further. After Tydak left, Ryan turned his gaze towards a direction. A familiar figure was standing in the void there, dressed in gold and purple, with a long silver cape flowing behind him. It was the King of Ultra. Ryan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, he felt an incredibly terrifying, powerful spiritual pressure emerge, and he thought a stronger enemy had come. Unexpectedly, it was the King of Ultra. The King of Ultra nodded gently to him, and a voice resonated in his heart. "After tens of thousands of years, you have truly grown a lot. Perhaps the future will belong to you. I hope you can bring a different future to this universe." Ryan wanted to respond, but found that the King of Ultra's figure had vanished into thin air. It was instantaneous movement. The King of Ultra might be his greatest benefactor since he crossed over. When the light of the plasma spark shone, if it weren't for the King of Ultra's intervention, perhaps he would have turned to ash long ago under the glow of the plasma spark. Ryan naturally felt grateful. However, ever since the birth of the Land of Light, the King of Ultra had never appeared again. It seems that the King of Ultra has been quietly watching over him all along. The news of Gu-A being dealt with quickly spread throughout the universe. Those cosmic races that once followed Gu-A for self-preservation also scattered like monkeys after a tree falls. The seemingly powerful Gu-A empire declared its disintegration in a short period. At the same time, the outcome of this war added an invincible halo to Ryan in the hearts of certain cosmic races. 2 generations of cosmic emperors had been defeated at Ryan's hands. Ryan's myth may be hard to break. Of course, some cosmic races were quietly developing themselves, hoping to gain the qualification to fight in the universe one day. The emergence of these 2 generations of cosmic emperors brought a positive impetus to this universe. Whether it was the despair experienced by these cosmic races during the reign of the Lebrander people, or the catastrophic power displayed by Ryan in defeating the 2 generations of cosmic emperors, all made these cosmic races deeply feel their own insignificance. The era is progressing. Without corresponding strength, they didn't even have the qualification to survive in this universe's cracks. 10,000 years. This seemingly brief 10,000 years allowed this universe to traverse a path it had not walked in the past tens of thousands of years. The entire universe, intentionally or unintentionally, engaged in an arms race. The fall of the Gu-A Empire did not lead the universe to immediately return to peace. New turmoil began. After experiencing 2,000 years of the rise of the Light Alliance and 1,000 years of intense competition in the universe, other cosmic races that had long been silent finally began to rise. The expansion speed of the Light Alliance, after all, was not that fast. Taking advantage of this gap, some cosmic races seized the opportunity to develop themselves. Some cosmic races quickly plundered and developed themselves, ultimately dominating a region with their own strength and becoming local overlords. Others huddled together for warmth and formed so-called alliances, trying to combine the powers of multiple races to enhance their resilience. More importantly, These rising cosmic races almost all mastered their own catastrophic weapons. Yes, this will be an era of catastrophic weapon explosions. This left the most profound impression on the entire universe after Ryan's battle against 2 generations of cosmic emperors. What is the most terrifying thing in the universe? Cosmic-level catastrophes. The destructive power that Ryan possesses, which all cosmic races dread, is naturally catastrophe-like. Because under this kind of power, military strength is merely a quantifiable number. Therefore, all cosmic races believe that only by mastering their own catastrophic weapons can they hope to have a place in this universe. The explosion of catastrophic weapons also allowed some cosmic races to stand on equal footing with the family of light. One of the most powerful emerging forces is called the Dark Alliance. It is said that they inherited most of the ago.He Empire's legacy and even replicated the celestial weapon, the black hole cannon, which had once vanished in the long river of history. This was the terrifying weapon used by Zodiac to annihilate the Andrew people. It is known as the abyss that can devour everything. Chapter 42. The powerful ability of devour nothing. Tyreed is a new student at the Ultra Arena. His father is Tydak. A battle 10,000 years ago, due to Tydak's excessive pride, led to the death of his companions. Since then, he has been despondent, trapped in deep self-blame, and has relinquished all positions, retreating to the background. He lost the belief in becoming a warrior. The true strength of an ultra warrior lies in fighting for everything they cherish, without being blinded by blind arrogance. This may be the power of bonds. This is the lesson Tydak instilled in Tyreed from a young age. Although Tyreed doesn't fully understand the true meaning of this, he firmly believes in his father. Tydak's biggest regret in life is not being able to take revenge for his companions. He hopes Tyreed can inherit his will and, on the day when Gwa revives in the future, personally deal with Gwa in his stead. In Tyreed's impression, Tydak's life is brilliant, and he has been given many titles by others, such as the Hero of Light or the man who once fought alongside Rain. He is hailed as the second strongest warrior of the Land of Light. However, among these honors, the only title that makes Tydak proud is the one that seemingly reduced him to a supporting character, the man who once fought alongside Rain. Since Tyreed can remember, this name has left a deep impression on him, as it was a model often spoken of by his father Tydak. Rain is also the faith of the warriors of the Light Clan. The Land of Light has faced various challenges over tens of thousands of years, with several extinction crises. Often at the last moment, it was Rain who stood up. He is an incredible warrior, accompanied by miracles and hope. He is the soul of the Light Alliance army. As long as he is present, the Light Alliance army is invincible. Tyreed was born 10,000 years ago, naturally possessing excellent combat talent, and joined the Light Alliance Army's reserve at the age of 5,000. He eventually became a warrior trainee under instructor Tars. Tars was once Rain's best friend. Tyreed often heard stories about Rain from him. Many of his peers felt honored and proud to become warriors under Rain's command. Tyreed graduated. By this time, he was already 9,000 years old, graduating with the best results and being called the most talented warrior in the history of the Ultra Arena. Tyreed inherited most of Tydak's powers, except for his strongest ultimate technique, the Ultra Bomb, because Tyreed does not possess an Ultra Heart. This is Tyreed's biggest regret. However, he compensated in other areas. As a Silver Clan warrior, Tyreed developed a combat technique that could change the combat system of the Land of Light. He called it Ultra Martial Arts. Using light energy to enhance his hands and feet with a special frequency for attacks, he could unleash incredible power. Its destructive capability is even comparable to beam techniques. But this is an explosive close-quarters combat technique. During this period, Instructor Tars provided a lot of help to Tyreed. Having personally received Rain's teachings, Tars had been told by Rain about the feasibility of integrating light energy into combat techniques. However, due to his limited talent, he did not develop something of his own. But Tyreed did. After successfully graduating, Tyreed finally fulfilled his wish to join the Light Alliance Army. He also became a member of the Elite Warrior Headquarters, which gathered the best fighters with outstanding results. Here, Tyreed met many seniors. They were all warriors who had followed Rain for a long time. They were all strong. Tyreed could feel it. Once proud, Tyreed finally realized the gap between himself and the veteran warriors. He thought of Tydak's words and decided to temper his pride and reflect on himself. Tyreed's commander is named Al. He is the last student that Rain trained. He is the strongest warrior in the entire warrior headquarters. Tyreed enjoys asking him about stories of Rain. Commander Al, was Rain easy to get along with? Commander Al, can you tell Tyreed about the commander's past battles? Commander Al. Al does not show any impatience. In fact, he seems even more enthusiastic about topics related to Rain than Tyreed. The warrior headquarters is an elite combat unit, rarely used during normal times. It only participates in battles during large-scale wars, serving as the vanguard. Being in the warrior headquarters, Tyreed has few opportunities to engage in combat. Tyreed has been waiting for a chance to see the legendary figure, Rain, with his own eyes. In the first millennium after Tyreed joined the warrior headquarters, he finally got this opportunity. He had the chance to see this legendary warrior in person, which also signified the onset of war. This time, the enemy is a group that calls themselves the Dark Alliance. From their name, it is clear that they are positioned against the Light Alliance. Perhaps from the very beginning, they established the Dark Alliance with the intention of competing with the Light Alliance. The Dark Alliance's strength is formidable. They have already become the overlords of several major star clusters. But they are too impatient, eager to prove themselves, and actively clashed with the Light Alliance. Over the past period, under Rain's leadership, the Light Alliance has been quietly developing itself, expanding its influence, and has now grown to more than double its size compared to 10,000 years ago. However, compared to the entire universe, this pace is not fast. During this power vacuum, the larger universe has long been divided among other cosmic civilizations. The Dark Alliance is one of the top forces among these. It is composed of several powerful cosmic races, led by the Groza System people, Dark Planet people, and Bam people. The war has begun. The entire warrior headquarters has mobilized. Finally, Tyreed sees the legendary warrior, who is also the commander of the Light Alliance army, Rain, on the front lines of the universe battlefield. This commander stands in the void, his identity representing cloak billowing behind him. He gazes intently into the distant void. Those eyes seem to contain the entire universe. The Dark Alliance's army began their attack. Tyreed became nervous, as this was his first real participation in a battle. The enemy was an army transported through a four-dimensional space portal. As among the three giants of the Dark Alliance, the Bam people are indeed four-dimensional beings. They, who should belong to the four-dimensional world, have somehow developed a desire to invade the real world. This caught Tyreed and the others off guard. A chaotic battle unfolded. They can open four-dimensional portals at any time, not only deploying troops through the portals, but also retreating into the four-dimensional world whenever they want. This is a troublesome opponent. They have the upper hand. This has led to many casualties among the warriors of the Light Clan. Only able to take hits, unable to fight back. No matter how strong one is, they cannot unleash their power. Just when the battle was intense and the army of the Light Clan was completely at a disadvantage, Reen finally made a move. He took out a knife. Tyreed had been paying close attention to the movements of this legend, so he saw it clearly. He remembered that Tydak had once mentioned that Reen possessed the strongest swordsmanship in the universe and was known as the #1 swordsman in the universe. Furthermore, his knife contained catastrophic power. Tyreed fixed his gaze on Commander Reen's actions. Is this the knife that harbors disaster? Under his watch, Reen held the knife horizontally in front of him and softly chanted, "Devour everything, swallow nothing." Tyreed had heard about this from Tydak, but it was said that this knife should be able to unleash flames that burn everything. However, the scene he imagined did not occur. Instead, the knife emitted a strange fluctuation, distorting space and directly creating an otherworldly realm that enveloped the entire battlefield. Is this a domain? Chapter 43, Celestial Weapon, Black Hole Cannon. Domain? Tyreed had once seen a similar concept in cosmic history. This is a power that only the strongest beings at the pinnacle of the universe can possess. Is this the domain ability belonging to Commander Ryan? Under the cover of the domain, the four-dimensional passage was cut off, and the greatest advantage of the Dark Alliance was destroyed. The army, initially caught off guard and somewhat panicked, calmed down, and morale stabilized. Attack, Ryan said softly. He seemed to be the brain of the entire army. His command urged all the warriors to charge forward, fearless of death. At this moment, in Tyreed's eyes, Ryan seemed to be glowing, and the radiance was magnificent. Is this the soul of the land of light? Ryan shook the blade in his hand. After 10,000 years, Swallowing had finally digested the alternate space acquired from the Ancient A. At the same time, Ryan also completely understood Swallowing's true ability. To devour all energy creations was merely a part of its capability. The effects brought about by digestion were the true source of Swallowing's strength. The energy creations that had been digested by Swallowing could all transform into Swallowing's own abilities, including the alternate space domain that had been devoured earlier. It had now become a domain that Ryan could utilize, and this was merely the initial release. It was hard to imagine what kind of monstrous ability it would possess once it achieved full release. In this alternate space domain, not only would all enemies' abilities be suppressed to 1/3 of their original power, but their connection to the four-dimensional passage was also severed. Moreover, this suppression was not just limited to energy. Even speed would be suppressed. Under Ryan's manipulation, all the Dark Alliance soldiers present moved as if they were operating at 0.3 times speed, their actions becoming particularly sluggish. There was even a sensation of frame drops, as if the visuals were lagging. Without all their support, the Dark Alliance army quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. The war soon reached its conclusion. The Dark Alliance army was retreating in defeat, and the outcome of the battle seemed predetermined. Suddenly, a white cold air enveloped the entire battlefield. Wherever the cold air passed, every soldier was instantly frozen. If the only weakness of the Light Clan was its fear of cold, it was due to the shadows left by the Ice Age, as well as their inherent powers being light and heat, which made them quickly exhausted in extreme cold environments. He, the legendary warrior of the Land of Light, Ryan, your ability should be fire, right? What a coincidence. I completely restrain you. An alien that Ryan was very familiar with stepped forward, a member of the Groza star system. He looked somewhat like one of the four kings under Ampere in later generations, the powerful Grozum. Or perhaps Grozum originated from the Groza star system. Ice restrains fire. It seems to be a cosmic common sense. This Groza star system alien had risen to a position among the leaders of the Dark Alliance for this very reason. They also had another nickname, known as the Frozen Star People. They excelled in using cold air for combat. This one was even more outstanding among them. His cold air could freeze flames and energy, claiming to possess the strongest freezing ability in the universe. Previously, there were also warriors from the Groza star system within the Dark Alliance army, but their freezing abilities were nowhere near as powerful as this Groza star system leader. He was also the leader of the Groza star system people. Over the past 10,000 years, Ryan had also gained a new title, the legendary warrior of the Land of Light. The leader of the Groza star system opened his mouth, exhaling a breath of cold air towards Ryan, intending to freeze him as well. He wanted to step on the head of this legendary warrior and ascend step by step to the peak of the universe. Flowing blade like fire, Ryan remained calm, city walls of flame. In a flash of thought, the Zampicudo had already completed its release, and with a wave of his hand, a surge of flames met the cold air. Crack! A beautifully crafted fiery ice sculpture suddenly stood in the void. Did it succeed? The Groza star system leader sneered. He already knew. What? However, in the next moment, he was shocked by the scene before him. The flames on the ice sculpture danced, igniting the cold ice, turning it into fuel for the flames, which burned even more fiercely. It transformed into a massive fiery hand, reaching straight for him. He felt like a tiny ant caught in the grasp of a giant, struggling within that enormous palm. But the terrifying high temperature ignited him, causing his body to begin melting, then recoagulating. The Groza star system person had a body like ice. With powerful malleability, even if shattered, he could recover. Previously, other Groza star system warriors had used this characteristic to ambush many soldiers of the Light Alliance. Ultimately, only high-intensity combined light beams could eliminate them. However, although the Groza star system leader had a unique ability, he could not evade the burning of the flames. The Groza star system leader died. He, who was said to possess the strongest freezing ability, was ultimately burned to death by flames. This left many cosmic races feeling ironic. Tired looked at the companions beside him. The warriors from the Command of Heroes were all as excited as he was. But there was one exception. It was a warrior from his own cohort, whose expression seemed somewhat fearful and nervous. Suddenly, that warrior from the Command of Heroes was engulfed in flames. Was it Commander Ryan who made a move? But why? Everyone looked at Ryan in shock, their hearts filled with confusion. Ryan slowly turned around, gazing at that warrior. No matter how well you disguise yourself, your spiritual pressure, which is different from normal tribesmen, cannot be hidden. Under the burning of the flames, the warrior's form gradually changed. It was a Dark Star person. The Dark Star people had an individual in the future who once accomplished something shocking to the entire universe, that being the Barbarian Star people. The surrounding warriors finally realized. The Dark Star people possessed the strongest disguise ability in the universe. Not only able to confuse the genuine, but even capable of mimicking some abilities of the one being disguised. Is this the legendary warrior of the Land of Light? This is true strength, so powerful that any conspiracy or trickery cannot take effect in his presence. Tired had only one thought in his mind. This is the true worth of Commander Ryan, the soul of the Land of Light. Quickly activate the black hole cannon. Someone in the Dark Alliance camp shouted. A massive cannon barrel emerged from among the Dark Alliance forces, and terrifying heavy energy began to compress, forming a small black hole at the cannon's mouth. This is the black hole cannon. It creates a black hole by compressing heavy energy. Black holes are among the most terrifying celestial bodies in this universe. In their vicinity, any matter would be devoured. Boom! The black hole was fired. As soon as it left the cannon, it rapidly expanded. It transformed into a gigantic black hole with a central diameter reaching several thousand kilometers. The surrounding space was distorted by the terrifying gravity. Ryan fixed his gaze on the now-formed black hole cannon and could not help but glance at the Zampicudo in his hand. Black hole cannon? Black hole? Chapter 44. The Disrupted Art Style? The terrifying gravity of the black hole twisted space and simultaneously sucked everything in. The nearby celestial bodies could not resist the dreadful gravitational pull, ultimately disintegrating and being absorbed into the black hole, quickly vanishing into nothingness. Meteors, asteroids, planets, gas giants. Even stars were being dismantled. As it absorbed a massive amount of material, it also increased the black hole's mass, making its gravitational pull even stronger. Its scale was rapidly growing. It was the celestial weapon, the black hole cannon. The warriors present suddenly changed their expressions. They hurriedly retreated, using their own energy to resist the terrifying gravity emanating from the black hole. Was this the black hole cannon that once destroyed the Androvians? Watching this disastrous scene, everyone felt a chill. The black hole was advancing towards them, and escaping was no longer possible, as they were already trapped by that dreadful gravity. With their abilities, they found it nearly impossible to escape the gravitational capture range. The black hole truly was one of the most terrifying celestial bodies in the universe. Not only did it possess incredible destructive power, but more importantly, it also grew while causing destruction. With its constant growth, it could even become a disaster within a galaxy. When the ancient empire activated the black hole cannon, it had once annihilated the galaxy where the Androvians resided. This was a completely uncontrollable natural disaster weapon. Even the one who released the black hole cannon could only slightly manipulate its trajectory. In this era of explosive natural disaster weapons, it was said that only natural disaster weapons could counteract other disasters. But that was merely a deterrent. Different natural disaster weapons had never clashed on the battlefield. Moreover, due to their differing natures, there was no possibility of collision. Once someone used a natural disaster weapon prematurely, it likely meant the war was about to end. Right? Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the rear of the army. It immediately caught everyone's attention. That shadow turned out to be a knife. But strangely, the blade of this knife was covered in sharp teeth, as if it had a life of its own. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the knife flew directly into the black hole. The terrifying gravity seemed to have no effect on it at all. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and devoured the black hole. Like eating a cookie, it swallowed the black hole piece by piece, even making crunching sounds. The speed of its consumption was astonishing. The black hole was like a sketch on a two-dimensional plane, being erased layer by an eraser. This scene was bizarre. It was completely unlike anything that could exist in the three-dimensional world. This is too exaggerated. Everyone was in a daze, completely caught off guard by this development. The forces of the Dark Alliance stood there dumbfounded. What? Especially the leader of the four-dimensional beings who had just ordered the black hole cannon to be fired, who was now rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He suspected he was dreaming. Such a ridiculous scene could only make sense in a dream. How could this be something that could happen in the real world? No way. What made him even more unable to hold back was that after the knife swallowed the black hole, it actually let out a mocking burp. It could really swallow. The knife, named Devourer, returned to Rain's hand. He could clearly feel that at this moment, Devourer was already full and beginning to fully digest the absorbed energy. Or rather, the gravitational energy. The only downside for Devourer was that its digestion speed was a bit slow. However, fortunately, after the super evolution, Rain's lifespan was more than enough to wait. He stored the knife in his mind, looking up at the clearly divided armies. Rain raised his hand and aimed at the direction of the Dark Alliance army. Destruction Path number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon, ZZT. Violent lightning gathered in his palm and was continuously compressed and refined under his control. In just a short moment, the energy seemed to be compressed to an extreme. Finally, it suddenly erupted. A massive lightning shockwave was released from his palm, with a diameter that probably reached over 1,000 meters. It crashed into the Dark Alliance army at an astonishing speed, and the energy, compressed to its limit, instantly exploded upon contact with the target. An energy storm erupted within the Dark Alliance army. The ultra-high volts generated by the lightning and the resulting extreme temperatures melted the warships one by one. With this strike, an area of tens of millions of kilometers in the distant battlefield was completely cleared. Launch a full-scale attack, Rain commanded coldly. Over the past 10,000 years, Rain's spiritual pressure had continued to grow. In those 10,000 years, the intensity of his spiritual pressure had only increased by about half. This rate of increase was already terrifying, even faster than before. The current half was equivalent to dozens of times the intensity of his spiritual pressure right after he became a Shinigami. After all, his strength was now evident. The increase in spiritual pressure also allowed him to use higher-numbered Kido. Now, Kido below number 70 could be cast without any pressure. After the previous restart, it also gave him a new goal. The next restart's target was at the lieutenant level. Transitioning from the third seat to the lieutenant level, his spiritual pressure intensity would likely need to triple at least, right? However, Rain was not in a hurry, because the power he currently possessed was already sufficient to handle most situations. Moreover, the knife he had just released, which belonged to him, still had great research value. He now only knew the basic abilities of the knife, but had yet to develop a combat method based on those abilities. He decided to take the time to develop it well. Of course, he couldn't neglect the increase in spiritual pressure either. The Dark Alliance's greatest reliance, the celestial weapon Black Hole Cannon, was thus resolved in a ridiculous way. This left everyone dumbfounded while significantly dampening the morale of the Dark Alliance. Moreover, the Dark Alliance had lost any high-end combat power. Therefore, the subsequent battles would be much easier to resolve. The battle ultimately ended quickly in an unexpected way. Afterward, all the cosmic races that learned about this were also shocked. Their assessment of the danger posed by Rain inevitably rose several levels. But in reality, their concerns were completely unnecessary. The reason the Black Hole Cannon was so easily resolved was simply because the Dark Alliance ran into the muzzle of the gun. The Black Hole Cannon was an energy creation. However, the natural disaster weapons of other major forces might not necessarily be energy creations. But precisely because they did not understand the reasons behind it, it had a better deterrent effect. This also forced some cosmic forces to begin changing their external strategies moving forward. You're called Tyrid, right? How is Tydark doing now? After the battle, Rain turned his head and saw the Tyrid with a pair of familiar large horns. Compared to Tydak's, these horns were noticeably smaller, yet still larger than the usual pair of the father of Ultra in later generations. However, this unique characteristic belonged to the Tydak family throughout the entire Land of Light. Thus, he thought of Tydak's son and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 45. The Kid from Draco, Latang? For the first time in battle, Tyrid suddenly felt that intense blood-pumping sensation his father, Tydak, had mentioned more than once about fighting alongside Rain. Perhaps this was charisma? Tyrid sighed inwardly. Every move Commander Rain made influenced the entire battlefield, including the hearts of the warriors. Your name is Tyrid, right? A familiar voice suddenly rang out ahead, jolting him from his thoughts. He looked up to see Rain carefully observing him. Faced with this figure, a soul of the Light Alliance, his heart raced. He quickly stood at attention and saluted, stammering, "Ah, yes. Once, Rain had regarded Tydak as his successor after retirement. But unexpectedly, that battle a millennium ago changed everything. After eliminating the threat of ago.He, Tydak still felt deep remorse for his mistakes and ultimately chose to resign from all positions, retreating to the rear. Since then, he had become despondent. This also meant Rain's retirement plans could only be indefinitely postponed. Over the millennia, he had considered finding a new successor to train, but no one else was suitable. In the increasingly chaotic cosmic landscape, not just anyone could be a successor. In fact, many talented warriors had emerged in the Light Nation during this time. For instance, Cell. Over the millennium, he had grown significantly, even nearing Tydak's level from 1,000 years ago. But that was still far from enough, as he lacked the necessary power to intimidate. Although Tydak had been powerful, there were still opponents of similar strength in this universe. What Rain truly valued in Tydak was his Ultra Antenna ability, which could combine the power of many and temporarily unleash dozens of times the combat strength, allowing him to leap to the pinnacle of cosmic power in an instant. Thus, with Tydak's retirement, the idea of retirement that had once sprouted could only fade away. However, upon seeing Tyrid now, that thought suddenly resurfaced. His desire for retirement was indelible. Seeing Tyrid's nervous demeanor, Rain gently patted his shoulder. "Relax. I've heard of you. I hear Tarsus calls you the best warrior trainee in the Ultra Arena." Tired seemed to genuinely relax, scratching his head a bit shyly. To properly cultivate Tired, Rain arranged for him to be his personal guard, occasionally providing guidance on his growth and consistently urging his progress. Tired's talent was very high, even a bit higher than Tidak's, so his growth rate was rapid. Of course, for Rain, the faster his growth, the better, as it meant he could retire early. Having learned from Tidak's past experience, Rain often arranged training for Tired to gradually sharpen his mind, allowing him to mature and handle problems more steadily. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Following the conclusion of the previous great battle, the forces that had once developed disaster weapons and seemed eager to provoke the Light Alliance appear to have gained clarity. The subsequent expansion of the Light Alliance became much easier. More races joined the Light Alliance, and some combat-talented cosmic races became part of its military. Among them were two Ultra races, the Ultra Star from the L77 Nebula and the Ultra Star from the Z95 Nebula. With the rise of the Light Alliance, the intricate and chaotic dark forces and the increasingly disordered cosmic situation made the Light Alliance seem like a beacon of hope for the Light Camp. It began attracting various peace-loving or similarly aligned cosmic races, gradually making joining the Light Alliance a mark of honor. The leader of the L77 Nebula was named Honus. He was also the king of the Ultra Star from L77 Nebula and had now become the highest officer of the newly formed Cosmic Security Bureau at Rain's headquarters. However, the situation in the L77 Nebula was somewhat similar to that of the U40 Nebula. The Ultra race there had undergone an unknown mutation, leading to their evolution. But they did not fully evolve. Instead, they became Ultra people. They could only grow larger once their internal power accumulated to a certain extent. So there were relatively few powerful fighters among them, merely a handful. Thus, their contribution to the overall strength of the Light Alliance's military was not very significant. However, the Z95 Nebula was different. The Z95 Nebula's evolutionary path was somewhat akin to that of the Light Nation, also belonging to technological evolution. They possessed strong technological capabilities, even surpassing those of the Light Nation before its super evolution. This was a self-chosen evolutionary path, where they inputted a certain band of radiation into their bodies through a special method to stimulate their genes for super evolution. Therefore, the Z95 Nebula had many warriors. Their evolution time was shorter than that of the Light Nation, perhaps because they witnessed the evolution of the Light Nation and were inspired to choose a similar evolutionary direction using their technological capabilities. They completed their evolution about 5,000 years ago. Their inclusion significantly bolstered the overall strength of the Light Alliance's military, even though they had yet to fully mature. However, with the special training from the Light Nation's instructors, these were not problems. The king of the Z95 Nebula was named Zaios. Recognizing the potential of their race, Rain arranged for him to become the branch leader of the Taurus Nebula branch. The concept of a nebula branch was proposed by Rain as the Light Alliance expanded. To avoid other allied civilizations being attacked by enemies without the ability to provide rapid support, Rain proposed the concept of nebula branches. Any nebula covered by the Light Alliance would establish a branch to facilitate quick rescue operations. Of course, the Light Alliance military would not accept just anyone. There was a set of standards for admission to this army. Please, I really want to join the Light Alliance military. Outside the headquarters of the Light Alliance, in the M78 Nebula, a figure knelt heavily on the ground, their gaze firm. This scene left everyone stunned. Who are you? If you want to join the Alliance military, you can submit an application. After passing the assessment, if qualified, you can become a member of the Light Alliance military. A guard at the base quickly helped him up and said, but that figure remained steadfastly kneeling. No, I can't pass that assessment because I only know physical techniques. But I believe I will prove myself in the fight against evil with these fists. The Light Alliance military will face many space wars. Range attack capabilities are essential. To join the Alliance of Light, the first requirement is to possess means of long-range attack. No wonder he couldn't successfully join. Despite the numerous guards trying to persuade him, they still couldn't convince him. In the end, they had no choice but to report to Ryan. Upon seeing this figure, Ryan was somewhat surprised. The figure looked very familiar, especially that bull-like face. Ryan paused for a moment and asked, "Where are you from?" Upon seeing Ryan, the figure's eyes lit up. He recognized this legendary warrior. "I come from the planet D60 in the Draco constellation, and my name is Lei Ting. I am currently traveling the universe, seeking to hone my martial arts skills to astonish the cosmos." The figure eagerly introduced himself. Chapter 46, Celestial Monster, Silent Devouring. It really is him, Ting, the master of cosmic phantom beast boxing in later generations. Diablo of Absorlit admired the fame of his cosmic phantom beast boxing and even disguised himself to infiltrate the Draco constellation to steal techniques. He might have been the strongest martial artist of that era, but unfortunately, he was ultimately drained of his cosmic phantom beast power by Diablo and died. Diablo believed that Ting's strength-breaking bull fist was the strongest cosmic phantom beast boxing. However, it was not the cosmic water buffalo that was stronger. The true power lay in Ting himself, the master of cosmic phantom beast boxing. Thus, after obtaining the cosmic water buffalo, he eventually fell to the point where anyone could withstand the strength-breaking bull fist he used. And now, this master of cosmic phantom beast boxing was merely a young practitioner who had just begun his journey, traveling across the universe and diligently training in martial arts. He may not have even invented the concept of cosmic phantom beast boxing yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been left without any long-range attack methods. Cosmic boxing? Rain's thoughts turned. Soon, he stood before Ting, looking down at him. The scene fell silent. Ting felt his heart racing, and the atmosphere around seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Rain said, "Starting today, you are a member of the Light Alliance army. Do you agree?" Even Ting was taken aback. He had thought that joining the Light Alliance army would involve various difficulties, but the result was unexpectedly smooth. Ting's joining was merely a small episode. It could not change the great trend of the universe. Although during this time, the new strength of the Light Alliance army had indeed made rapid progress. The era was still advancing. Although in the battle between the Light Alliance and the Dark Alliance, the so-called disaster weapon, the black hole cannon, was unexpectedly defended by Rain. Disaster weapons remained unsolvable for other cosmic civilizations. The previous battle created enough deterrence to bring a brief period of peace to the Light Alliance's sphere of influence. However, other forces continued to fight. The true collision of disaster weapons gradually unfolded in various parts of this universe. Among them, the most famous battle occurred in Andromeda. The two major cosmic forces showcased the clash of disaster weapons for the first time. One of the forces possessed a disaster weapon that was actually a monstrous biological weapon. This monster was called the celestial monster Bashuman. It might be the largest monster in the universe. Bashuman looked like a gluttonous snake with a long, slender body that reached an astonishing length of over 1,000 light years. This might be the largest living being in this universe. Such a gigantic creature naturally had an astonishing appetite. Bashuman was just that. However, its food was not ordinary. It consumed planets in the universe. It absorbed planets to provide the energy needed for its normal activities. Its mouth had a black hole-like gravitational pull capable of swallowing any celestial body. Just like a gluttonous snake in the universe, it roamed around while continuously devouring one planet after another. Each time it consumed enough energy, Bashuman's body would grow again. So, its length of over 1,000 light years might not even be its limit. It is unknown how this force controlled such a monster. As for its opposing force, their disaster weapon was an ultra-high-intensity antimatter bomb. It was said that one shot could destroy an entire stellar system. When the two forces clashed, the force using the antimatter bomb aimed to kill Bashuman with it. However, what no one expected was that when the ultra-high-intensity antimatter bomb entered Bashuman's body, it didn't even create a splash. Instead, the energy contained in the antimatter bomb was absorbed by Bashuman, enhancing its power. This enraged Bashuman. It took Bashuman only a few Earth months to directly swallow all celestial bodies in the star domain of that force. It was simply mind-boggling. This monster, named Bashuman, became a dangerous existence in this universe, rivaling Rain. Although that force was not a top-tier power and had only recently risen, the celestial bodies in their star domain probably numbered tens of thousands. Yet Bashuman completely devoured them in just a few Earth months, which was horrifying. This monster itself was a disaster in the universe. This led many to believe that this monster might be the strongest creature in this universe. Such a massive size, even a slight movement could cause a disaster. Even the legendary warrior Rain would likely find it challenging to face such an exaggeratedly sized monster, right? Gradually, with the public disclosure of this battle, the reputation of this monster began to rival that of Rain. Some cosmic races even believed that Rain could not avoid being devoured in front of this monster. Of course, the emergence of one extraordinary entity after another expanded the imagination of the entire universe, making those medium and small forces feel anxious. They began to unite to jointly resist the coming chaotic era. Even when Rain received the news, he felt somewhat surprised. One could only say that it was indeed the Ultra Universe. All kinds of illogical creatures existed. He still had some impression of Bashoman. It seemed to have appeared during the Goemon period, but at that time, Bashoman's size was even more enormous. It swallowed the Big Dipper in just about 10 days, and its size seemed to be even larger than it is now. However, the appearance of this monster made Rain think it might be related to the Labrandarans. After all, the Labrandarans were experts on monsters. But even with the Labrandarans, Rain was not particularly worried. The current Labrandarans were merely hiding and lurking. After the battle with Gue, the high-end combat power of the Light Alliance had severely diminished. After all, the previous high-end combat power was mostly composed of elite students trained by Rain. However, several of the most elite were killed by Zodai while they were dealing with the Zodai siblings, resulting in a vacuum period for the high-end combat power of the Light Alliance. Few have been able to reach the height of Taidaku since then. Only one, AI Air, has hope. Of course, there was now also a Tyreed. However, as more and more other civilizations joined the Light Alliance army, the warriors from those civilizations had already grown. Currently, the most outstanding warriors under Rain were Ai, Air, Joniak, Onus, and Zyos. Their strengths were probably at the same level, known as the four great powers under Rain. Below them, only Tyreed was diligently working hard. The Light Alliance continued to expand slowly, and Rain paid no attention to how the territories in the universe were divided. As long as someone chooses to join the Alliance of Light, the Alliance will provide protection. This also serves as an expansion of their territory. Many star systems controlled by various cosmic races are being quietly encroached upon in this manner. This has indeed caused dissatisfaction among the different races in the universe, but most cosmic races dare not voice their concerns. After all, they still remember how Rain casually resolved the issue of the black hole cannon. In fact, these cosmic races feel extremely frustrated. Before possessing disaster weapons, they were suppressed by the Alliance of Light, and now that they have disaster weapons, they are still under the Alliance's suppression. So, what was the point of creating those disaster weapons? For these cosmic races, the Alliance of Light has almost become their common enemy. They are secretly planning how to completely break free from the current cosmic structure. They want to resist. Chapter 47. High Temperature Immunity. Stellar Walking. M78 Nebula. Near a star that continuously erupts with flares, Terry and Latang stared blankly at the star before them, their expressions extremely shocked, as if they had turned into two statues. Hey, Terry, has Commander Ryan always been like this? After a long silence, Latang broke the ice, unable to help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Everything he witnessed today brought tremendous shock to his young mind. Terry's gaze was fixed on the star, and he stiffly shook his head. Actually, this is my first time seeing it too. Latang found it hard to believe. Incredible. How strong does one's body have to be to pass through a star unscathed, or even cultivate on it? As an important source of light and heat in the universe, stars are extremely dangerous celestial bodies for most cosmic races. The surface temperature of a star can reach thousands to tens of thousands of degrees. Such temperatures are enough to scorch ordinary cosmic beings. Moreover, aside from the core, the most dangerous area of a star is the corona. The temperature of the corona reaches hundreds of times that of the surface temperature. For instance, the corona of the star before them probably reached millions of degrees. Any ordinary cosmic material that slightly touches it would likely evaporate instantly. Yet just moments ago, they witnessed Ryan crossing the corona alone and entering the star's interior, completely unharmed. Besides the temperature, the gravitational force of a star is also extremely dangerous. Any celestial body that approaches a star is captured by its gravity and dragged into the star's interior, unable to escape. The gravitational force of the star before them was likely equivalent to 8,000 to 9,000 times that of the Light Nation, or a million times that of Earth. Under such terrifying gravitational pull, even if ordinary cosmic life could withstand the high temperatures of the corona, it would still be difficult to emerge from within the star. Yet Ryan was now using this gravity, equivalent to a million times that of Earth, for his so-called cultivation. However, Latang couldn't help but recall his earlier conversation with Ryan. Ryan, Latang, you mentioned before that you've been traveling the universe, wanting to create powerful physical techniques? Latang said proudly, Yes, Commander. I believe the essence of physical techniques is to develop the potential of the body. I've been doing just that. I meditated for several cosmic years on an extremely cold planet. I also delved into a sea of lava to adapt to the terrifying high temperatures. I even went to a terrifying gravity planet to strengthen my muscles. After enduring various hardships, I finally activated my potential. Not long ago, I practiced physical techniques on a small asteroid, but that asteroid ultimately collapsed under my power. Although I don't understand ranged attacks, I believe that in terms of physical techniques, There are very few in this universe who can match me. After this conversation, Ryan seemed to be deep in thought. He then brought them near this star. Under their astonished gaze, he entered the star alone. Lei Tang was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that his previous so-called cultivation was nothing compared to Ryan. In this situation, it seemed a bit exaggerated to him. Suddenly, a figure appeared, as if stepping on something, walking step by step out of the corona. The millions of degrees of the corona scorched his body, yet not a single mark was left. This terrifying high-temperature resistance was simply shocking. The person was Ryan. He strolled into the star's interior and then walked out again as if it were a leisurely walk. This was unimaginable to others in the universe. In fact, Ryan couldn't have done this thousands of years ago. However, after obtaining the release of his blade, it posed no pressure for him to achieve this. The abilities gained after the release of his Zanpakuto, based on their attributes, also grant corresponding resistance to those attributes. Otherwise, in the original plot, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, wielding a blade containing temperatures of 15 million degrees, would likely have evaporated himself before even attacking anyone. This is the high-temperature resistance brought about by the release of the Zanpakuto. Ryan was no different. Although he couldn't yet withstand temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees without harm, he was still unharmed by the million-degree heat. This was the confidence that allowed him to cultivate within the star. The interior of the star had a gravitational force equivalent to 1,000,000 times that of Earth. And even now, it wouldn't be easy for Ryan to fly out from within. However, he could run in space using his spiritual pressure, making it much simpler to exit. Indeed, cultivating in such extreme environments significantly helped enhance his strength. Ryan thought to himself, the 4 essential elements of slashing, punching, and walking. Practicing in such an environment showed obvious growth, especially in physical training. Although Ryan previously compensated for his innate deficiencies with the Ultramind amplifier, his physical strength was not top-notch in this universe. However, the experiences that Lei Tang had shared earlier inspired Ryan. Thus, he had the idea of cultivating within the star. After this cultivation, he found this method to be very effective. Both his skills, strength, and physical endurance showed marked improvement. If he continued to cultivate within the star, his physical strength would eventually reach the top level in the universe. To become the strongest in the universe, comprehensive development was necessary. Physical techniques must not be neglected either. Commander Ryan, are you okay? At this moment, Lei Tang and Terry both stared in astonishment at Ryan, who had just emerged from the star's interior. They approached him with uncertain expressions. Ryan shook his head, of course I'm fine. Then he gazed into the universe and murmured, it's time to set new strategic goals. When the Light Alliance army was established, the only strategic goal was to lead the light race into the universe and inherit the will of the Andorians, maintaining hard-won peace for themselves and for other weaker or peace-loving races. In fact, this goal has basically been achieved now. The Andorians did not control the entire universe. They had an ancient empire as their rival. Over the past tens of thousands of years, after defeating 2 generations of overlords, Ryan had completely surpassed the achievements of the Andorians and created a new historical chapter. Next, it was time to create his own miracles. P.S. Please support with monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Chapter 48. Creating a new history for the universe. Trap? Tirade. Did you just say that the Universal Intelligence Agency has important news? Rain suddenly asked. Tirade quickly reported. The top cosmic powers that have been at war seem to have reached some kind of agreement and have temporarily halted the war. Perhaps they're plotting something. Ray nodded. He had anticipated this outcome. The ultimate conflict in this universe is the conflict between light and dark. This ideological conflict also involves issues of resource distribution. The other minor details are just small episodes in the process of cosmic development. The reason those cosmic races have erupted into wars is to determine the ultimate victor, consolidating all the dark forces to represent the dark camp. In the end, they cannot avoid confrontation with the Alliance of Light. Ray knew this, which is why he had not paid much attention to the chaos in the universe during this time. The Alliance of Light has been steadily expanding its influence while compressing the living space of these dark forces. They have been accumulating strength, preparing for a possible decisive battle. And now, many forces have certainly realized the reality of this universe. The ultimate conflict is indeed the conflict between light and dark. This is the fundamental issue that must be resolved. If they continue to retreat, the advantage of the dark camp will only grow smaller. Perhaps one day they will look back and realize that although they fought to determine the final victor, by then the strength of the Alliance of Light will have become unshakable. Tirade, go inform the warrior command. and have our elite warriors take turns stationed at the front lines during this time. Be ready to respond to any potential war. After pondering for a moment, Rain ordered Tirade, also have the Cosmic Security Bureau increase patrols to guard the headquarters. Yes, Tirade quickly responded and hurried off to issue the notification. Meanwhile, Leiting was somewhat at a loss nearby. He actually wanted to participate in the battle, but the upcoming conflict would definitely be a space war. Without long-range attacks, he could not kill the enemy with just his enthusiasm. As Rain suspected, those forces that had declared a ceasefire united and began to eliminate other medium and small forces, consolidating the power of the Dark Camp. The Dark forces rapidly grew stronger, and their sense of crisis compelled them to unite. War broke out again. Over the past few years, the power of the Kingdom of Light, which had been developing quietly, gradually began to show results. One by one, warriors began to emerge in these battles. Among them, the most outstanding were Rain's four great powers, El, Jonik, Onus, and Zyos. On the cosmic battlefield, El held the blade of El, staring intently at an enemy before him. Few enemies could make him serious, but this one could not be taken lightly. Influenced by Rain, El not only admired Rain's powerful sword pressure, but also devised various strange cutting techniques to mimic the sharpness of the sword pressure. At the same time, he practiced excellent swordsmanship. In some previous wars, he gradually stood out, and his stunning swordsmanship earned him the title of Cosmic Swordmaster. This title is a respectful term for sword masters in the universe. The opponent before him made him serious because the other party was also a cosmic being with the title of Cosmic Swordmaster. My name is Zamda, a cosmic wanderer. I'm passionate about challenging strong swordsmen. I joined the Rebels Alliance just to challenge Rain, who is known as the #1 sword master in the universe. I want to defeat him and become the #1 sword master in this universe. The cosmic being stared intently at El. The Rebels Alliance is the name these forces united under after their alliance, as their common goal is to resist the alliance of Light and Rain. The battle between the two was about to break out. In the end, El's quick blade severed the opponent's arms, achieving final victory. You're not even my opponent, yet you dare to challenge the commander. This is a lesson for you. El turned and left the dejected Zamda behind. El's battles had always been straightforward and direct, never humiliating his opponents. But today was an exception because this was an overreaching challenger to Rain. The war continued to spread, and almost all around the Alliance of Light were enemies. But Rain remained calm. The calamity weapons had not yet been used, which meant that these cosmic races had not reached the point of desperate measures. They were merely testing and applying pressure. Of course, this was not a test of Rain, but rather of the Alliance of Light, or more accurately, a pressure test on those weaker allied civilizations. They aimed to create a panic of war to intimidate these allied civilizations and cause problems within the Alliance of Light. While their methods were not wrong and the allied civilizations were indeed panicking, they underestimated Rain's deterrent power and control over the entire civilization. As long as Rain was in the Alliance of Light would be anxious but not chaotic. However, the biggest problem for the Alliance of Light now was that it still relied solely on Rain to hold everything up. Rain, after all, had limited energy and could not oversee all battlefields. The threat of calamity weapons still existed. He needed to find an opportunity to solve this major problem. This opportunity was finally presented to Rain by the people of the Rebels Alliance. Interesting. Rain looked at the OT's signature before him. At this time, a civilization from the 8th galaxy suddenly contacted the Alliance and requested that I personally go to sign. But since you want me to go, then I might as well take a trip. Huh. At this moment, in the training ground in front of the base, Lei Ting was practicing martial arts. Each of his attacks was fierce and powerful, seemingly tearing through the air. Not far away, Tirade looked on with admiration. So strong. Unlike the OT fighting techniques he developed, which rely on energy to enhance physical techniques, the other party achieved this momentum solely through physical strength. A very remarkable skill. Rain's voice suddenly echoed, but it's still not enough. Your strength is too scattered. Lei Ting paused his movements and quickly stood at attention to salute. Rain approached the two. I'll throw one punch. You try to develop something unique to yourselves. With that, Rain turned his gaze to a small asteroid about 10 kilometers in diameter not far away. With a leap, he punched the asteroid. The expected scene of shattered rocks did not occur. The two exchanged glances, but Rain flew away without looking back. Lei Ting, what did you see? After a long silence, Tirade couldn't help but ask. Lei Ting shook his head, just about to say something. Suddenly, that small asteroid began to rapidly turn to sand under their shocked gaze. Lei Ting seemed to understand, as if he realized The power condenses at one point and then spreads internally. This power. Chapter 49. I will lead the universe into the future. The 8th galaxy. This is a newly discovered star system. Most of the civilizations here are still in a primitive society, with only a very small portion qualifying to step into the universe. The one contacting the Alliance of Light this time is one of these few civilizations. What is the name of this civilization? Ryan sensed this star region and casually asked El beside him. It seems to be a race from the planet Zerub. They also call themselves the Zerabians. El quickly respondeth. Ryan pondered. The Zerabians, huh? Soon, everyone arrived near the star system where the planet Zerub is located. Everything around was quiet, and there were no so-called Zerabians coming to greet them. However, at this moment, Ryan's Zampicat suddenly appeared in his hand, and he casually executed a slash toward the direction. Swoosh! A small asteroid over there was instantly split in two by this slash. Behind that asteroid, several spacecraft were revealed. There was indeed an ambush. Ryan, you are the greatest unstable factor in this universe. Only your disappearance from this universe is what we all want to see. At this moment, behind some other planets, even within the atmosphere of the planet Zerub, groups of warships flew out. These were the dark forces that had long since united. As for the original planet Zerub, it had already been occupied by them and had completely fallen into slavery. What everyone wants to see. Ryan remained unfazed. It should be those dark extraterrestrials who want to see that, right? El and the others following Ryan were startled and became tense. They truly did not expect such a thing to happen. Otherwise, they should have brought more people. It seemed Ryan had already made some guesses, but did not inform them. So the number of people who followed Ryan this time was only a handful. After all, this trip was to sign the membership documents, not to fight. Take care of yourselves, Ryan told El and the others. Find a place further away to hide. They did not want to leave. But Ryan continued. This is not something you can involve yourselves in. They have a plan. If I'm not mistaken, most of the disaster weapons in the universe have probably gathered here. What? El and the others were horrified. Most of the universe has gathered here. If this news spreads, it would shake the entire universe. They did not know how many disaster weapons there were in the entire universe. But conservatively estimating, if fully activated, it would be quite easy to destroy the entire 8th galaxy. They knew that in front of strategic weapons, they not only could not help, but might also hinder. After realizing this, they immediately rushed back the way they came without hesitation. Those extraterrestrial races wanted to stop them. But suddenly, the warships that were about to take action almost simultaneously ignited fierce flames. Flowing blade like fire. No, this is not flowing blade like fire, but swallowing nothing. It had been over 10,000 years since the last time the Dark Alliance was dealt with. Time seemed to pass quickly, but in reality, this universe is far too vast. Even normal space travel is mostly calculated in years. After all, not all extraterrestrial races can roam freely through subspace passages like the race of light. And in this era, wormhole transportation technology is not widespread. So, under the back and forth of this great war, over 10,000 years had already passed. Flowing blade like fire was originally a liberation granted by the system, integrated into the shallow strike. Ryan did not expect that the energy of the black hole cannon had been completely digested long ago, but after digesting the black hole cannon, swallowing nothing did not stop. Instead, it began to digest the liberation of flowing blade like fire. Now, this liberation had been digested into its own power by swallowing nothing. This is understandable. Liberation is actually an extension of soul power. If it were on other Zampicat, invisible and intangible, unable to capture the concept of form, it would not be considered an energy creation for swallowing nothing. Thus, there was no possibility of being devoured. But the two liberations on the same sword can easily sense each other's existence. Thus, flowing blade like fire unknowingly became food for swallowing nothing. Ryan just did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. After liberation has digested liberation, can it still be Bankai? Interestingly, after the liberation of flowing blade like fire was digested by swallowing nothing, controlling the flames in Ryan's hand became even more adept. With the unquenchable flames burning, it directly turned countless warships ahead into ashes. At the same time, it also opened a path for El and the others to escape. Quickly use the disaster weapons. Someone shouted. Following that, the hatches of the warships opened. Dark cannon muzzles were already aimed at Ryan's position. Upon seeing this, Ryan's expression did not change, and a powerful spiritual pressure began to radiate from him. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying range of spiritual pressure reached a light-year radius, directly shattering the fleet that surrounded him. Ryan's spiritual pressure now was far more terrifying than when he unleashed it in the Kingdom of Light. At that time, it could crack the incredibly dense ground of the Kingdom of Light. During the battle with the Empire Star People, it could crack the bodies of their fleet. Now, it was naturally even more exaggerated. Some small warships were even directly shattered by him. The disaster weapons that had not yet been activated were directly scrapped under the terrifying pressure of spiritual pressure. How is this possible? The so-called disaster weapons are only disasters if they can be deployed. Otherwise, they are just scrap metal. Ryan had long suspected that this might be a trap, but he still came here. The main reason was to lure these disaster weapons out and deal with them all at once. Ryan is currently the highest combat power known in the universe. At least other extraterrestrial races find it hard to have the combat power to rival Ryan. The only things that could harm him might be disaster weapons. But he had previously blocked the black hole cannon in a way that others could not understand, leading the universe's races to discover that single disaster weapons could not harm him. Naturally, they would think of a method to win by quantity. This is also the direct reason why so many extraterrestrial races suddenly united. Roar! Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above Ryan's head. Ryan slowly looked up, and it was an incredibly massive beast that was now gazing down at him. This beast was enormous, so big that it was almost unimaginable. Although Ryan could only see one of its heads, this head was larger than the star of the nearby star system. This star was at least several times the size of the sun. The diameter of this head was equivalent to thousands of times the diameter of this star. In front of it, the star looked like a small candy. It is also possible that, in its view, the star is just a candy. The so-called celestial monster Bashuman? After seeing this creature, Rain almost knew its identity. It should be the one that caused a huge uproar in the universe. Even being regarded as a danger on par with himself, Rain stared at the massive figure, and he himself began to rapidly expand. He grew directly from 65 meters to an astonishing 650 meters. It was super gigantic. He said to Bashuman in front of him, "Now, I will lead the universe into the future." Chapter 50, The Mysterious Giant. The Dreams of the Zera People. On this day, the history of the universe began to be rewritten. It was also on this day that Rain's name would be forever inscribed in history, remembered by the entire universe. On the planet Zerub, the Zera people were originally the earliest technological race to venture into space in the 8th galaxy. During a technological development, their genes unexpectedly evolved. However, their evolution did not seem perfect. Compared to other cosmic races, they did not possess bodies suitable for combat, making them ill-suited as warriors. They had slender limbs and a round body without a neck, clearly not built for fighting. But evolution was an accident they did not choose. Being able to evolve was a gift from the vast universe, and they did not despise their bodies. In this 8th galaxy, they were a godlike race. However, they were well aware of the dangers of the universe. Therefore, they were reluctant to leave the 8th galaxy, wanting to rule peacefully within it. But recently, for some unknown reason, chaos erupted in the universe, and the flames of war spread to the 8th galaxy. They did not know how it happened, but they were targeted by some powerful cosmic races skilled in combat. The invasion began. The Zera people were almost completely suppressed without any means to fight back. For the first time, they experienced the terrifying nature of truly combative races in the universe. They were defeated and became slaves, forced to mine and extract energy and resources on their home planet. Meanwhile, those cosmic races seemed to be waiting for something. Fleets arrived in their star region, and some enormous warships, heavily guarded, were closely monitored. During the mining, some Zera people tried to lighten their spirits by discussing among themselves. "Have you heard? A war is about to break out near our planet. A huge war." "War? Didn't it already end? We've been defeated." "No, there's a bigger war coming. But it doesn't concern us. We are just powerless slaves now, living as a luxury. But this war might destroy our galaxy. Do you know about disaster weapons?" "What?" "A large number of disaster weapons are gathering in our galaxy, and it said they are aimed at a terrifying being that is taboo in this universe." Many Zera people looked bewildered. They knew about disaster weapons, but didn't understand what the taboo of the universe was. Were they terrifying monsters? Soon they would see and resolve their doubts. The cosmic races that had enslaved them suddenly became tense, almost mobilizing all their forces. Even their guards became lax. Thanks to their enhanced eyesight after evolution, they could easily see what was happening in space. They saw that such a large movement was actually for a single target. It was a cosmic being radiating brilliant light. It stood in the void, seemingly the only focus in the dark space. It held a knife in its hand. With a swing of the knife, countless warships ignited. It was a disaster weapon. All the disaster weapons were aimed at it. The Zera people felt their scalps tingle. They had heard that even a single disaster weapon could destroy their entire star system. And now, how many were there? Many, many. If they all activated at once, it would surely be a disaster for their star region. Everyone huddled together, trembling in fear. Suddenly, countless fleets inexplicably exploded. The warships carrying disaster weapons were also inexplicably damaged, as if crushed by an invisible force. What kind of existence was this? The cosmic army that had once trampled on them seemed like toys in front of it. A terrifying monster of unknown size appeared. Although merely bystanders, all the Zerab people felt a chill run down their spines. How could such a terrifying creature exist in the universe? Faced with this creature, even if this cosmic being was powerful, it probably couldn't win, right? But soon they realized they were wrong. This cosmic being became even larger, reaching hundreds of meters in height, a giant figure even for the Zerab people. But even so, it still appeared as a tiny bacterium in front of this monster, which was light years long. Now, I will lead the universe into the future. The giant's voice seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts. The future of the universe? What would the future of this universe be like? They did not know, but perhaps today they would see the answer. The giant fearlessly swung the knife at that colossal being. With one stroke, a massive energy slash was generated, extending for countless kilometers, even wider than their planet. The slash cut through countless planets, striking the monster's face. The monster was injured. Although it only made a barely noticeable small cut, in reality, the wound spanned at least tens of millions of kilometers. But this monster was simply too large. A wound of tens of millions of kilometers was negligible on its face. Blood gushed out. It actually had blood? A creature of this size was still a living being? And it was carbon-based life? The surging blood gathered into a sea of blood in that void. The monster was enraged. That tiny wound seemed to inflict unimaginable pain. The wound was burning. Then the surrounding planets began to tremble, as if being torn by an invisible force, crashing toward the wound of the monster. Gravity? What kind of force was this? It could actually apply gravity to the wound. And what kind of terrifying gravity could tear planets toward it? Fortunately, their Zerab planet was still far away from there. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. But this level of attack was utterly powerless against such an excessively large monster. The monster felt furious, actually opening its massive mouth, trying to swallow the giant. Terrifying gravity erupted from that giant mouth, pulling tens of millions of kilometers of planets towards the monster at high speed. This was just the beginning of the battle. This battle brought eternal shock to the young hearts of all Zerab people, even impacting future generations. The figure of the giant made countless Zerab people infatuated, while they dreamed of one day possessing a body suitable for battle. A brief history of Zerab civilization preface, from the shackles of slavery to the dawn of freedom. The new era of Zerab, year 33000. On that day, we all saw the light. In the year 33000 of the new era of Zerab, the Zerab planet was invaded by external enemies and enslaved. The mysterious giant descended. He shattered everything, including the powerful enemies enslaving the Zerab planet. At the same time, he ended the most chaotic era in the universe, destroying countless powerful weapons capable of creating disasters akin to calamities. In the outer star system, battling the terrifying monster Bashuman. The history of the universe is rewritten because of this battle, and the Zerab tribe is liberated by the arrival of the mysterious giant. It is the most perfect body in the universe. Unlike the bulky and clumsy forms of the Zerab tribe, it is the fighting figure of our dreams. The various ancient relics left by that war still exist to this day, almost becoming symbols of our Zerab planetary civilization, including the massive skeleton that stretches across the universe, extending thousands of light years. Chapter 51. The most exaggerated telekinetic storm in history? That is, the natural disaster monster Bashuman. At this moment, Al, who was returning along the way, couldn't help but look back out of concern for Rain. In just one glance, he saw the enormous body that stretched across who knows how many light years. Bashuman had quite a reputation in this universe. After all, it was considered as dangerous as Rain. I had heard of it as well. A nearby warrior couldn't help but ask, "Can the commander win?" A monster of this size is simply unfair. They all knew that Rain possessed strategic strike capabilities, able to easily destroy everything within a light year. However, this monster was just too large. A mere 1 light-year strike range was somewhat insufficient compared to Bashuman's length. Of course, if this monster had a weakness, there might still be a chance. But they couldn't think of what kind of weakness such a gigantic monster could possibly have. Over 1,000 light-years long, its size was truly despairing. Should we go back and take a look? One warrior hesitated to say. They were indeed worried, but they were also afraid their own strength was too weak and would hold them back if they returned. So for a moment, they were indecisive. I was about to say something. However, at that moment, he focused his gaze in the direction of Bashoman. He saw a swirling energy storm expanding outward at an astonishing speed, engulfing Bashoman's 1,000-light-year-long body. Like a gigantic meat grinder rapidly melting away the flesh and blood of the opponent. What is this? Everyone was shocked. This kind of attack was truly exaggerated. In space, Bashoman opened its huge mouth. Dark mist swirled within, forming a gravitational vortex with a gravitational force comparable to that of a black hole. Due to its stomach structure, Bashoman's digestive system was essentially a black hole. Even if Earth were sucked in, it would be compressed to the size of a sugar cube. It was because of this ability that Bashoman could continuously devour celestial bodies in the universe and rapidly digest and absorb the energy within these bodies to keep growing. In the original plot, Jack also entered Bashoman's esophagus, destroying its organs to deal with it successfully. But that was not Rain's choice. Although Bashoman was enormous, it was still a carbon-based life form, and thus had the weaknesses of carbon-based life forms. However, this method was not Rain's choice. Rain had a simpler solution. Hellfire. Boom! Endless flames erupted from Rain's body, continuously being swallowed by Bashoman. In theory, ordinary flames, even if a star were swallowed by it, would be digested in an instant by its powerful digestive system, turning into energy. However, Rain's flames were not so easily digested. Flames with the concept of combustion could burn even in the presence of a gravitational black hole. Although it wouldn't cause much damage to the black hole, Bashoman was different. The scorching flames burned its body from the inside out. Even when it tried to digest this flame, it would burn its soul. Bashoman howled in pain, its massive body rolling continuously. Its enormous form could sweep away countless planets with a single movement in the starry sky. In an instant, the starry sky became chaotic. Suddenly, Bashoman erupted in fury, opening its mouth to spit out a star, hurling it directly at Rain. Rain was also surprised, but his movements were not slow at all. As he swung his Zanpakuto, he directly cut out a wave of pressure. What was astonishing was that when this pressure struck the star, it caused no damage whatsoever, not even leaving a mark. Strangely, after enduring this wave of pressure, the star suddenly came to a halt. It then seemed to be pulled back by some terrifying force, returning along the same path and smashing into Bashoman. Gravity. This ability was gained after Wu digested the black hole cannon. The main formation process of the black hole cannon was essentially extreme compression of heavy energy, collapsing space to create a powerful gravitational field, resulting in a black hole phenomenon. As the black hole constantly absorbed surrounding matter, it would form a natural black hole. Natural black holes would then continuously grow by absorbing cosmic matter. Through this cycle, black holes would become larger and could even swallow an entire galaxy. Wu devouring the black hole was mainly due to the gravitational field and heavy energy it consumed. Therefore, after digesting the black hole cannon, Rain naturally mastered the ability to manipulate gravitational fields and control heavy energy. Over the past 10,000 years, he had continuously developed combat techniques with his Zanpakuto and gradually discovered how to apply gravitational fields to his techniques. The previous slash aimed at Bashoman's face also incorporated the power of the gravitational field. However, the original combat logic of this move was supposed to draw Bashoman in, but it was simply too large, causing it to attract other planets instead. This was not a sustainable approach. Rain's mind was racing. Bashoman's enormous size was nurtured by countless planets. The number of planets it had swallowed was probably in the billions. It went on a rampage. Who knew if it would directly spit out an entire galaxy? It was time to try that technique. He thought to himself. He then slowly rose into the air. Once he was level with Bashoman's head, he extended his hand, aiming as best as he could at its rolling head. At the same time, his eyes quickly flashed. Soon they turned red. The colorful timer on his chest also changed from blue to red, beginning to flash rapidly. This clearly indicated that his state was declining. Telekinetic storm, Rain exclaimed, seemingly using all his strength to utter these words. As his voice fell, a terrifying telekinetic ability coalesced in his palm, suddenly erupting to form a whirlwind vortex that tightly wrapped around Bashoman's massive head. It rapidly spread along Bashoman's head to various parts of its body. In the blink of an eye, this vortex had enveloped most of Bashoman's body, and it continued to expand outward without losing momentum. Bashoman wailed in the vortex. Its massive form was tightly bound, unable to move at all. Its flesh was quickly decomposed by the swirling motion, soon revealing the bones beneath. The double ticket final day is here. Brothers, if you have tickets, hurry and vote. Good steel should be used on a blade. And the author will try to update more. Chapter 52. A New Era. Dimensional Weapons. Telekinesis. This is the second time Ryan has used his telekinesis. However, this time, compared to his previous use against Bashuman, it is on a completely different level of power. The telekinetic storm is just a basic application technique of telekinesis. In fact, many superpower races understand how to use it. Even in some detailed techniques, a beginner might outperform Ryan in finesse. Yet, no one has ever demonstrated the expressive capability that Ryan exhibits. The raging telekinesis reached its maximum output in an instant, and the telekinetic vortex resembled a massive meat grinder. Any part of Bashuman that was touched would instantly dissolve into blood and flesh. By the end, only a gigantic bloody skeleton remained, like a bridge spanning the universe. Magnificent and awe-inspiring. Time passed, and finally everything calmed down. The place where Bashuman once stood was left in ruins. Even the space showed traces like it had been sliced by a blade. After a long while, Ryan finally recovered. As for Ryan himself, the colorful timer on his chest flickered more violently, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Fortunately, this time he did not faint. His telekinetic ability grows alongside his spiritual pressure. As his spiritual pressure continues to grow, his telekinesis also strengthens. This is what troubles him the most. The rapid improvement of his telekinetic ability does not give his body time to adapt, making it difficult for him to control this power. Even now, he cannot use it freely. However, over the past tens of thousands of years, he has not gained nothing. He has achieved certain results. Although he still cannot control the output power well, he can manage to control the form of the output to some extent. Of course, he has only mastered the output form of a telekinetic storm for now. Moreover, he can manage to hold back a bit, at least after releasing his telekinetic ability. He does not faint on the spot. Although due to excessive mental exhaustion, he can only muster one strike. After that, his condition deteriorates significantly, making it hard for him to maintain much combat power. But at least he can still stand this time, which is a good start. Ryan spread his arms wide, trying to absorb the light energy of this stellar system. After a long while, he felt somewhat better, although replenishing his physical energy could not completely alleviate his mental fatigue. It was at this moment that he seemed to see countless points of starlight flying out from Bashuman's body. In this star domain that had been turned upside down by Bashuman, the starlight rapidly expanded, transforming into one massive planet after another. Instantly, it filled this star domain that had already been cleared. Were these celestial bodies that Bashuman had swallowed? Ryan pondered. After a long time, he glanced at Bashuman's enormous skeleton and left without looking back. In the depths of the universe, a terrifying mental power condensed into a soul phantom, gazing in the direction where Ryan was. Its gaze was filled with horror. This guy, how has his telekinesis become so much stronger again? It has only been tens of thousands of years. He is the Lebrander alien. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Lebrander alien has been silently accumulating power, just waiting for the day he has the opportunity to take revenge on Ryan. Bashuman was the monster he had cultivated, and it took a lot of his effort. Though he had hidden away, he had been paying attention to everything in this universe, including Ryan's every move. The Bashuman he raised was designed to grow infinitely by consuming enough energy as its main evolutionary direction. He originally thought that with such a monster around, even Ryan would have no way to deal with it. It would be best if it could eliminate Ryan. Even if it couldn't, causing Ryan some trouble would make him very happy. But the final result directly scared him. This is too exaggerated. Although this release of telekinesis was linear and not a large-scale explosion like last time, it seemed to have exploded over nearly 1,000 light years. In reality, if it had erupted in a covering manner like before, it might have only covered a few light years. But this was already astonishing. It has only been tens of thousands of years, and his telekinetic ability has reached this level. If it continues to improve, how terrifying would that be? Wouldn't the entire universe be unable to contain him? The Lebrander alien felt a bit reclusive. He decided to postpone his comeback plan. As for when to truly return, it would depend on the situation. Finally, he couldn't help but curse. Damn Ryan, one day, the events that occurred in the 8th galaxy could not be hidden. Many civilizations quickly learned that a great battle had taken place here. Countless disaster weapons were destroyed by Ryan single-handedly, including Bashuman, which was once considered equally dangerous to him. The era of disaster weapons as strategic deterrence has passed. Now, Ryan is the only strategic weapon in this universe. Those so-called strategic weapons pose no threat to Ryan at all and are even completely annihilated. What is the meaning of such weapons' existence? After all, the original value of disaster weapons was strategic value, and now that they have lost that value, they are just a pile of scrap metal. As Ryan said, a new era has arrived. In that battle, he became the only strategic weapon and also the only deterrent force in the universe. The universe finally welcomed relative peace because of this. The course of history continued to advance. Countless cosmic civilizations chose to become allied civilizations. The expansion speed of the Light Alliance significantly increased. In just over 10,000 years, the Light Alliance had covered more than half of the discovered universe. In this era, wars began to drift away. The problems left over from the era of disaster weapons were also resolved through the continuous efforts of the Light Alliance. Those powerful dark cosmic beings decided to put down their weapons and return to their home planets to farm under the amicable greetings of the Light Alliance. Everything was very harmonious. Subsequently, to ensure peaceful and stable development, the major civilizations of the universe, with the help of the Light Alliance, established a relatively complete economic and trade system, facilitating mutual exchange. This might be what Ryan referred to as the new future that should be brought to the universe. Since Ryan arrived in this universe, at the request of the Council of Elders of the Light Kingdom, he served as the head coach of the Ultra Arena and the frontline commander. After nearly 90,000 years, he finally fulfilled his initial promise. He brought peace to the Light Kingdom and allowed it to step onto the cosmic stage, not only inheriting the will of the Andromedans, but also opening up a new history. Ryan's name has not only been etched in the annals of the universe, but has also left a significant mark in the history of the Light Kingdom. Is that so? A void in space? Ryan nodded slightly. Looking at Ty Reed, who had gradually grown and was no longer weaker than he once was, nodded slightly. However, Ty Reed's expression was serious. Yes, we discovered the existence of the fourth-dimensional beings there. This could be a conspiracy from the other side. The fourth-dimensional beings, also known as the Bamstar people, were one of the leaders of the Dark Alliance before, since their lair is in the fourth-dimensional world. After the Dark Alliance was overthrown, the remaining fourth-dimensional beings retreated back to the fourth-dimensional world without facing justice. It seems the other side has been plotting something all along. They even created a spatial void near the M78 nebula. Perhaps they are preparing to use some dimensional weapon. Let's go take a look. Rain stood up. As he passed Ty Reed, he suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Ty Reed, you have done an excellent job over these tens of thousands of years. You have accumulated significant prestige in the Alliance of Light. Grow quickly. Your strength is still not enough. Perhaps when your strength has grown and you prove yourself with a sufficiently strong battle, you might have the opportunity to take over the position of the commander of this alliance." Ty Reed's heart trembled. "Commander Rain, Rain knew what he wanted to say, but stopped him. It's been 90,000 years, and I am tired too. The promise we made back then has already been fulfilled. I think I will go to the Elder Council to retire. Don't overthink it." With that, Rain directly left the command room. P.S. Please support with monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Chapter 53. A Dialogue Across Time and Space? Going to the Elder Council for retirement? Terry recalled Rain's seemingly young face and couldn't help but shake his head. Although Rain was from the Land of Light, he was completely different from other people of the Land of Light. The other people were tens of thousands of years old and mostly had begun to grow beards. But Rain had not. He remained perpetually young. Yes, the commander had already done enough. As a junior, it was indeed time to create his own era. Terry's resolve gradually strengthened. Nearby the M78 nebula, there was a massive spatial void standing before everyone. This void seemed to be continuously expanding outward. What was connected on the other side of the void? Rain's gaze swept across and fixed on a blue-skinned scientist, asking, "Is it a multidimensional space?" The blue scientist quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Multidimensional space?" Rain asked in surprise. Fortunately, the blue scientist provided an explanation. The so-called multidimensional space was actually a space connecting multiple dimensions. It was a space where multiple dimensions converged, potentially linking to unknown multiple dimensions or alternate worlds. "I see," Rain pondered, but he heard the scientist continue, "If this continues to expand, it may affect the ecology of the M78 nebula." Rain nodded. "Is there a solution?" The blue scientist thought for a moment, and then shook his head. "Not for now. But if we have enough time, I believe it can be resolved." Rain contemplated for a moment and felt that at this stage, they could only try to buy time. He looked at the scientist, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. "By the way, what is your name?" The blue scientist was taken aback. It should be known that Rain was considered the soul of the entire Land of Light, viewed as a spiritual leader by all the Light Clan. In the Land of Light, although there were many blue-skinned people, most of whom were born scientists, their social status was not particularly high. Therefore, for a scientist like him to be remembered by Rain was an immense honor. Thomas. The blue scientist stuttered in excitement. Thomas? Rain looked at him oddly. Wanted to ask, can you do a big spin? But ultimately refrained from asking. After a moment of silence, he merely nodded and said, very good. Thomas was nearly moved to tears. Had he received Lord Rain's recognition? This was undoubtedly the peak moment of his life. He could boast about this to his colleagues in the Science and Technology Bureau for a lifetime. Rain was unaware of his thoughts and instead asked Honest beside him, have the four-dimensional beings we discovered earlier been captured? Honest was the king of L77, previously assigned by Rain to the Cosmic Security Bureau as its highest official. As the Security Bureau guarding the headquarters of the M78 Nebula, everything happening here fell under Honest's responsibilities. Honest quickly nodded. The four-dimensional beings had indeed been captured and interrogated. But surprisingly, it turned out that this was not the work of the four-dimensional beings. They had appeared here solely because the appearance of this multidimensional space connected to their four-dimensional space, which could pose a mortal threat to their four-dimensional realm. They were considering how to resolve this issue and were constantly monitoring it, only to be caught by the Cosmic Security Bureau. Rain understood. He also felt that this group of four-dimensional beings should not have such capabilities. The extension of this multidimensional space was already tantamount to a crisis of cosmic destruction. Did the four-dimensional beings know what was happening? Rain asked. Honest thought for a moment and replied, according to the four-dimensional beings, they were not aware either. They only sensed that the universe exhibited a special distortion phenomenon, resulting in the collapse of the dimensional space passage. Ultimately, this led to the peculiar spatial distortion. Is that so? Rain pondered. Distortion of dimensions? In his memory, there were indeed many entities within this ultra-universe capable of distorting cosmic space. Currently, Rain could only think of two that could appear within this M78 Nebula worldview. One was the four-dimensional monster Bruton. This was a uniquely capable space-time monster that possessed the ability to distort dimensions. It could not only distort space, but also entangle timelines, creating chaos. Moreover, Bruton seemed to be a summoner. Once defeated, it had a high probability of summoning the Void Monster Glyza. Apart from the four-dimensional monster Bruton, the other was a familiar old friend, the three siblings of Zoda. According to the setting, the three siblings of Zoda possessed the ability to distort time and space. As time wraiths, their powerful resentment could warp time and space. In future settings, they could even collapse the universe by distorting time and space, creating catastrophic disasters of universal extinction. Rain had previously fought against the three siblings of Zoda. At that time, perhaps they had only been revived once. So they should not have been capable of distorting the universe's time and space. But now, that might not be the case. Calculating the time, it wasn't far from the revival of the three siblings of Zoda. It seemed very likely that they were up to no good. Rain thought to himself. In fact, if according to the original setting, the revival of the three siblings of Zoda should still be nearly 10,000 years away. However, this time, they had voluntarily sealed themselves. So Rain was unclear about exactly when they would revive. But regardless, the current multidimensional space must be resolved. Once the entire M78 Nebula was swallowed, even the strong Light Clan would likely be unable to resist the devouring of the multidimensional space. This potential danger must be eradicated as soon as possible. A multidimensional space of distorted dimensions? Rain attempted to sense this multidimensional space, try to find the familiar spiritual pressure of the three siblings of Zoda. But he found nothing. Over the next few thousand years, Rain frequently came here to investigate. But most of the time, he found nothing. Until one day, he captured a telepathic connection from a distant and unfamiliar time and space. Meanwhile, in some unfamiliar time and space, a golden female giant discovered the emergence of a strange spatial void. Curious, she attempted to explore the suddenly cracked spatial void with her thoughts. Suddenly, she sensed that she seemed to have established a telepathic connection with a powerful life form. Who are you? I am Camila, a warrior of the Dark Giant tribe. Who are you? The double ticket is the last day. Brothers, if you have tickets, hurry and vote. Good steel should be used on the blade. Chapter 54. The Creator of Epics. At this moment in the M78 Nebula, in front of the space-time void, after hearing the response from the other side, Ryan's movements paused slightly, and he fell in a deep thought. Camilla? A familiar name. Fragments of ancient memories continuously surfaced in his mind. and he quickly recalled some old memories that had long been buried deep within. The dark giant from the ultra-ancient era of the Tiga world. So this is the space-time on the other side? Although he had traversed into this Ultraman universe for nearly 100,000 years, he had not forgotten the plots he was familiar with. The evolution of the Light Clan is a complete evolution. After Ultra Evolution, his brain was also maximally developed, and his memory was extraordinary. Over 90,000 years had worn away many things, but the memories of that world remained vivid. It was just like searching for information on a computer. Some things that were not deeply remembered needed to be slightly searched in his brain to recall all the details. Who exactly are you? The voice from the other side seemed to notice Ryan's prolonged silence and couldn't help but ask again. This brought Ryan back to his senses, and he turned his gaze toward the space-time void in front of him. In another space-time, Camilla was somewhat surprised. She did not expect that there were other intelligent life forms existing on the other side of this space-time void. Originally, she was just here to investigate the anomaly. However, the other side should not belong to this space-time, as the dimensions within this space-time void were clearly chaotic, and she might have unintentionally made contact with a powerful life form from a strange space-time. But what exactly is the place connected by this space-time void? Moreover, more importantly, she could sense that the powerful life form on the other side had an immense mental resonance. It was something she had never felt before. To some extent, the strength of mental power also indicated that the other party was definitely not a weakling. This made her quietly vigilant. However, after waiting for a long time, she found that there was no further response from the other side. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask again. I am Ryan, from the M78 Nebula, a place called the Land of Light. The voice from the other side finally sounded again. Ryan? The Land of Light in the M78 Nebula? Is it a certain star region in Orion? Camilla was somewhat astonished. Her power originated from the brilliance of Orion, and in fact, that brilliance was from a giant in a certain nebula within Orion. After this brilliance descended on Earth, it fused with some of the brave humans to become one. In fact, Camilla still possessed memories about the universe. In her memory, she remembered the M78 Nebula. However, in this space-time, the M78 Nebula was a newly born star region. It was filled with young stars and diffused nebula gases, and no mature star systems had yet formed. Could it be that in another space-time, this nebula is actually in a different state? Is there even a kingdom called the Land of Light? Light? Did you open this space-time void? Camilla pondered for a moment before asking. She did not know whether the being on the other side was friend or foe, but she could tell that this space-time void was definitely a very dangerous thing. This void seemed to still be collapsing and continuously expanding outward. It might swallow the entire Earth at any moment, associating this with the power of the life form on the other side. She naturally linked the phenomenon of this space-time void with Ryan on the other side. I am the Supreme Commander of the Light Alliance Army, and this space-time void also appeared near my location in the M78 Nebula, constantly monitored by my soldiers. And I am also exploring the mastermind behind the creation of this void. Yet we, individuals in different space-times, have made this connection. Hearing the response from the other side, Camilla relaxed slightly. Of course, she did not fully believe it. Instead, she continued to ask, what is the Light Alliance Army? About 100,000 years ago, the sun of the star system where the Land of Light is located exploded. The scientists of the Land of Light developed an artificial sun through their efforts, and under the high radiation of the artificial sun, the people of the Land of Light underwent ultra-evolution. They became light. Light? So that's it. You are also a giant of light. Camilla showed no signs of surprise. Although she was a dark giant, because she was essentially also a giant of light, darkness was merely a necessary choice during certain times. Then she heard the voice continue to speak. After the Land of Light was born, it suffered many invasions, and countless clansmen lost their lives due to war. About 60,000 years ago, I formed the embryonic form of the Light Alliance Army, together with the warriors of the Land of Light. We fought for the peace we dreamed of with our own hands, ultimately achieving basic peace in the universe. Now, the Light Alliance Army is the cornerstone of maintaining peace in the universe, and this space-time void may become the root of the universe's destruction. The voice spoke lightly. However, to Camilla's ears, it was quite shocking. She caught some very key words. The Light Alliance Army was established 60,000 years ago. Basic peace in the universe was achieved 60,000 years later. Now, it is the cornerstone of maintaining that universe. Just a mere 60,000 years. For these giants, 60,000 years is not a short time, but it is also not long. But what exactly happened during these 60,000 years? Her heart trembled, and even her brain began to unconsciously visualize some scenes. due to a solar explosion. The country, named the Land of Light, was born not long after. That country, called the Land of Light, frequently suffered invasions from external enemies, leading to heavy casualties among its clansmen. At this moment, a figure stood up, raising his arm high, awakening the fighting spirit of many clansmen for the peace they desired. Under the leadership of this radiant leader, they fought against powerful enemies in the chaotic universe, ultimately accomplishing this in just 60,000 years. Under the guidance of this leader, they defeated one ambitious and powerful being after another. Their warriors also became the peacekeepers of this universe. A grand narrative, as magnificent as an epic, unfolded before Camilla, making her feel a surge of blood and excitement. No, perhaps this is a magnificent epic. If what this powerful being on the other side said is true, then he is indeed an extraordinary individual. Chapter 55. The Collapsing Universe? Camilla couldn't help but think about the current situation of the Earth she was on. As giants themselves, in some space-time, this giant named Rain had already led his people to conquer the entire universe. Yet these giants still could not resolve the darkness on Earth. They even experienced internal strife due to differing ideologies. This left her somewhat helpless. Then she thought about the space-time void in front of her and hurriedly asked, can the space-time void really destroy the universe? There should be a solution, right? If there's any way I can help, I absolutely won't refuse. After this brief exchange, Camilla seemed to let down her guard a lot. Perhaps there will be soon. This time, the response abruptly cut off halfway. It seemed that the multidimensional space was unstable, leading to a disruption in the telepathic connection between the two. She had intended to learn more about that unfamiliar space-time, but it unexpectedly ended at this moment. However, this cross-time communication was an accident to begin with, so there was nothing to lament. She turned to look at the vast land in the distance. About 30 million years ago, an asteroid with a diameter of about 10 kilometers fell to this Earth. This asteroid not only nearly exterminated the dinosaurs that once ruled this planet, but it also brought immense dark power to Earth. The dark power infected the land, giving rise to many large monsters that had the power to shake the Earth or tear the sky apart. They had clearly become the new rulers of this planet. Until millions of years later, weak humans were born on this Earth, trembling as they walked through life. Yet, they were ultimately just prey for these monsters. Although some of these humans gained some insignificant superpowers due to the radiation of dark power, it was nothing compared to those terrifying monsters. Everything changed a few thousand years ago. Endless light poured down from the sky. These rays seemed to contain mysterious powers. Some warriors among the humans resonated with this light and underwent a superfusion. This was to dispel the darkness and guide humanity onto the right path. From that day on, humanity officially turned towards giant civilization. The giants also began a war against the monsters that lasted for thousands of years. Over the years, many monsters were either defeated or sealed by the giants. However, during this process, the fighting ideologies among the giants gradually diverged. It was merely because the giants discovered that despite fighting against the darkness for thousands of years, the darkness on Earth had not only not diminished, but was even expanding. The monsters had become stronger due to the ever-growing darkness over the past thousands of years. After some investigation, they were shocked to find that the human heart had become a new source of darkness. The various negative energies that were increasingly breeding within their hearts became the nourishment for darkness. Subsequently, two voices began to emerge within the giant camp. One group of giants insisted that they should hold on to their original intentions, believing that light should guide humanity in the right direction, not be a destroyer that annihilates humanity. The other group of giants, in order to more effectively resolve the chaos caused by the monsters, chose to actively embrace the darkness and accept the power of darkness. They were also tainted by the power of darkness, becoming dark giants. From their actions, it was clear that they were not as patient as the light giants. The dark giants believed that to completely eliminate darkness, they had to eradicate all sources of it. Therefore, the simplest method was to eliminate humanity. However, this viewpoint was clearly not accepted, and a rift gradually formed between the dark giants and the light giants. What was the right course of action? Camilla looked at her own hands, seemingly hesitating. M78 Nebula. Rain had already retracted his telepathy. In fact, it was not the influence of multidimensional space that caused the telepathy to disconnect, but rather because Rain sensed a familiar spiritual pressure fluctuation. At the same time, there was also a huge energy response. Rain immediately headed towards the direction of the headquarters without hesitation. Creak, bang, above the headquarters of the Alliance. A space seemed to be twisted by an invisible giant hand, creating folds. Eventually, the space seemed to reach its limit and suddenly exploded, generating another space void. And this seemed to be just the beginning. In other corners of the M78 nebula, similar phenomena began to occur. Spaces started to distort and then exploded, creating one space void after another. What is happening? The guards of the Light Alliance were shocked by the scene before them. This was too exaggerated. If this continued, the entire M78 nebula would probably be consumed by the continuously appearing space voids. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared before everyone. It was none other than the hurried Rain. At this moment, Tired was also among the guards, and he was momentarily at a loss. Rain glanced at Tired and said, "First, lead the troops to evacuate. Then let the scientists use the Ultra Key to leave this star region at any time." The Ultra Key was the main control key of the Ultra Tower. The Ultra Tower and the Plasma Spar Tower were two different entities. Speaking of the Ultra Tower, it was actually related to the thousands of planetary engines on that Ultra Star. The Ultra Tower was the main control center for these planetary engines. The Ultra Key was the key to unlock this control center. Of course, it was also an offensive weapon, and a very powerful one at that. In fact, the original planetary engine plan had long been abandoned with the super evolution of the Light Clan. However, thousands of years ago, after discovering this space-time void, the scientists of the Light Clan picked up this abandoned plan once again, in order to be prepared for emergencies. Originally, the key did not have this offensive capability. But later, after the birth of the plasma spark, their planet also underwent mutations, becoming much larger than before. If they used the original energy of the planetary engine, it would be impossible to propel this planet. So the scientists who originally invented the planetary engines made some modifications to these engines, changing the driving energy to plasma spark energy. The Ultra Key, besides being the switch for the planetary engines, was also the power bank for the planetary engines, storing a large amount of plasma spark energy. Now, once the Ultra Key erupted, its power would probably be no less than that of the former natural disaster weapons. Hearing this, Tired quickly replied yes. He hurried off to prepare. Chapter 56, Evolution. Rain is also evolving. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, huge voids cracked open in the starry sky of the M78 nebula. Rain faced this scene with calm composure. The city was ablaze. Fiery flames erupted from his body, madly surging into the surrounding voids of space. A time-space void is equivalent to a large hole opened in the universe. The Devourer cannot swallow such a thing. After all, it is not an energy creation, unless it swallows the entire universe. But at this stage, the Devourer is far from achieving that. However, Rain still has a way to deal with the time-space void. Although it cannot be resolved once and for all, he can still force out the true culprit behind it. The raging flames surged into the void. Inside the time-space void, it seemed that some substance was burning. Zen, a furious voice echoed within the void. It was none other than Mold's voice. Soon, three figures engulfed in flames burst forth from the void. They were the Zoda siblings. Did they not get burned immediately this time? Rain glanced at the three of them, only to find that the flames burning on them, while still causing some damage, merely resulted in some superficial burns. Did not expect this, did you? Zen, Mold laughed. Although you killed us once, your flames have become difficult to inflict fatal damage on us. Rain observed the burn marks on the three of them. Soon he realized, so that's it. Their resurrection this time seems to have increased their flame resistance, granting their skin a strong resistance to high temperatures. Moreover, they also possess powerful regenerative abilities. As a result, the scorching heat of over 100 million degrees reached a certain balance on their bodies, making it impossible to incinerate them in a short period of time. Ultimately, it all comes down to insufficient firepower. Rain sneered. Hellfire. An even more astonishing wave of flames erupted from him. An even more violent flame storm gathered at Rain's feet and then directly burrowed into the space below. Just as the three were astonished, the space around them suddenly began to heat up, especially the space under their feet, behind them, in front of them, and above their heads gradually became tinted with a layer of crimson. The space began to bubble like boiling water. What? Mole was taken aback. The next moment, the bubbling space suddenly lit up with a scorching glow, and massive fire pillars formed within that space, striking towards the three from all directions. The three were startled and hurriedly broke through in one direction. Ultimately, they managed to escape. Their bodies were engulfed in flames, burning even more fiercely, and even their self-healing speed struggled to keep up. Just as Rain had predicted, the three could withstand the flames burning only because of their enhanced resistance to high temperatures and their powerful healing speed. As long as the firepower reached a certain level, it could still pose a significant threat to the three. Although the three had escaped from their original location, that place had been bombarded by an incredibly powerful flame, not only igniting fiercely, but also rapidly spreading outward. In just a brief moment, there was no solid ground left beneath their feet. Energy explosion. Astonishing dark energy erupted from the three, temporarily clearing the surrounding flames. Mold coldly snorted. Rain, your flames are indeed a bit troublesome, but that's all. As long as we can eliminate you, these flames should also dissipate on their own, right? Rain continuously unleashed even more violent flames and casually replied, "You have a point, but whether or not you can do it is another matter." Zoda coldly snorted. "Don't think that the ability to create disasters is only yours. This time we have returned from the dead, and we also possess that ability." At this point, immense resentment was released from the three. The surrounding space was once again distorted, and the range of distortion was even greater. At this rate, the entire M78 nebula might be consumed by the time-space void created by the distortion. Cut and slash, void slash. Rain decisively slashed towards the Zoda siblings. Just as the three said, eliminating Rain equated to eliminating this troublesome flame. Likewise, getting rid of the three could also resolve the distorted space. Space has a powerful self-repair ability. The reason the time-space void continues to expand is entirely because the three keep distorting the space, causing the self-repair speed to lag behind their destructive speed. This slash was incredibly fast. With the acceleration of his instant step, Rain achieved an effect similar to teleportation, arriving in front of the three in the blink of an eye. The blade in his hand, infused with sword pressure and scorching flames, greatly enhanced his slashing power. On the path of the blade, it seemed that space itself was distorted. Seeing this, the three hurriedly used their divine artifacts to defend. The sword pressure and flames exploded on the blade. Bang! With a loud explosion, the three were sent flying. Having returned to life, once again, their strength had more than doubled. Yet, even so, faced with Rain at this moment, they were still completely suppressed. After all, even tens of thousands of years ago, when the three merged into the ancient A, their individual strength increased nearly tenfold, yet they were still defeated by Rain. Simultaneously, the three felt an inexplicable, powerful tearing force appearing on them. They struggled to maintain their stance, but the surrounding shattered meteorites came crashing down on them like cannonballs. It was gravity. The three were secretly alarmed. This guy's growth rate is simply astonishing. Over the past tens of thousands of years, he seems to have developed new troublesome abilities. While they evolved, it seemed Rain was also evolving. They could no longer view Rain with the perspective of his previous version. There was no other way. After exchanging glances, they felt a pulling force drawing their bodies together, directly merging them into one. Fusion. The new Ancient Emperor made his appearance. However, this time, the Ancient Emperor looked different from the last. He had 3 heads, and his body seemed to be made of clay, appearing soft and squishy. Although the eternal flames still burned on them after their fusion, it seemed their flame resistance had increased once more. The surging flames did not even break through the surface of their skin. More importantly, the current Ancient Emperor was stronger than before, also more than doubled in power. The surrounding space was continuously collapsing, and the speed of collapse was even faster. With the resentment of the 3 stacked together, their resentment had also increased more than tenfold. Teride also brought people to Ultrastar. He looked at the constantly collapsing space in front of him and a land of light not far away. Finally, he turned his gaze to Al, Joniak, Onis, and Zyos, saying, "I need to borrow your power." The other 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They channeled all their energy into Teride's ultra antenna. Teride felt a surge of energy exploding within him. In that moment, his energy increased by more than 20 or 30 times. His control over the ultra antenna's abilities was actually above that of Tydak. This time, only 4 people merged with him, but the efficiency displayed surpassed that of Tydak. After completing the merge, Teride didn't hesitate to unleash all his energy to fill the continuously collapsing space-time in order to slow down the rate of its collapse. At the same time, he instructed others to activate the Ultra Tower. Today, the author will try to update more. Chapter 57, The Suddenly Vanishing Void. Tired used his output to forcibly resist the continuous collapse of space-time. However, the energy consumption during this process was enormous. In just a short moment, the colorful timer on his chest began to flash rapidly. The energy required to repair the space with just his own strength was immense. Tired's current output was still lacking. As Tired's energy ran low, the space that had just stabilized began to collapse even faster. This took Tired by surprise. The reason for this phenomenon was that at the same time, the three siblings of the Zota had completed their fusion and became the new ago.He. Burn our power to block the intensifying collapse of spacetime. You are the hope for the future of the Light Alliance, Commander Ryan had once said. You will become his successor. The voice of Jonik echoed in Tired's mind. However, Tired smiled and said, No, I don't want my father's regrets to fall upon me again. This time, let me stand in front. He began to burn all his energy, including his life force, forcing an explosion of power. The colorful timer on his chest flickered even more urgently. But in the end, he managed to hold on. At that moment, the Land of Light finally activated the Ultraman Tower, and a massive planetary engine ejected a long tail flame, propelling the Ultraman star away. The plasma spark energy served as kinetic energy for the planetary engine, and the speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the Ultraman star disappeared from its original spot as if it had teleported. Tired felt a slight relaxation in his mind. The collapsing spacetime seemed ready to engulf him. However, at that moment, the collapse of spacetime unexpectedly stopped, and the powerful self-repair capability of space began to quickly mend the spacetime voids in the universe. In just a short moment, one shocking spacetime void after another began to shrink at an incredible speed, eventually disappearing into the starry sky. The fusion was undone. Jonik and the others transformed into a beam of light and flew out from Tired's body. At this moment, Tired, due to the excessive consumption of life force, had entered a state of apparent death. Quick, take him for treatment, Al said solemnly. The greatest crisis in the history of the Land of Light had inexplicably dissipated. However, many people knew that this might not be mere coincidence. Because at the same time that it vanished under the terrifying space-time distortion, the legendary warrior of the Land of Light, Ryan, also disappeared. This news sent shockwaves throughout the universe. The most deterrent strategic weapon in the universe had vanished, directly shaking the entire cosmic landscape. The rules and constraints established by the Light Alliance had completely collapsed as a result. Some dark forces that had once laid down their arms began to stir. But at that moment, 5 figures stepped forward. They were named Al, Jonik, Honus, Zyos, and Leighton. Some had heard of their names. It was said that they were all former subordinates of the legendary warrior who had vanished, especially Al and Jonik, who had shown in the wars experienced under the Light Alliance. Only Leighton was relatively unknown, yet he claimed to be the disciple of the legendary warrior Ryan. He had created a set of martial arts techniques named the Cosmic Fist Technique and had defeated many powerful beings in this universe with just his fists. As former warriors of the Light Alliance, the 5 of them inherited their understanding of the will of light during the time of the Legend's disappearance, actively fighting for their beliefs in this universe. However, they were not Ryan. With their strength, they could not maintain the strategic pattern established by the Light Alliance. A new strategic pattern unfolded in the universe. The 5, either leading their own clans or relying on their own strength, barely maintained a strategic balance in their respective regions, which was already their maximum effort. As for other parts of the universe, they could not manage. After that catastrophe ended, Al stepped forward to temporarily lead the army of the Land of Light. He was already considered a high-end combat force in this universe. Ordinary enemies were still manageable for him. Of course, there were also some difficult situations, such as the alliance of certain cosmic forces. But at that moment, Al took out the Ultraman key, which was originally just used to charge the planetary engine. This key, for the first time, unleashed its power in this world. With just one strike, it directly exploded a star system. This scene stunned everyone, causing many to recall the shadows of the era of disaster weapons. The Ultraman key unexpectedly became the new strategic deterrent weapon for the Land of Light, making many cosmic races hesitant to invade for thousands of years. Over 10,000 years later, a warrior named Tykean, just like his father Tired before him, entered the Ultraman arena and became a warrior. Tired was indeed his father. The true power of an Ultraman warrior is to fight for everything they cherish, as long as they possess the determination to protect. Even risking their lives to safeguard what they deem important, they can unleash their potential and defeat any enemy. This is the power of bonds, and also the power of protection. This was what Tired taught him since childhood, and he always remembered it. In Tykean's impression, his father Tired was a hero in the eyes of others, and he took pride in it. 10,000 years ago, his father Tired detonated his final energy and consumed a significant amount of life force to save the Land of Light. However, due to the previous excessive burning of his energy and life force, he exhausted too much potential. resulting in not only a decline in strength, but also a halt in progress, forcing him to retreat to the rear. He saved many people, but he seemed to dislike the title of hero. He preferred another title, the disciple of the legendary warrior Ryan. This title, which seemingly relegated Tired to a supporting role, was significant. But who was Ryan? Tykean had no impression of this person's face, yet legends about him circulated everywhere in the Land of Light and even the entire universe. As the turmoil in the universe intensified, a saying began to circulate. In the moment when despair envelopes the universe, the light of miracles will redefine order. And the legendary giant, the oldest Ultraman warrior of the Land of Light, Ryan, will return. He was once the legendary warrior of the Land of Light. He was also the giant existing in legends. He was even the miraculous warrior who created the history of the universe. He once single-handedly ushered in a new era in this universe. It was precisely because of his disappearance that the order of the universe returned to chaos. It is said that even Tykean's name was given by his father Tired in memory of Ryan. Since childhood, Tykean had been influenced by various legends of this figure from his father and even his grandfather, nurturing a yearning. "Hey, you there in a daze? I'm Belial. What's your name?" Suddenly, a voice called out to Tykean, who was lost in thought in the arena, waking him up. In a colorful, multi-dimensional space, a giant figure over 600 meters tall stood, wielding a Zanpakuto, towering in this space. In front of him, the multi-dimensional space was currently burning fiercely. Chapter 58. There is no strongest sword, only the strongest person. Layer upon layer of flames burned on everything that existed in this space. The ancient A was engulfed in blazing white flames, appearing from a distance like a small star. However, he remained unfazed, his eyes filled with wariness as they gazed at Rain. Upon closer inspection, one could see several cuts on his body, clearly the marks left by Rain's Zanpakuto. Among those cuts, strands of flames flickered, burning his internal tissues and bones. After his evolution, his skin indeed gained strong resistance to burning and powerful healing abilities. However, the tissues beneath his skin, while possessing some resistance, were nowhere near as strong as that of his skin. As time passed, the tissues of the ancient A gradually dissolved under the scorching flames. Initially, he thought that after this evolution, as long as he could withstand the flames capable of burning anything conceptual, he would have a sure victory against Rain. But he did not expect that in their recent encounter, he still found himself at a disadvantage. In fact, his evolutionary direction was not wrong. After his body could withstand those troublesome flames, the threat Rain posed seemed to decrease significantly. However, he underestimated Rain. Over the past 100,000 years, Rain had already evolved into a hexagonal warrior. The abilities unleashed after the Zanpakuto's release were not the only combat means of Soul Reaper. They were merely auxiliary combat abilities. The Soul Reaper also had spiritual pressure and the ability to use a Zanpakuto in combat. It was just that the nature of the flames was too powerful, giving the ancient a false impression that once Rain lost these troublesome flame abilities, he would pose no threat. Although this time, the burning effect of the flames weakened in front of the ancient A, the battle-hardened Rain immediately changed his tactics to focus on pure swordsmanship. The fierce sword pressure, accompanied by unquenchable flames, caught the ancient A off guard. Over the past 50,000 years, as Rain's techniques, physique, and spiritual pressure improved, his swordsmanship became even more formidable. Coupled with Rain's direct, massive transformation to increase his output power, the ancient A fell completely at a disadvantage. In his massive form, every swing of Rain's sword could unleash a sword pressure several tens of millions of kilometers wide. If this sword pressure struck, it could likely split the ancient A in half. During the battle, although the ancient A tried to dodge, he still suffered several grazes, leaving him with a few wounds. Moreover, the flames contained within the sword pressure continuously burned his internal tissues. What made the ancient even more helpless was that the indestructible flames released around him, although unable to penetrate his skin, could still burn the astonishing resentment emanating from his entire being. As the battle between the two reached a fever pitch, the ancient A finally realized that his powerful resentment, capable of distorting the universe and time, was rapidly dissipating under the flames burning. The moment he realized this, he immediately used his last bit of resentment to distort the surrounding space-time, bringing Rain into the current multidimensional space. He hoped to use the distortion of the multidimensional space to erode Rain's will and gain the upper hand. In fact, Rain was indeed affected to some extent. Countless distorted dimensional scenes continuously changed before him, making it seem as if he was traversing through countless dimensional worlds. However, Rain understood that these were merely virtual illusions, like mirages in dimensional projections. He was currently in a special space entangled with multiple dimensions, unless he could see through the illusion to perceive the essence of the dimensions. Everything would be illusory. Is he trying to use dimensional illusions to interfere with me? Rain's mind already understood the ancient A's intentions. Dimensional illusions could wear down a person's will. Once trapped in an illusion, one could be lost forever. The ancient A was a resentment spirit of space-time, and the dimensional illusion clearly could not affect him, so he held an absolute advantage here. But Rain was not without countermeasures. Illusions were ultimately just illusions. He was still in the multidimensional space, and the ancient A was naturally present in this multidimensional space as well. He believed that the other party was currently trying to find a way to attack. Now, the ancient A indeed thought so. He saw that Rain seemed to have truly fallen into the dimensional illusion and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He cautiously began to gather energy, pushing both hands forward. Lightning-shaped rays were directly pushed out, striking in the direction Rain occupied. However, he never expected that Rain merely waved his hand, and a sword pressure was unleashed, directly shattering the lightning-like rays. What? The ancient A was taken aback. How could he still accurately defend against his attack when he was clearly trapped in an illusion? He found it hard to believe. Without hesitation, he gathered all his energy and unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Rain's direction, hoping to heavily injure Rain with a cover fire approach. Finding way no. 81. Break the void. Rain gently raised a palm. In the next moment, a transparent barrier coalesced in front of him. This barrier was exaggeratedly large, towering over 10,000 meters high and several thousand meters wide, easily blocking all of the ancient A's light bullets. In fact, these light bullets couldn't even make the barrier tremble. With Rain's perception of spiritual pressure, he simulated a complete picture of the ancient A's movements in his mind based on his rich combat experience and understanding of the ancient A. He didn't limit himself to defense. He also unleashed massive slashes toward the direction of the ancient A. The ancient A was alarmed and quickly teleported to dodge. In the next moment, however, Rain appeared right in front of him in an instant step. At the same time, Rain's figure, for some unknown reason, shrank back to normal size. The multidimensional space was different from the cosmic space. There was not enough light energy to sustain him, and using a massive form consumed too much energy, so Rain suddenly switched to his normal state to fight. He directly swung his sword down on the ancient, who was caught off guard. The speed was so fast that the ancient A could be split in half in the blink of an eye. In a hurry, he quickly used telekinesis to gather a storm and swept it toward Rain. Although at this moment Rain had become like a blind person with his eyes open, he still completely suppressed the ancient A with his rich experience. Both of them were fully focused on their battle, but they did not know that the illusion of the multidimensional space was not unidirectional but bidirectional. While Rain was surrounded by the illusion, their battle became an illusion in other spacetime. Like a mirage, it quietly projected into other times and spaces. Chapter 59. On this day, countless universes were engulfed in the fear of the giant shadow. Under the influence of a mirage-like illusion, the scene of Rain battling ago.He was infinitely magnified. On this day, countless life forms across time and space witnessed this battle. In a mysterious space, a giant shimmering with light was fighting against an ugly monster. Their figures seemed to be infinitely large. In the eyes of some, their forms obscured the sky. In the eyes of others, their feet trampled on the nebulae. How could such beings exist in the universe? Countless people were shocked, especially the enormous sword pressure unleashed by Rain, which, under the effect of the illusion, was magnified countless times, was even more astounding. The already enormous sword pressure of tens of millions of kilometers seemed to be able to split a nebula or even the entire universe in the eyes of many life forms. On this day, many timelines left behind the same historical memory. In a certain timeline, on a planet named O50, the rules of gaining the power of light by climbing to the peak of a warrior had not yet been established. However, its inhabitants possessed extraordinary abilities far beyond those of humans on Earth. Their vision could penetrate the atmosphere to see the scenes in the universe. The people here witnessed this scene firsthand. Two gigantic figures spanning the nebula erupted with astonishing energy in the universe, seemingly stirring the cosmic rivers. This left them in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Someone recorded the events of this day to be passed down through generations. On a certain day in the ancient era, a mysterious giant appeared, wielding an infinitely long knife, battling a monster named Gula, the name given by O50, which became a legendary monster. Their battle stirred the universe, tearing apart the cosmic rivers. It seemed as if the universe was about to collapse. A massive star, held in the giant S palm, appeared as insignificant as an atom. He might just be the guardian deity of this universe. In a certain timeline on Earth, several dragon heads emerged from the ground. It was a monster named Renlong, or perhaps a divine beast. After being discovered by humans, it was treated like a god, receiving offerings and worship. The huge commotion in the sky startled it, forcing it to come to the surface to check the situation. However, upon witnessing what was happening in the sky, a look of fear unconsciously appeared in its eyes. On this Earth, there were many monsters like it, all worshipped by humans. Yet they, like Renlong, gazed fearfully at the sky, emitting terrified howls. Ordinary humans were even more frightened, prostrating themselves on the ground. Naturally, the historical records of humanity could not lack this entry. In ancient times, a deity descended to battle an unknown demon. Their divinity obscured the sky, and countless beings cried out in terror during this battle. On a super ancient Earth in a certain timeline, the giants here fought against the darkness on Earth, battling the monsters. Camilla was one of them. Over 1,000 years had passed. Camilla had just dealt with a monster in front of her when she unexpectedly recalled a mysterious giant she had encountered in the void of that timeline. The flow of time in the two universes was different. Although it seemed not long had passed for Rain, over 1,000 years had already gone by in this timeline. "Look, what is that?" a giant exclaimed in horror. Camilla's attention was instantly drawn to it. Other giants were similarly captivated. Camilla could vaguely see a figure in the universe, colored in gold, red, silver, and gray, seemingly infinitely large, currently battling another similarly colossal monster. How could such a monster exist in this world? Camilla's heart trembled. She could tell that this was likely a projection from another world. But even as a projection, it was still somewhat exaggerated. Even if scaled down proportionally, this monster would be unimaginably powerful. Each burst of energy it unleashed could almost shake that special space, and its energy intensity was absolutely unfathomable. The strongest darkness they had encountered was merely the ultimate darkness, known as Gitangia on Earth. But compared to this monster, Gitangia was clearly a minor character. Yet the unfamiliar, mysterious giant was even stronger. The opponent suppressed this monster the entire time, wielding a knife that casually delivered extraordinarily massive and exaggerated slashes. Even if scaled down proportionally, it would still measure in tens of millions of kilometers. Such terrifying slashes could easily cut a planet apart, like slicing a watermelon. Moreover, more importantly, the peculiar flames burning on it could even ignite space itself. Everything in that space was almost set ablaze. Even the monster was nearly turned into a small sun, making one break into a cold sweat. This mysterious giant is. Some giants were utterly astonished. They believed this was definitely not a giant from this Earth. They had never seen such a being before. Camilla was equally astonished. Such power. She couldn't help but think of the mysterious giant from another timeline with whom she had once unintentionally had a telepathic exchange. That was a giant who, through sheer will, created an epic tale. She didn't know whether that giant was stronger than the one before her. Perhaps this giant was stronger? After all, as a leader, outstanding wisdom was the most important quality, and personal strength was not a strict requirement. But who was this giant before her? At that moment, the battle seemed to have ended. The mysterious giant waved, and 6 colossal light shards appeared around that mysterious space, taking advantage of the monster's moment of negligence. They had already pinned it down. The monster seemed to be restricted, unable to move at all. The giant then coldly drove the long knife in his hand into the monster's waist, pushing it in little by little. The blade seemed to ignite with flames, which seeped into the monster's body, starting to burn its internal organs. The monster seemed to be howling, and even white-hot flames erupted from its mouth. Is it over? Camilla sighed in relief. If such a monster appeared on this Earth, it would undoubtedly be an unimaginable disaster. However, at that moment, the mysterious giant suddenly turned slowly, looking through space toward them. All the giants present, even the monsters, couldn't help but hold their breath. What a pair of cold eyes. The giant looked down upon them like a deity overlooking all beings, indifferent and detached. It wasn't just her and all the giants present. All life forms across timelines felt immense pressure under this gaze. In the eyes of some, it was a disdain from the heights of the clouds. In the eyes of others, it was a colossal, like a nebula, gazing down upon the entire universe. In that instant, all timelines fell silent. Chapter 60. the ancient A as a reference object after a fierce battle, Ryan finally defeated Gu, completely relying on his own hard strength. Even in a completely unfavorable situation, he trapped Gu-A's body tightly with the 6 dimensions light prison. Kicking Gu-A over, he used the restraints of the 6 dimensions light prison to step on Gu-A's body and pin him down. Then, he slowly pierced his Zanpakuto into Gu-A's waist and abdomen. The speed was slow but steady. The blade of his Zanpakuto spewed flames, injecting unquenchable fire into Gu-A's body, causing explosions within him. Gu-A screamed in agony. His skin had powerful anti-burn properties, making it very difficult to injure him with flames from the outside. However, his internal organs did not have such high resistance to fire. Some flames even erupted from his mouth. At this moment, Gu-A's internal organs had become fuel for the flames, and his life and death were now entirely in Ryan's hands. But Ryan did not kill him immediately. Now, he was trapped in this multidimensional space, surrounded by endless dimensional illusions. If there hadn't been a reference object in this space, Ryan might have already been lost in the endless dimensional illusions. Indeed, Gu-A's role for Ryan now was that of a reference object. As long as he could sense Gu-A's spiritual pressure, he could discern direction in this multidimensional space, preventing himself from getting lost in the dimensional illusions. He turned around, trying to avoid being affected by the dimensional illusions, and instead released his perception ability to sense the surroundings. Unfortunately, aside from being able to sense Gu-A's spiritual pressure, he could not perceive anything else in this space. He lowered his head, his expression somewhat grave. At this moment, Ryan naturally did not know that during his contemplation, he projected a tremendous sense of pressure onto the life forms in other dimensions through the dimensional illusions. In the eyes of those beings, he resembled a god overlooking all. But in reality, he was just a blind man with his eyes open, seeing nothing. All around him were the fluctuating dimensional illusions, which could not form a complete picture before him. It seemed he could only rely on Gu-A. Ryan had a plan in mind. He slowly turned around and approached Gu-A. The Zanpakuto remained embedded in Gu-A's body, continuously releasing flames that burned his internal organs. Sensing Gu-A's current spiritual pressure, Ryan slowly grasped the hilt of the Zanpakuto and asked, "So how do we get out? Or how do we break free from the dimensional illusions?" Gu-A was terrified. He felt that Ryan was torturing him. Clearly, after the knife pierced into his body, he had the ability to unleash flames that could instantaneously burn him to death. But Ryan did not do so. He merely kept the knife in his body, seemingly controlling it intentionally or unintentionally, releasing flames little by little, allowing Gu-A to sense the fear of his internal organs continuously melting away. In Gu-A's eyes, Ryan was a perverse demon. However, Gu-A misunderstood. Ryan was indeed doing it intentionally, but not out of a desire to torture him. It was because Gu-A's vitality was too strong. Ryan needed him to stay alive, but could not let him be too spirited. Therefore, he needed to keep him in a severely injured state. This led to his current behavior. The flames injected into Gu-A's body continuously wore down his vitality, rendering him unable to fight in the short term, but not allowing him to die immediately. It also ensured that Ryan could better control him. In fact, Ryan was merely probing. He was currently in the dimensional illusion, and aside from the sensory experiences brought about by the illusions before him, he could not receive any information about what was happening outside. Otherwise, Ryan would not have used Gu-A's spiritual pressure as a reference object. After sensing that there was no movement for a while, Ryan directly increased the input of flames. Gu immediately screamed in pain. He hurriedly used the last bit of energy to emit a beam of light around him, cutting off the surrounding dimensional illusions. At the same time, because of Ryan's earlier oversight, the life forms in other dimensional spaces felt an immense pressure. Just a moment ago, they had shifted their gaze due to Ryan, seemingly to deal with that monster, feeling a bit relieved. Suddenly, the image of the giant abruptly vanished. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Did that giant leave? Now they dared to breathe deeply. That sense of oppression would probably linger in their hearts for a lifetime. Suddenly, flames erupted from Gu-A, instantly igniting all his internal organs. The violent flames began to burn all his internal structures frantically, leaving Gu-A unable to even scream in pain. His 3 heads and the facial features on his chest simultaneously spewed out intense flames, only able to emit unconscious sounds of pain. However, the large eyes on his chest looked at Ryan with disbelief. Clearly, he had done as Ryan said. Why did the other parties still want to kill him? Didn't the Light faction pride themselves on being just? Such a fickle behavior seemed more villainous than his own. Sorry, it was just a reflex. I thought you were preparing to ambush me. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Ryan finally came back to his senses. Looking at Gu-A's current state, he felt a wave of regret. Saying this, he controlled the Zanpakuto, withdrawing some of the flames to prevent Gu-A from being burned to death. Earlier, when Ryan was questioning Gu-A, he had been on high alert for Gu-A's movements, wary that Gu-A might suddenly launch a sneak attack. After all, in his understanding, Gu-A should not be so easily cooperative. He might take advantage of Ryan's inattention to launch an attack and escape his control. Therefore, when he sensed Gu-A making a move, he subconsciously increased the input of flames. It was only when he came to his senses that he realized he seemed to have misunderstood Gu-A. The latter was far more cooperative than he had imagined. But at this point, he could only express his apology verbally. He certainly couldn't stab himself again, could he? At this moment, Gu-A, relying on his powerful recovery ability, finally regained his strength. However, upon hearing Ryan's apology, he did not feel happy. Instead, he glared at Ryan with a face full of resentment. Although Ryan's apology seemed sincere, he regretted it. He regretted not launching a sneak attack earlier. If he had truly ambushed Ryan just now, although the outcome would have been the same, at least he would not be the only one injured. Chapter 61. The Light of Earth? The War Among Giants. Is this the interior of a multi-dimensional space? Ryan surveyed his surroundings. He needed to find a way to leave this multi-dimensional space. However, the gap to the original world had already been closed. And if he wanted to leave this multi-dimensional space, he might need to open a new passage. Moreover, he could sense that as the resentment of Gu-A gradually burned away, this multi-dimensional space was slowly shrinking back. He grabbed one of Gu-A's heads and lifted him up. Gu-A felt very wronged. As the emperor of the universe, he now felt like a little chick in Ryan's hands. Ryan was indeed his lifelong enemy. He had already been defeated by Ryan twice, making him the biggest opponent he had ever faced. Can you still distort space? Ryan asked. Gu-A seemed a bit unwilling to speak. Ryan appropriately tightened his grip on the knife handle. Gu-A cooperated. Not right now. My energy is a bit depleted, and I need to recover. Will it take long? Ryan pondered. Gu-A stared at him. I think as long as I look at your face, my resentment will quickly surpass what it used to be. Really? Ryan responded with a blank expression. He knew Gu-A harbored deep resentment towards him. After all, the other party had failed twice at his hands. But now, he only saw Gu-A as a tool that could help him leave this space. So no matter what the other party thought, it didn't matter to him. During the next period, Ryan waited for Gu-A's resentment to recover. Just as Gu-A had said, as long as he focused on Ryan, his resentment would quickly recover. It was clear that he harbored deep hatred towards Ryan. In a very short time, his resentment had recovered enough to distort the surrounding space and open a passage. Ryan decisively said, "Find a way to return to the original universe." Although Gu-A was dissatisfied, he had fallen into Ryan's hands and could only comply. However, he shook his head and said, "No, when I entered this space before, I didn't have time to locate the coordinates of that universe." Is that so? Ryan glanced at him. Whether it was true or not, only Gu-A himself knew. Then let's try to open a passage first, Ryan said. Gu-A didn't hesitate and released his resentment, starting to distort the surrounding space. Crack, crack, bang. A passage suddenly ruptured before Ryan. But Ryan didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he threw Gu-A outside. He followed closely behind. Just as they exited that space, Ryan heard Gu-A's scream. Ryan focused and saw that outside this passage was actually a huge black hole. Wow. Gu-A was indeed not trustworthy. Fortunately, Ryan had prepared for this. Watching Gu-A about to be sucked into the black hole, Ryan activated his Zanpakuto. A reverse gravitational field formed around Gu-A, finally resisting the pull of the black hole. Ryan once again brought Gu-A back into the multidimensional space. At this moment, Gu-A looked at Ryan with a somewhat dodging gaze. Ryan simply stared at him silently, not saying a word, until Gu-A felt a bit awkward from Ryan's gaze. He finally spoke. "Don't worry, just this once. Next time it will definitely be fine." Good. Ryan chose to trust him. Bang. Finally, another passage opened. This time Ryan didn't throw Gu-A out, but instead carried him out. Gu-A felt a bit surprised. Did the other party really trust him so easily? He thought this time the other party would directly throw him out to scout the path. Suddenly, Gu-A felt a bit moved. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? Damn it. Why do I suddenly not resent this guy as much? Ryan didn't do as he had last time, simply because he believed Gu-A was not a fool. Clearly realizing that he might use him to scout, he still dared to pull such a stunt. Of course, even if the other party really made a foolish mistake, it wouldn't be a problem. With this Zanpakuto, Ryan was already capable of facing most dangers. Moreover, he was not unprepared. After all, ago.He was still in his hands. Where's this? Ryan surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with surprise. This was actually an underground space. It seemed to be inside a certain planet. Moreover, within this underground space, he could vaguely sense a pure light energy brewing. The planet's own brilliance? Ryan felt slightly dazed. This was a very interesting concept. It was said that in this ultra-universe, some planets themselves have life and consciousness. They also have their own light. For example, the ultra-mind amplifier of a U-40 Nebula ultrastar could be the power condensed from the planet's own brilliance. He glanced at his constantly flickering color timer and fell into thought. In the previous battle, due to a lack of energy supplements, his energy consumption was enormous. Now it was nearly depleted. He tried to absorb the brilliance around him. It seemed that this planet was very close to the aura of light on him, actively sending him new brilliance. Moreover, this brilliance appeared to be of different attributes. Ryan's energy was rapidly recovering. Finally, after a short time, the colored timer on his chest finally restored to blue. This surprised him. Although its energy had only recovered to a little over half, he knew very well how strong he was at this moment. The fact that this planet could supply him with so much energy represented that this planet was quite extraordinary. More importantly, Ryan could feel that after gaining this brilliance, the density and strength of his body seemed to have improved as well. All his stats had increased. Furthermore, and more importantly, the gray lines on his body had quietly turned black. Was this the original power of the planet's brilliance? Ryan understood. I didn't expect to receive your favor here. Let me leave something for you as well. At this point, he pressed his hand on his colored timer, and strands of brilliance began to gather in his palm. When he took his hand away, a ball of light had already formed in his palm. He placed this ball of light deep within the vast Earth's core. Perhaps one day, when this planet faced a crisis, this power would be activated successfully. These newly born brilliances had memory. They recorded this meeting with Ryan and began the next stage of evolution, mimicking Ryan's posture. The emergence of these brilliances was merely a self-protective mechanism born out of the planet's instinct for self-preservation, in order to resist the invasion of what would later be named the entity of root destruction. After absorbing those glories, Ryan could feel that his power at this moment had probably increased by 1/3. A casual swing of his arm could unleash a force of 160,000 tons. With both hands, he could lift over 200,000 tons. He was no longer inferior to the formatars. It seemed that his spiritual pressure had also increased. Ryan was somewhat surprised. Was it due to those previous glories, or was there another reason? He did not delve deeper into it, which was a good thing. Although he did not know his exact level now, he believed he was not far from the vice captain. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the system could be activated again. He couldn't rely solely on ago.He, and he wasn't sure whether what he said was true or not. Since this was a multi-dimensional space of dimensional distortion, why not release the perception of spiritual pressure and search for any familiar spiritual pressure? Maybe this could help determine the coordinates? He muttered to himself. Although the hope was slim, it was worth a try. On the super-ancient Earth, thousands of years had passed again. At this moment, a war had erupted on super-ancient Earth, which was different from the previous wars. This time, it was a war between giants. As the conflict between the light and dark clans of giants deepened, it ultimately transformed into an irreconcilable feud. The two clans gradually evolved from their initial ideological differences into war. Camilla was one of them. Now she was just a promising young warrior in the Dark Giant group, lacking the presence of the future world-destroying quartet. She watched her kin falling one after another on the battlefield, her gaze filled with confusion. Why had it developed to this point? Clearly, they were all giants. Why did one side have to be killed? The darkness on Earth had not yet been resolved. Chapter 62. The Ultra-Ancient Hanging King? The shocked Camilla in the multi-dimensional space. Rain's powerful perception ability transcended layers of dimensional space, beginning to search for familiar auras. It seemed like a long time had passed, but he seemed to have truly sensed something that felt somewhat familiar. Rain was astonished. The coordinates of the main universe were not found, but unexpectedly, he found this universe. His telepathy directly sensed the spiritual pressure from the past. On this battlefield of Earth, lights were flying everywhere. Huge figures were continuously falling. This war was extremely brutal. The heroes who once protected the Earth had now become enemies against each other. Among these battlefields, the fiercest combat was between two figures. These two figures led the giants of light and the giants of darkness, respectively. They were also the strongest warriors among their two races. The giant of light was named Babite, and the giant of darkness was named Marsus. Their battle had evidently become the focal point of this war. On this planet tainted by darkness, Marses, who possessed dark powers, obviously had the advantage. He could continuously plunder the nearly endless dark energy on this Earth to maintain his energy balance. He was completely unaffected by the Earth's environment, greatly increasing his endurance. However, Babite was different. On this land soaked in dark energy, not only was it difficult for them to absorb light energy due to the Earth's environment, but the endless encirclement of dark energy also made it even harder for them to absorb light energy. Therefore, in this gigantic form, they could only remain active on this Earth for a mere 2 to 3 minutes. As time passed, the scales of victory were destined to tilt towards Marses. At least, on the surface, it seemed that way. Bang! Finally, with the continuous consumption of energy, Babite seemed to be lacking in strength and was kicked away by a sweeping kick from Marses. Marses then began to rapidly gather energy. Zypelio light beam. Soon, he shaped his hands into an L shape, intending to use a beam of light to completely eliminate Babite in front of him. Boom! However, at that moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Babite. He pushed both hands forward, directly raising an energy shield to block the beam's attack. Bang! Obviously, the strength of this figure was not enough to withstand such an attack. The barrier was just formed when it was directly blown apart by the beam, turning into countless photons that dissipated into nothingness. The beam then struck him solidly. Digga! Marses couldn't help but exclaim. The violent explosion of energy formed a shockwave that spread like a storm in all directions. In the center of the explosion, a fireball obscured people's vision. However, when the flames dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Digga, who should have died under the beam, was still standing there, perfectly stable. Only his expression seemed a bit dazed. But everyone could feel the astonishing energy fluctuations radiating from Digga at that moment. How is this possible? He clearly suffered that kind of attack. Yet not only was he uninjured, but his strength seemed to have grown even stronger. Everyone felt it was incredible. Digga also noticed his difference at this time. However, he didn't think much about it, and quickly shot a palm light arrow, forcing Marses back. Then he helped Babite up. Senior, are you okay? Babite shook his head, but he stared intently at Digga in front of him. Digga, let's get rid of this guy together. Okay. Instantly, the scene turned into a 2-on-1 battle. The other Dark Warriors wanted to come and help, but they were blocked by their opponents. Originally, Babite and Marses were nearly equal in strength. But now, there was an additional Digga who had great uncertainty and could absorb others' powers to strengthen himself. Marses immediately fell into a disadvantage. The number of Dark Giants was originally incomparable to the Giants of Light. The Dark Giants could rely on Marses' victory to turn the tide, but that was no longer possible. Therefore, many Dark Giants fell one after another. The reversal on the battlefield completely revealed the Dark Giants' defeat. Not far away, Camila saw this and was extremely anxious. She waved the light whip in her hand, continuously knocking down one giant of light after another, and quickly moved towards Marses. However, the number of light giants was simply too many. Moreover, she was the second strongest giant in the Dark Giant camp, and naturally received special treatment. Under the heavy blockade of the light giants, she had no chance to get closer. Camila felt somewhat desperate. Unlike the other light giants, these giants embraced darkness to become stronger in order to cleanse the darkness on Earth, making them an anomaly among giants. The light giants didn't want to get close to them. However, these dark giants were her comrades. Compared to the light giants, she had a deep friendship with these dark giants. Watching her comrades fall one by one, she felt a deep pain. Is it finally going to end? Camila. Suddenly, a familiar telepathic signal rang from the depths of her heart, making her momentarily distracted. At that moment, a giant of light seemed to find her opening and shot a palm light arrow directly at her. The battle-hardened Camila reacted immediately, quickly rolling to evade. The place where she had originally stood was blasted into a big hole by the palm light arrow. Camila concentrated fully on the attack in front of her. She thought she had just imagined it. It seemed her heart is filled with despair now. However, that familiar voice rang in her heart once again. Camila was momentarily stunned. Is it real? Is it you, Rain? She was astonished and puzzled in her heart. This familiar voice seemed to awaken certain memories, quickly leading her to think of that strange yet familiar name. But there was no time-space void around. How could he use telepathy to contact her? Shouldn't he be in another time and space? How did you find me? Has your ability become so strong that you can use telepathy across time and space now? While dealing with the attacks from the few giants in front of her, Camila responded using her telepathy. Fortunately, the light giants in front of her were much weaker than her. As long as she was careful, Even if she was multitasking, they couldn't hurt her. However, the fact that Rain could contact her still shocked her. She instinctively felt that Rain should be using telepathy to contact her from another time and space. But how powerful must one's telepathic ability be to accomplish that? Chapter 63. Young people shouldn't be too impulsive. If Ren remembers correctly, the original Ultraman did appear in the Diga timeline. Perhaps there is some connection between these two universes. Therefore, after contacting Camilla, he thought of going to this universe to find a way back to the universe where the M78 Nebula is located. Not long ago, I fought against a powerful enemy and entered a multidimensional space. Now I need to find a way back to my own timeline. Perhaps this universe can help me. I need your power now. Camilla was immediately surprised. What do you need me to do? You don't need to do anything. I will sense your coordinates. After saying the last sentence, Ren's voice completely disappeared. Camilla felt a bit strange. But at this moment, she didn't think too much. The war continued. On the other side, Diga and Babbitt were gradually gaining the upper hand in the siege against Marses. This war was becoming increasingly brutal. Crack, crack. Just then, a sudden series of sounds like glass shattering echoed from the sky. This immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they couldn't help but look up at the sky. What is that? The space. Is it collapsing? It seems something is about to come out from inside. Crash. The space completely shattered, creating a huge void. Within that void, colorful energies surged, and even strange flames were burning. It seemed they could also feel some evil dark aura subtly emanating from that space. What is it? Could it be that the darkness that had not yet been eliminated is coming out to cause trouble again? Thanks to the efforts of the two giant races, they had already eradicated most of the darkness on Earth. However, because the darkness within humanity continued to breed, the remaining darkness was growing stronger, making the giants feel increasingly powerless. If a powerful monster were to intervene at this moment, it would definitely not be a good thing for their two giant races. Whoosh! After waiting for a long time, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a ball of light flew out from that void. It landed directly in the center of the battlefield. Boom! Accompanied by the landing of the light, a massive shockwave spread out, causing many giants present to stagger. What is that? Such a pure aura of light? Under everyone's gaze, the light gradually condensed, eventually forming a figure. This turned out to be a giant outlined in gold, red, silver, and black lines. Behind him, a long crimson cloak billowed. There was a sense of familiarity. Is it an illusion? Clearly, this aura of light was so unfamiliar to them. Why did the figure's back give them this feeling of familiarity? Wait, some giants seemed to realize something. Their gazes toward this figure filled with astonishment. And this figure finally turned around. That face. All the giants' expressions changed dramatically. 1,000 years ago, all the giants on Earth witnessed a battle together. A mysterious giant fought against a powerful life form in a special space. The opponent possessed a power that left all giants in awe. That powerful life form was thoroughly suppressed before it turned around, giving them a condescending look as if overlooking all beings. It's him, that powerful and mysterious giant. How'd he end up here? Marses couldn't help but glance at Babbitt and the others beside him. This mysterious giant was also a giant of light. Did Babbitt summon him as reinforcements, just to deal with their dark giants? Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. He was also an eyewitness to the battle between Ren and Gue, and at that time, he was shocked by Ren's exaggerated attacks. For over 1,000 years, he had been silently strengthening himself, hoping that one day he could catch up to that legendary, mysterious giant. But he never expected to see him alive today. Moreover, the other party was likely coming for their dark giants. After a struggle in his heart, Marses, under this high-pressure environment, let his emotions get the better of him and decided to strike first. A beam of light shot straight toward Ren. Ren slowly absorbed the surrounding light energy to restore his own energy. Although this place was tainted by darkness, at least there was still light energy supply. The energy he had previously consumed began to recover rapidly. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. Someone was launching an attack on him. It was a silver-gray giant. The opponent formed an L shape with both hands and hurled a beam of light at him. This was the first time he had witnessed the light skills from another timeline. Speaking of the Xi Pali AO light beam, it should have a power comparable to the Spatium Ray. Of course, this power is a basic value. The specific power it can unleash still depends on the user and the output power they can generate at the time of use. Young man, you are too impulsive. Ren shook his head. As an old guy who was already 100,000 years old, he indeed had the qualifications to say this. Marsus looked like he was only about 40 to 50,000 years old at most. In front of him, he was indeed just a young man. He had guided many young people, had experience. At such a time, they needed to calm down. Facing the incoming beam of light, he didn't even use any defensive measures in front of him. He simply concentrated his spiritual pressure in his arm and then swung his hand to slice it out. Bang! He actually shattered that beam of light skill, just like that. The light transformed into countless photons, gradually dissipating into the air, while Ren's arm showed no signs of scorching at all. In the end, it all came down to the difference in energy intensity between the two sides. Ren's spiritual pressure intensity at this moment was already close to that of a vice captain. And this silver-gray giant was one of the strongest among the giants at this stage. He could probably at least match Turret. Perhaps he was not weaker than the Ultraman brothers of later generations. But that was all. Ren had long surpassed the level of the Ultraman brothers, having done so over 50,000 years ago. Marsus's expression was shocked. This is impossible, just with bare hands. He actually shattered my beam of light. What kind of monster is this? However, at this moment, Ren was already walking step by step toward him. Strangely, as Ren approached step by step, a powerful pressure inexplicably emerged around him. Both Malthus and Babbitt, among others, felt as if they were carrying a small asteroid on their shoulders. Thunderous rumblings. The ground seemed unable to withstand this pressure, beginning to shake violently and cracking open huge chasms. Chapter 64. Is the sky falling? The power of calmness. Malthus is the strongest among the dark giants. After arriving on Earth, he witnessed the rapid growth of monsters and felt sorrow for the continuous deaths of his companions. He hated his own lack of power. Thus, he chose to embrace darkness and gain strength through dark power, using darkness to combat darkness. Many giants have taken the same path as him. Over the past tens of thousands of years, he has killed countless monsters in battle with this power. It is because they have witnessed pain that they are more determined to end the darkness by any means necessary. When they discovered that humans were the source of darkness, he and the other dark giants believed that the source of darkness should be eliminated. However, to their surprise, their proposal was rejected. Their companions, who still adhered to the power of light, strongly opposed their suggestion, which eventually led to a war between the light giants and the dark giants. The power he once acquired to end the darkness was now to be used against former comrades. How ironic. On that day, he thought he would die. He was actually suppressed by Babbitt and a young warrior working together. Perhaps other dark giants would die as well. The light giants believed they had fallen into darkness. But in reality, they had not. They simply wanted to end this endless war. They did not want to see any more sacrifices. But the misunderstanding between both sides ultimately evolved into an irreconcilable conflict. Perhaps only those who achieve final victory can claim to be right. At that moment, the space split open. A strange yet familiar figure appeared. It was him, the giant who had appeared on Earth, fighting against powerful monsters. The other party was once Malthus's idol. He admired the other's ability to easily resolve battles. He had always strived for that. But when he appeared, Malthus felt a bit anxious. In a moment of excitement, he unexpectedly attacked the other party. But his attack could not harm him, and then it seemed as if the sky had fallen. Yes, a terrifying pressure descended upon all the giants, as if the sky had collapsed. Giants with immense power quickly exhausted their energy under this pressure, their colorful timers flashing, ultimately forced to revert from their transformations. Malthus himself could not withstand this pressure and unconsciously knelt on the ground, struggling to maintain his body. Is this the true power of that mysterious giant? Not a life form from the same dimension at all. As the mysterious giant approached, Malthus felt the pressure on him growing stronger. Finally calmed down? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above his head. Malthus was stunned. Calm? With such terrifying power, how could we possibly remain calm? This thought arose in his mind, and then he lost consciousness. After the fierce battle earlier and the terrifying pressure just endured, his energy was finally completely exhausted, and he was forced to revert from his transformation. It was spiritual pressure. The violent spiritual pressure erupted instantly, directly suppressing all the giants present. However, Rain intentionally controlled the destructive range. Otherwise, this earth would likely crumble rapidly under Rain's spiritual pressure. Bang! Malthus's body began to turn transparent, then exploded into countless photons that dissipated. In the place where Malthus had been standing, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s had now fainted on the ground. This was Malthus's human form. They were all giants from Orion. Upon sensing the darkness of Earth, They left their homeland to fight on this planet. Some fused with Earth's heroes, fully integrating into humanity. Others took on human forms, also blending in with humans. Usually, they presented themselves in human form, each having their own human body. The giants who could still hold on around them were now staring in shock at Rain before them. Who are you? Although their enemy Malthus had lost his fighting capability before Rain, Babbitt did not relax because of it. The other party was simply too powerful, inconceivably powerful. It was hard to imagine that he was not a being of the same dimension as them. Moreover, he was still unclear about what the other party intended to do by descending on this Earth. Rain, from another time and space, the M78 Nebula-like country. Rain turned to look at them, only to find another giant of the same level as his brothers. However, although his spiritual pressure was not primarily targeting them, it seemed that they were also nearing their limits. The colorful timer on their chest was flashing rapidly, as if it would extinguish at any moment. In fact, the power level of a giant at the brother level is not weak in any universe. The Ultraman brothers are conservatively estimated to be at least single-star exploding level, possibly even higher. Moreover, there are verifiable records of their achievements. 7 withstood an exploding star-level bomb and remained lively. Jack once used a bracelet to directly shatter a frozen planet. Bashaman also fell at Jack's hands, although at that time Jack took advantage of Bashaman's weakness. Ace once single-handedly cleared a dimensional space. Leo had also easily destroyed Black Planet with his light, and so on. Some more idealistic claims are even more exaggerated, such as the first generation using the light of stars to form his own face. Suspected to be a moving constellation, it may also have been accomplished through other clever means. Then Rain scanned the surroundings, finally pausing for a moment on a familiar figure. Is that Digga? However, he still had not embraced darkness and become the strongest dark giant, as he lacked red and purple tones. Continuing to observe his surroundings, he seemed to understand something. What a coincidence! Just in time for the war among giants? Not far away, Camila watched Malthus fall to the ground, her heart also shocked. It was the giant who had once appeared in the sky. So strong. Only when facing this guy could she feel how utterly hopeless it was in the face of such power. It felt as if she had suffered a dimensional strike. Perhaps this mysterious giant was the strongest she had ever seen in her life. But why had she never heard of him? Just then, she also heard the other's self-introduction. Zen, is it him? The giant who created the epic? Camila was stunned. She could never have imagined that the figure battling the powerful, mysterious monster projected in the sky was actually Rain. Back then, she had completely failed to connect the dots. In fact, she even thought that as an incredible leader, his personal combat power should be secondary. She even compared him to the giant in the projection. She was wrong. And she was wrong in a ridiculous way. That was not weak combat power. It was simply off the charts. And he was the same person as that mysterious giant? You are Rain? Camila found it hard to believe. Chapter 65. The Dark Temptation? Deep darkness was condensing in the seawater. In the depths of the ocean, a massive figure seemed to sense something, and its large, clumsy body swayed slightly. He was the greatest darkness on this earth, known as the ruler of darkness. Some referred to him as an evil god, but at this moment, his gaze was filled with deep confusion. It was light, the light he despised. Why was the light on this earth becoming stronger and stronger? Not long ago, darkness had shown signs of overshadowing the light on a mountain on earth. Camilla, do you know him? Malthus asked, gazing at a figure in the distance, turning to Camilla beside him. Babbitt and Digga were also present. After the last incident, the two giant races had temporarily set aside their grudges and focused all their attention on this suddenly appearing mysterious giant. The arrival of Rain had indeed changed the landscape of Earth, halting the war that was supposed to occur between the two giant races. Malthus had been unconscious for nearly a night. During that time, he was repeatedly awakened by nightmares. The power of Rain had left a shadow on him. Camilla looked over. Not very familiar, but about 2,000 years ago, I discovered a time-space void and accidentally linked my thoughts with him. That is how I learned about him. I only know that he is a giant from another time-space, and he is quite remarkable. He once led his people to conquer the entire universe, bringing about basic peace in that universe. This was all Camilla knew about Rain. Originally, that cross-time conversation was just an accident. However, she never expected that the other party was indeed the mysterious giant from the earlier projection, now descending into her time-space. Malthus and Babbitt fell silent. They exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. A living legend who led his race to conquer the entire universe? At the mountain top stood a human figure. It was actually Rain's human form. Rain had not superfused with humans, but had merely transformed into his original human appearance. The Light Clan, as a higher life form, could freely change their human forms, even defining their own appearance. However, Rain still preferred his original face, and besides, he was quite handsome. His human appearance remained youthful, showing no signs of aging. But now, compared to 100,000 years ago when he first arrived in the Ultraverse, he had gained a certain calmness. This was a mark left by the of time. On this earth, an astonishing dark aura permeated everywhere. Dark energy had soaked into this planet, and it seemed to be accumulating more and more with the passage of time. So it was negative energy? Rain sensed it. Negative energy was a form of dark energy and one of the purest forms of dark power. Many monsters could absorb the negative energy generated from the human heart to strengthen themselves. Humans were a strange race. They seemed to possess infinite potential. In the Ultraverse, this negative energy had created many powerful monsters or aliens, such as the Ultra Killer Solace created by the Yabo people in the future, and the Hypergaiden, which grew by absorbing negative energy from multiple universe Earths. No wonder the Dark Giants wanted to eliminate humans, the source of darkness. Earth was indeed a strange place. Thinking of how Diga absorbed the brilliance of children worldwide and evolved into a shining form, Rain suddenly sighed. Although humans have complex hearts, they also possess infinite potential. Humans, where light and darkness coexist. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what he was saying. Monsters! Monsters are appearing. Shouts echoed from afar. The ground shook, and monsters began to emerge from underground. Facing a common enemy, both the Dark Giants and the Light Giants perked up and began to respond to the monster attacks. Rain's gaze flickered. Not far away were the Dark Giants' tribe and the human city. The Dark Giants had been expelled by the Light Giants due to ideological differences and established their own tribe. The Light Giants coexisted with humans, jointly building human cities. However, the two were not far apart. A monster uprising? It seemed a bit unusual. Rain pondered. He noticed that the monster's eyes were blood red, as if they were being controlled by something. Then, he released his powerful perception ability and quickly sensed an extremely strong spiritual pressure deep in the ocean. Moreover, remarkably, this spiritual pressure was continuously growing. The existence with this level of spiritual pressure must be the ruler of darkness, Gitangia. The state of the other party might be due to the continuous absorption of negative energy, thus enhancing their power. A test? Rain thought quietly. The two giant factions quickly transformed and began to battle the monsters. This time, the scale of the monster attack was evidently much larger than usual, and the monster strength was significantly stronger as well. This left both giant races somewhat flustered in response. But in the end, they barely held their ground. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It turned out a monster had appeared behind Rain, raising its claws, intending to smash him into pulp. Without turning around, he unleashed a massive spiritual pressure that surged like a tsunami. The monster's raised claws froze in the air. The spiritual pressure unleashed in human form would experience attenuation. This was how the Ultraverse worked. The Ultraman transforming into human form was essentially a genetic simulation. Most human forms could not retain much superpower, at best possessing physical qualities equivalent to human limits or enhanced senses. Aside from that, there was not much ability retained. If there were some special items, they might retain some energy supply abilities. Other than these typical human forms, they could at most retain the ultra-mentality superpower. However, Rain's situation was somewhat different. Although he was currently in human form, he had completed his Shinigami transformation. In human form, he could still use the abilities of Shinigami, albeit weakened due to his smaller size. It was as if his evolved abilities as a member of the Light Clan had reverted to their original form, equivalent to a regular Shinigami level. Chapter 66. Can we be the same kind of human beings? The monster attacking him was a Golzon. In this super ancient Earth, Golzon is a relatively common monster, and there are many of them. A violent spiritual pressure pressed down, causing the Golzon, which was originally ready to attack, to momentarily pause. However, it was clear that its current spiritual pressure could not compare to what it had before. Binding art number 61. 6 rods light prison. Rain casually used a binding technique. 6 light rods, several meters long, pierced into the Golzon's body. What was unexpected was that the Golzon's body only paused slightly before instantly breaking free. Thunder roar cannon. Rain unleashed a wave of electric shock with a push of his hand, forcefully striking the Golzon. This time, the Golzon was pushed back a step, but it evidently sustained no substantial damage. This made Rain furrow his brows. He originally wanted to test if he could single-handedly take down a monster in his human form. But now it seemed a bit naive. After all, the life level of monsters is too high. The power of the Kido used in human form is relatively limited. Of course, there might also be an issue with spiritual pressure strength. Destruction Art number 90, Black Coffin. This was the first time Rain used the 90th Destruction Art, and he did so in human form. After absorbing the brilliance of Earth, his spiritual pressure had increased, allowing him to now cast Kido below the 90th level. As the Golzon looked confused, countless black substances began to gather, quickly wrapping it up. Eventually, they condensed into a black coffin over 100 meters tall. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of sharp blades cutting echoed. Faintly, the Golzon's cries of pain could be heard. When the black coffin dissipated, the Golzon was already covered in cuts. It was injured and bleeding. Especially feeling the pain of its soul being cut, fear appeared in the Golzon's eyes. Swish! Suddenly, a small knife appeared in Rain's hand. This knife was very small, about 20 centimeters long, easily fitting into his pocket. He did just that. This should be his transformation device, or rather, a light particle conversion device. In fact, he originally didn't need this thing, because with his current soul power, he could completely unleash his hidden powers through thought, thus achieving transformation. However, this transformation device was actually transformed from his Zanpakuto. After he transformed into human form, his Zanpakuto changed into the shape of this small knife. Therefore, this knife-shaped transformation device not only has the function of a transformation device, his operation had already stunned those, like Barbette, who were secretly watching him. No, why are you so impressive in the same human form? Their human forms had little combat power. At most, they were comparable to some super ancient people with superpowers. Many could only use some telekinetic attacks, which placed a great burden on their bodies and even shortened their lifespan. But Rain was a bit exaggerated. In human form, he could actually trade blows with a Golzon. At least from their perspective, it was like that. Is this really the human form they understood? Could it be a racial difference? Could it be that the Ultraman race, after transforming into human form, all possesses such incredible combat power? Everyone was stunned. In their hearts, there was a bit of envy and jealousy. At this moment, Rain also made his next move. Devour. With a flick of the small knife, it suddenly changed. In a burst of light, it slowly elongated, transforming into a long sword. Then he calmly slashed at the air in front of him. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. The next moment, the space in front of him, unexpectedly revealing a subspace passage. The Light Tribe had made rapid technological advancements over the past 100,000 years, supported by powerful military force and the power of the Light Alliance. They gradually developed a technique to construct a small, independent subspace using their own energy. They could even apply this technology to spacecraft, achieving the effect of having an extremely large loading space within a small spacecraft. This ability had also been developed into a skill. Rain had previously opened up a subspace and stored it in this sword. This sword was the key to opening the subspace. Once the subspace passage was opened, Rain stepped in without hesitation. The next moment, a glow gathered behind the subspace passage. Within that glow, Rain's enlarged figure leaped out. Boom! As Rain landed heavily, a firestorm suddenly erupted, spreading wildly from the point where his feet touched the ground. This was his transformation process. ago.He. The Golzon sensed the terror within the flames and hurriedly tried to dodge, but it couldn't escape. The unquenchable flames directly engulfed it. It howled in pain, and before dying, it desperately shot out a sonic beam, intending to injure Rain. But Rain showed no intention of dodging. He merely released a powerful spiritual pressure that shattered the approaching sonic beam. This Golzon was not strong at all, far weaker than the previous Marses. For Rain now, it was simply too weak. In despair, the Golzon was completely consumed by the flames, leaving nothing behind. Rain suddenly looked up at the sky. Gatanger obviously didn't think that a mere ordinary Golzon could harm Rain. The other party's purpose might be to test Rain's strength or to eliminate him. As the ultimate darkness of this earth, they could clearly sense Rain's power. That Golzon was simply too weak. Even an ordinary warrior could take it down. The real challenge was still to come. Crack! Sure enough, at that moment, a chaotic howling sound came from the sky. Rain looked up. Is it the monster? The first soldier, Zaga? He had just felt their spiritual pressure. This type of monster was Gatanger's guards, enslaved and driven by Gatanger. This time, there were quite a few of them, at least a dozen. Moreover, they were all mature forms. In the original plot, just one had already put future Digga in a tough battle, showing that this kind of monster was still quite strong. With so many of them, if they were to face off against the two giant factions, it would be quite difficult to win. Rain thought to himself, is the Dark Ruler sensing a threat? Or is it territorial awareness? Chapter 67. Strategic Traps. War is more than just passion. Dozens of Zaga were screeching, flapping their wings as they swooped towards the direction of Rain. One of them took the lead, using its sharp claws to swipe at Rain's head. The flying speed of Zaga was incredibly fast, reaching over 5 Mach. Ordinary warriors would surely find it difficult to react to such speed. Even these ancient giants typically flew at only a few Mach, and that was considered fast. Some might only be at 1 or 2 Mach. Swish, swish, swish. As the Zaga gradually approached Rain, he couldn't be bothered to use any techniques. Instead, he simply cut through the air with his knife, creating beams of light. His form didn't even shift an inch. The dozen Zaga were suddenly frozen in midair. After a while, their bodies fell to the ground like toppled blocks, shattering into hundreds of pieces. Meanwhile, the other giants were still engaged in battle. Seeing this, Rain casually walked over, his blade casually flicking to create a flower of light. Immediately, one beast's body stiffened and fell to the ground, split in half. Rain continued walking, and by the time he crossed the battlefield, countless beasts had been sliced in two. The battle ultimately ended in victory. The monsters were completely annihilated. Malsas watched this scene intently, feeling quite envious. If he possessed such power, he probably would have already ended the darkness on this planet. Thinking about that ultimate darkness made him feel somewhat powerless. The ultimate darkness continued to grow stronger. The original giants had some capacity to resist it, but with its continuous growth, even they might not be able to overcome it. The battle quickly came to an end. The giants present looked at Rain with gratitude in their eyes. If the previous Rain had given them a feeling of do not approach, now there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about him. At least it seemed that this mysterious giant named Rain was not so difficult to get along with. When Rain first ascended, he had indeed struck a blow to their confidence. His strength was almost despair-inducing. They did not think he would be their ally, but now it seemed otherwise. Rain possessed immense power and had hardly communicated normally with them. However, he was still a giant of light, part of the Light faction. They had also heard from Camilla that Rain had once led his people to conquer another universe and established a basic order of peace there. This was truly astonishing. Subsequently, many warriors couldn't help but think about the strange monster attack and were quite puzzled. What was your purpose in coming to this planet? Rain suddenly asked. The giants exchanged glances, and it was finally Babbitt who stepped forward. It's the darkness. Babbitt explained gravely. Over 30 million years ago, a small asteroid filled with dark energy fell to this planet, turning it into a dark planet. This is the place with the most concentrated dark energy in the universe. To eliminate the darkness here, we giants from different nebulae gathered on this planet and have been fighting against the forces of darkness ever since. Rain nodded. But after all these years, the darkness still has not been resolved. In fact, you have fallen into the trap of darkness. Babbitt gasped, what trap? Rain slowly walked up to Babbitt. A green light gathered in his palm. Respond. The green glow enveloped Babbitt, who then felt his body seemed much lighter. Even more shockingly, he noticed strands of black mist emanating from him. What is this? Babbitt exclaimed in surprise. Rain said, war is not just about passion. You have unknowingly been eroded by the darkness. The birth of those dark giants is due to the corruption of dark power, gradually making their thoughts extreme, even absorbing the completely opposing dark power with their bodies of light. This is actually a very dangerous thing. It's no wonder that in the original timeline, the being that should belong to the Light faction, Digga, also became a dark giant due to the erosion of darkness. Perhaps all of this is being manipulated by someone, just like this monster attack. The hidden evil god behind the scenes may have been observing them all along, unknowingly eroding them with dark power and quietly driving this war between the ancient giants. In fact, you have never found the true enemy. Rain sat down on a nearby boulder and suddenly said, the charisma of a leader who had served for 100,000 years radiated from him, making everyone unconsciously look towards him and quietly listen to his words. Since you set foot on this planet, you have already entered someone else's strategic home ground. Rain continued. The so-called monsters infected by dark power are merely a superficial guise. That figure behind the scenes has been using them to deplete your strength. While you are weak, they silently pollute your minds. Unknowingly, you have already fallen into someone else's strategic trap. This figure behind the scenes is undoubtedly Gatanja. These giants descending on Earth are clearly quite naive. They have arrived on this darkened planet, but have no sense of vigilance whatsoever. Gatanja, in the original plot, was merely a loud clam. But in this real universe, especially on this ancient Earth, as a ruler of darkness, he clearly possesses a certain level of intelligence. The arrival of the light giants has certainly alerted him to a sense of crisis, and thus, at the moment these giants descended, he had already set a trap. This war between the ancient giants is actually a scheme he has been secretly promoting. The choice of dark giants may have been unexpected for him, but it has fallen right into his hands. As the ruler of darkness, no one understands darkness better than him. No one finds it easier to control darkness than he does. The minds of these dark giants may soon be silently eroded. This could be the main reason why the Dark Quartet seeks to destroy the world. Chapter 68. Dimensional Strike from the Hell Dungeon Clearer. In this real, super ancient Earth, Getangier is a highly intelligent monster. The Giants of Light have already lost the initiative. They have fallen into someone else's strategic trap, yet they still believe they can conquer the darkness. In reality, due to their negligence, they will be internally dismantled by Getangier. And that's not all. It is even possible that the subsequent appearance of Zillera was also within Getangier's calculations. He understands that the Giants of Light are light. They want to lead humanity down the right path, but cannot interfere with human choices. Therefore, he lets Zillera come to destroy the trust between humans and giants. Undoubtedly, in the end, he succeeded. Getangier did not even need to appear. Just Zillera alone destroyed the civilization of super ancient humanity. What? Everyone present was shaken. Had they already fallen into someone else's trap? How could this be? Why were they completely unaware? Clearly, during their time on Earth, they had been living with humans and fighting against the monsters on this planet normally. Now, to say they had long fallen into someone else's trap, possibly following a script designed by others towards destruction? Malthus, standing aside, was also shocked and speechless. Their worldview seemed to be reshaping. They had always thought they were doing the right thing. They never considered there might be a hidden hand controlling all their actions. If what Ryan said is true. Now that they think about it, the events that have occurred are indeed chilling. So what should we do? Seeing the surrounding crowd fall silent, Camilla could no longer hold back and asked, "Who is this hidden hand?" "You've already fallen into a passive position," Ryan said. "If you want to turn the situation around, you can only bypass the future designed for you by the other side and confront the hidden hand directly. As for this hidden hand, you should know Getangier, right?" Getangier? They certainly knew. He is the ultimate darkness on this planet. They had known about the existence of ultimate darkness, Getangier, since they descended on this earth. At first, all of them mobilized collectively to eliminate this ultimate darkness at the first opportunity. However, at that time, they had nearly mobilized everyone. Yet they could barely suppress Getangier. Getangier possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities. Their light skills could not even break through his defenses. In desperation, that war ended with their energy severely depleted, leading to a strategic retreat. It was because they could not kill Getangier that they remained on this earth. Initially, they thought they could quietly enhance their strength while clearing other monsters and protect the Earthlings at the same time. They never expected that they had unknowingly fallen into Getangier's trap. Does this mean this entire war between light and darkness was driven by Getangier behind the scenes? They awakened. The two giant races looked at each other, and at that moment, both sides' eyes seemed much clearer. However, their gazes towards Ryan were filled with shock. No wonder this giant named Ryan was able to successfully lead a race to conquer the universe in some timeline. He relied not only on powerful strength, but also on the wisdom of a leader. If Ryan hadn't pointed this out, perhaps these once just partners would have ended up slaughtering each other on this earth, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. In front of Ryan, they felt too naive. Clearly, they were on a planet tainted by darkness, but had no adequate vigilance. Ryan had once battled wits with those cosmic powers in the original universe. His sensitivity and insight were unparalleled by these naive giants. Therefore, although he had just arrived on this earth not long ago, he had already deduced what had happened through his experience and observations. Should we confront Getangier? Babbitt remained silent for a long time, seemingly withdrawn. Finally, he spoke up. Of course. Ryan affirmed his thoughts. However, both sides were somewhat hesitant, but Getangier's strength is too great. We cannot kill him. Moreover, over the past 10,000 years, his power seems to have been growing. Now he is even stronger, and we giants have even less confidence. Ryan suddenly smiled and said, "Just so happens I also want to find this guy. The recent monster uprising was clearly a test for me. This guy is not like those foolish monsters. He possesses a certain level of intelligence. Having descended on this earth, he has lost the strategic initiative and cannot confront us strategically. Therefore, we can only solve the problem with force. I also want to test just how strong this dark ruler really is." Saying this, he stood up directly, Deep in the ocean, Gitanjir was also somewhat astonished. The previous monsters were all under his control. Previously, darkness had an absolute advantage on this planet, and as the ruler of darkness, he benefited from this. He had been watching the actions of the giants who remained on Earth all these years. For so many years, he had silently used darkness to corrupt the hearts of these giants. In some extreme environments, some giants, due to the erosion of dark power, had taken an extreme path and become dark giants. All of this was under his control. Moreover, the giants discovered that humans were continuously providing negative energy to this Earth. Coincidentally, this also caused a divergence in the philosophies of the two giant races. Gitanjir actually hadn't done much. He merely accelerated the erosion of dark power, promoting the division and opposition of the two giant factions. He succeeded. The two giant factions went to war. As long as this war broke out, he believed it would ultimately end in the destruction of both races. Even if a victor emerged in the end, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. What he feared was the two giant races combined, not just a single giant. Although his power was constantly growing, the combined strength of the two giant races was still not easy to deal with. Now, the mysterious giant's arrival caused the light on Earth to rise again, even showing signs of suppressing the dark power. This made him somewhat uneasy. Therefore, he initiated this monster attack. He even dispatched more than a dozen powerful monsters, Zoga, who were among his strongest monsters. But in front of Ryan, they were surprisingly no match. However, the deaths of these monsters also caused him to lose sight, so he was unaware of what happened next. At this moment, he still felt nervous. The balance of light and darkness on Earth had been broken. However, at this moment, Gitanjir suddenly noticed that black substances were rapidly gathering around him. Soon, he was enveloped by them. A voice came from a distant place. 99th of the Broken Path, Black Coffin. Chapter 69, The Strongest Defense. The invincible evil god. In the sky above the ocean, Rain and numerous giants have arrived here. Lord Rain, the Dark Ruler, not only possesses immense power, but his defense is particularly astonishing. He is definitely not someone who can be killed by a single individual, Babbitt said solemnly. When these giants first came to Earth, they had fought against Gitanjir. Although they could suppress Gitanjir by combining everyone's strength, they couldn't kill him, nor could they break his defenses. In the end, their energy was almost exhausted, and they had no choice but to avoid his attacks. That battle left them with deep psychological scars. The seemingly invincible defense made them feel despair. Moreover, over the years, Gitanjir has only grown stronger. They believe that with Rain's strength, defeating Gitanjir is not a problem. However, killing him will not be so easy. Defense? Rain didn't feel anything in particular. He just didn't know how strong that defense really was. He sensed the energy within him and found that he still had more than half left. Perhaps because he had been enhanced by various lights, and due to the uniqueness of his own energy, he had been active on this Earth longer than these giants. Other giants could only engage in high-intensity battles for about 3 minutes at most, but his fighting time could last at least 7 to 8 minutes. The biggest help came from a U40 Ultramind enhancer, as U40 warriors could fight on Earth for about 5 minutes, which was longer than the light race. That's enough. Rain assessed. At our level, we shouldn't speculate on Lord Rain's power. The Dark Ruler ultimately has limits. Camilla, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. The others were taken aback by her words. Malthus nodded slightly. Indeed, they had seen Rain in action in the sky's projection and could tell that he was strong, terrifyingly so. However, the shadow that Gitanjir cast over them was too profound, leading to excessive worry. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have hesitated for thousands of years to engage Gitanjir in a second decisive battle. Many giants didn't want to face the kind of absolute defense. Path of Destruction number 90, Black Coffin. Rain once again used the 90 Path of Destruction, and the power was at a completely different level compared to when a human used it. Black material intertwined and gradually rose into the sky, piercing through the clouds and deeply embedding itself into the atmosphere. Ultimately, a gigantic black coffin, standing at a height of 100,000 meters, formed directly in the nearby ocean. What is this? All the giants present were astonished. Why did it feel like the skills used by this mysterious giant named Rain were a bit exaggerated in range? Was it an illusion? Lord Rain, at this time, you shouldn't waste energy excessively. You should first determine the enemy's position, Babbitt said, confused, and hurriedly tried to stop him. Even if Lord Rain could indeed break through that defense, it might require a lot of energy. Sizzle. The sound of sharp blades cutting through the air immediately reached everyone's ears. Soon, the black material gradually dissipated, and a square hole of seawater appeared where the black coffin had formed. In the depths of the hole, a massive figure could be vaguely seen. It was Gtangier. Gtangier's appearance resembled that of a large sea snail, with a hard shell that was incredibly sturdy. Even when the giants bombarded it with their combined beam, they had been unable to inflict any substantial damage. However, this astonishingly defensive shell now bore several cuts. Is that Gtangier? The recent attack actually left marks on him so easily, Babbitt was astonished. It seemed Rain had already pinpointed Gtangier's location. However, the current state of Gtangier left him incredulous. It seemed a bit too easy. The other giants exchanged glances. They knew that when they all used their combined beam, they couldn't leave even a trace on Gtangier. Now, Rain, as a single individual, had achieved this. Was the myth of invincible defense about to end? Roar! Gtangier was enraged. At the same time, black mist rose from his body, quickly covering the sky. In an instant, the originally clear sky, blazing with sunlight, was quickly dyed black. It even enveloped all the giants present. Crackle. The black mist carried special ions. If weaker giants touched it, they would react and be burned by the ions. Many giants were caught in it. Fortunately, they were not facing Gtangier for the first time, so they quickly devised a countermeasure, using energy to protect themselves from harm. This was effective. After doing all this, the giants were finally able to move unharmed within the black mist. But a new problem soon arose. In the black mist, they couldn't absorb light energy, and they were quickly drained of energy by the black mist's special ions. The speed of this consumption was almost 2 to 3 times faster than usual. Is this the Dark Ruler? Rain observed the black mist before him, and it seemed his energy consumption rate had also increased. As the Dark Ruler, his abilities were simply the nemesis of light power. Gah! A group of Zogas flew in from afar. Monsters from Earth also emerged from the sea. Upon seeing this situation, Gtangier immediately guessed that the decisive battle with the giants was perhaps returning for some unknown reason. Possessing a certain level of intelligence, he quickly made strategic deployments. He summoned most of the monsters on Earth to divide the giant strength. This was the same strategy he had used when he fought against these two giant races 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, he would be even more passive. Although this strategy had also failed to stop the giants back then, it ultimately led to his suppression, but due to his powerful defense, the opponents couldn't do anything to him. But now it was different. Over the past 10,000 years, the growth rate of dark power had far surpassed that of light power. These monsters had also become much stronger than before. These monsters are up to you, Rain said without looking back. Show your determination. Today may be the decisive battle. In fact, Rain did not care about these ordinary monsters. There were no Ray Blando in this space-time. However, the monsters continued to evolve over time. Over the next 30 million years, these monsters have been growing as well. Although these monsters did not rely on the Ray Blando, the humans of this Earth would provide them with abundant negative energy to aid their growth. With the current strength of these monsters, dealing with them is just a matter of raising a hand for Ryan. However, he is well aware that some things still require personal intervention. The giants on this Earth came here to eliminate the darkness on this planet. This has almost become their obsession. At such times, they should be given a sense of participation. Is this our battle? The people present exchanged glances. Then their expressions became resolute. They have been fighting on this Earth for so long, and it is time to reach a conclusion. Chapter 70. The fragmentation of the evil god's divine power? The lost sense of security? The seawater was hollow, continuously flooding in without the support of physical objects. Gtangier, however, paid no mind to being submerged by the seawater once again. Instead, it focused intently on Rain. Taking advantage of this moment, numerous giants charged towards the monster army. Gtangier remained fixated on Rain, sensing a profound threat emanating from him. It had never felt this way before. Naturally, it recognized Rain as the mysterious giant who had descended upon this Earth earlier. The monsters it had sent out today lost contact in an instant. Rain looked at the cuts on his shell. This armor was quite tough. Although he had just begun to master the broken path of the Black Coffin, it was still the broken path of number 90. It could be considered the strongest attacking broken path Rain currently possessed. Its attack intensity was probably not inferior to that of the slashing blade, just lacking conceptual level additional abilities. However, Gtangier appeared to be in a pitiful state, but it had not sustained any fatal damage. With a swipe, Rain struck down fiercely. In an instant, a sword pressure about 1,000 meters long cleaved towards Gtangier. Fighting within a planet was entirely different from fighting in space. Both Rain and the other giants suppressed their power during battle. Otherwise, With their massive size and terrifying body density, merely engaging in physical combat could create shockwaves that would devastate the atmosphere, producing catastrophic impact waves capable of destroying human cities in an instant. Thus, to fight normally within the planet, they would restrain some of their power. Of course, this did not mean a reduction in attack intensity, but rather a more concentrated attack force that would not release energy outward, preventing catastrophic events. This sword strike appeared to be merely 1,000 meters long. However, it was the result of high-intensity compression, making its attack strength even greater. Bang! G'Tangier, with its enormous size, clearly did not understand how to maneuver. In a hurry, it could only emit a purple beam of light from its mouth, which collided violently with the sword pressure. There was a loud explosion, and the beam was shattered. Unsurprisingly, the sword pressure struck G'Tangier directly. This sword pressure was incredibly sharp, leaving new marks on G'Tangier with every strike. With the strongest defenses, G'Tangier was a nightmare for both the light and dark giants. Yet in front of Rain, any defense had its limits. This defense was ultimately physical, while Rain's power could inflict damage beyond mere physical harm. Moreover, there was no absolutely invincible defense in this world. What seemed unsolvable was merely due to insufficient attack intensity. The immense impact force carried by the sword pressure sent G'Tangier flying, crashing heavily into the seawater. A rope of light formed in Rain's hand, which he swung to tightly bind G'Tangier. Without hesitation, Rain unleashed a thunder roar cannon. Boom! G'Tangier was sent soaring into the sky like an inflated balloon. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the thunder roar cannons relentlessly bombarded G'Tangier, leaving it furious yet helpless. G'Tangier floated in the sky like a kite, finding it difficult to land. Crack! Suddenly, an unusual sound. Rain's gaze shifted. Indeed, there are limits. Absolute defense does not exist in this world. A sword pressure flew from Rain's blade and exploded when it reached G'Tangier. A miniature gravitational field formed instantaneously. Buzz! Bang! G'Tangier was pressed down by the powerful gravity and finally fell into the sea, causing the water to explode. Its massive size even triggered a tsunami, with a giant wave sweeping deep into the ocean. Fortunately, before the tsunami could spread, Rain controlled it, casually launching an energy light bullet that dispersed the wave. G'Tangier quickly fired another purple beam, attempting to repel Rain or petrify him. This was a petrifying beam. G'Tangier's true form was the Great Old One, ago.He, whose most renowned ability was to petrify anyone who looked at it. With a shove, Rain deflected the beam, sending it flying. How could this be? Drip, drip. G'Tangier was bleeding, and bleeding meant its defense had been breached. The series of thunder roar cannons had struck the same spot simultaneously, causing G'Tangier's defense to finally reach its limit and crack. G'Tangier was thoroughly panicked. What kind of monster had descended upon this earth? The pressure from facing Rain was even greater than that from the two giant races. It had been growing stronger over time. If it were to face the two races now, it wouldn't be completely defeated, but at least it wouldn't be as helpless as before. Yet now, facing Rain, it was still so helpless. Slash! Rain stepped on the Shuanpa, almost disappearing from his original position in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of G'Tangier. With a single slash, he struck towards it. This slash was engulfed in an unquenchable flame and also condensed Rain's sword pressure. Boom! Upon contact with the enemy, it exploded instantly. G'Tangier was once again sent flying into the sky. The unquenchable flames appeared, not letting it off, igniting its body. G'Tangier let out a painful roar. But Rain paid no heed. Under the continued burning of the flames, a gap was finally burned into G'Tangier's large shell. G'Tangier was in complete panic. It had roamed the earth for so many years, with its shell being the assurance that the giants could do nothing against it. Now its greatest reliance, the hard shell, was being burned away by these strange flames. This greatly diminished G'Tangier's sense of security. The mighty evil god G'Tangier actually attempted to escape into the seawater. The distant warriors were stunned. The once invincible G'Tangier had its defenses broken, and so easily. Moreover, it seemed to be a double breach, both physically and psychologically. After all, although Rain had led them here this time, they had no real psychological expectations. They originally thought that Rain would merely suppress G'Tangier like they had done before, considering G'Tangier's defenses were too outrageous. They never expected that after countless years, the seemingly invincible G'Tangier, which they almost regarded as a deity, was not as invincible as they had believed.